Yes. Are we good to start? Hmm. So we're starting the revision with first introduction and cost sheet. Now, cost sheet, at least one problem you have to do where you have a detailed cost sheet format covered. There is one question in ICA study material which goes for almost 2.5 pages. Okay, make a note of it. That particular question you must go through. It is not a complex question. It has items in every category. Factory overhead, there are 8-10 items. Office admin, there are 8-10 items. There is a very big detailed question. It's actually just listing out all the cost and adding it. There is no complexity in the calculation, but then it covers the detailed cost sheet format. Okay, that one question which is in study material must be practiced quickly. Let's revise the format of cost sheet. Particulars and amount. The per unit column in examination, you need to write only if you have number of units question, number of units data in the problem. Otherwise there is no need of writing per unit column. Okay, tell me, first is the direct material. Direct material, when you say, what all to be considered here? Opening stock of raw material plus purchase minus closing stock. In addition to this, you have freight inwards, correct? Only inwards, not freight outwards. Freight outwards will go to selling and distribution cost. When you are writing purchase as plus, if there is a purchase return, that should be minus. If there is any discount on purchase, that should always also be minus. And when I say discount to be minus, I am referring to trade discount only to be minus. If you want to make a note, make a note of this. Cash discount is a pure financial item and that we do not consider in cost sheet. When I say minus discount, it's only minus trade discount. Trade discount will normally given as a percentage on purchase price. Purchase price 8 lakh rupee, trade discount 10%. So 10% on purchase, not on consumption. How to identify whether it is trade discount or cash discount? Tell me, when do you get cash discount? If you pay early, for prompt and early payment. So in question, if the line goes like this, purchase cost 8 lakh, full stop, discount 10%, full stop, that means it's a trade discount, correct? Instead in exam, if they say purchase cost 8 lakh, full stop, you will get 2% discount if you pay within 10 days. That means it's a cash discount. So cash discount is given for prompt and early payment. Trade discount is given because you're buying in bulk, because you have a good relationship with your seller, correct? Therefore, not every time they will mention trade discount 5%, cash discount 2%. You have to identify if the word paid within 10 days, paid within 5 days. If it is cash and carry, then there is a discount. If it is 30 days credit, there is no discount. That means all of this is cash discount, pure financial items. We don't take that in cost sheet. If they simply say discount is equal to 10%, you take it as trade discount. To be on a safer side, write one note. It is assumed that discount given in the question is trade discount. Only trade discount to be minus, cash discount should not be minus. If there is any custom duty, that can also be added, and custom duty will come into picture only if you are importing raw material from foreign country. If it is GST, should I include? There is no one answer. There are two possibilities. If for that GST input tax credit is available, then I do not take it as my cost, because today I pay, tomorrow I get the credit. How is it my cost? But if input tax credit is not available, that means today I pay, I can never get it back, then it becomes my cost. Therefore, if they say GST 18%, you check later, they should mention in the adjustment whether ITC is available or not. Now you know what is ITC available, not available also, correct? For ITC to be claimed, you need to have a valid invoice, correct? On the invoice, GST number should be mentioned. In ICA study material, there is one question, GST 18%, and then they gave a star. Later in the adjustment, they said invoice is lost. Now, if the invoice is lost, input tax credit cannot be claimed. If input tax credit cannot be claimed, then it is my cost. So, GST 18% is a cost, true or false, that depends on whether you can claim ITC or not. To claim ITC, you should have a valid invoice. Clear? All of this will come in direct material. After this comes direct labor, and this direct labor is paid plus outstanding minus if there is any prepaid. Basically, cost sheet is also on accrual basis. Cost sheet is not on cash basis. Correct? After this, direct expenses. In regular class also I've told you most of the direct expenses can also be considered as factory overheads. But in study material, royalty paid, higher charges for a specific machine to be used only for a specific product, they count it as direct expense. Understand, in exam, suppose they give a cost sheet question with multiple products A, B and C, and they give you direct material for all three, direct labor for all three, and then they say we purchased one machine, depreciation is 10,000, that machine is used only for B, then that can be counted as direct expense because this expense is not applicable for A and C, it is applicable only for B. Otherwise, depreciation on plant and machinery goes to factory overhead. But now I am not counting it as overhead because this expenditure is incurred exclusively for product B. Therefore, only when you are paying an item, paying a cost exclusively for a particular product, then only you count it as direct expense. In study materials, they have counted heat, light, gas, water, electricity, power, fuel, all of this as direct expense also. In some other question, you will see same items listed under factory overhead also. Therefore, most of the direct expenses can be considered as factory overhead also. Therefore, in exam, if they give gas and water, heat, power, fuel, you can count it as either direct expense or factory overhead. It will not make any difference. Why I am saying it will not make any difference? Tell me, after this you call it as prime cost? Anyway, you are not doing any stock adjustment here. After this, you will add factory overhead. Either you count it here or you count it here, and then you call it gross works cost, then the WIP calculation will come into picture. That means it will not impact your stock valuation anyway. Correct? Remember when we discussed that office and administration overhead little later, sometimes it is taken above cost of production, sometimes it is below cost of production. That is important because if you take it above cost of production, it will affect your FG value. Correct? If you take it below, then FG value will also be less because you're not counting that as cost. But here that problem is not there. Whether you count gas, water, heat, electricity as direct expense or you count it as factory overhead, it will all finally come to gross works cost only. Therefore, in exam, when to write something under the heading direct expense, if you can make out that this expenditure is incurred exclusively for a particular product, then only. Now, heat, light, power, fuel is never for product A only. That is for A, B, C, all. But if you say royalty paid 3% only on product A, plant higher charges, depreciation on a machinery used only in product B, then you can count it as direct expense and then you give a note. Clear? Tell me, after direct expense, what do you call this as? Prime cost, also called as primary cost, also called as direct cost because all the three are direct plus direct plus direct. Tell me, after prime cost comes factory overhead, and here you consider all the expenses incurred in factory. Normally this is a big list. Factory overhead is always a big list because there are so many expenses that are incurred in factory. One common mistake students do, the moment they see the word depreciation, they count it as factory overhead. That is wrong. Don't just go by name. Depreciation can be also on office computer. Depreciation can also be on delivery van. Now, delivery van depreciation is not part of factory overhead. It should go to selling and distribution. Don't read only first word and decide. Depreciation on which asset? If they say plant and machinery, tools, then you count it here. If they say depreciation on office computer, depreciation on cash counting machine, why are you counting cash counting machine depreciation in factory overhead? Cash counting machine is not kept in factory. Understanding? You have to go by place and purpose. If you want to make a note, write down how to decide which overhead to go to a particular category. Two factors, place and purpose. Where do we spend and what for are we spending? When I say depreciation on delivery van, what is the purpose of delivery van? To deliver FG to customers. That means it is about selling and distribution. If I say depreciation on tools, where do you use tools? Tools are used in factory. Therefore, two questions to be asked. Where will I spend? What for will I spend? Place of spending, purpose of spending. Don't go by name. Understanding? If they say depreciation, that's the name. Depreciation on machinery. Machinery is used where? In factory. Therefore, it is factory overhead. One more mistake students do. Director fee. Now, director can be production director, marketing director, finance director, sales director. Therefore, don't go by the name. Read full. If it is sales director, then it is selling and distribution. Correct? If it is finance director, office and administration. If they say production director, it will come here. Factory director, it will come here. So it is not the name, it is the place and purpose. One confusing item, they say depreciation on furniture. And our students argue, sir, furniture can be kept in factory also. People may sit there also. Correct? In such cases, you have to go by the major place, major purpose. Correct? Computer is used mainly in office. Computer can be used in showroom also. Computer can be kept in factory also. Furniture is used in office also, showroom also, factory also. So you go by the major place of spending. Therefore, if it is furniture, you better count it as office and administration. Understanding? Sir, what if they simply say director salary without mentioning which type of director? Now you have to make an assumption. Maybe it is only one single director, maybe managing director. That is also an assumption, because there can be production director, there can be sales director, director for each division is possible. Therefore, if they simply say director fees or director salary, then you have to make an assumption. If it is simply given as director, then you can count it as office and administration overhead. Whenever you do this, write a clear note. Yeah. Tell me, if they say supervisor, should I count it in office cost or factory cost? Factory cost, because supervisors work in factory, place and purpose, not the name. If I am managing 5 people in accounts department, I am not called supervisor, I am called manager. So if you see the word manager salary, then understand it is office and administration. If you see supervisor salary, then it is factory. There was one question where they say supervisor salary 40,000, and then they said he is spending his time 40 hours in factory, 8 hours in office. Now you don't even need my explanation. 40:8 ratio, you share the cost. If question is silent, then is the confusion. If question says supervisor salary to be shared in 2:1 ratio, then you don't have to make any assumption. 2/3, 1/3, it will be very simple. Clear? Tell me, after factory overhead, you get what? Gross factory cost. After gross factory cost, you add opening work in progress, deduct closing work in progress, and then you get net factory cost. Some students have one more doubt. In some questions, they simply say factory cost. That you should understand as net. If I say profit, I'm talking about net profit, not gross profit. Go by simple logic. If I say in my business I am earning 10,000 profit, I'm talking about which profit? Final profit. Final is net profit. Some places you have office and administration overhead is 80% of works cost, 80% of factory cost. That should be understood as net factory cost and not gross factory cost. So in question, if they simply use the word factory cost, it should be understood as net factory cost. It should not be understood as gross factory cost. Is that clear? And when you do that, give a note. There are questions in job costing topic also. They say office and administration overhead is estimated as a percentage of works cost. Which works cost? It should be net works cost only. Go by simple thumb rule. If I say my company is earning so much profit, I am talking about which profit? Net only. If it is gross, I should use the word gross profit. Understanding? If I don't use the word gross, it has to be net only. So after net factory cost, you consider all the office and administration overhead only if it is related to production. This is one most common doubt of many students. What if, sir, in exam they simply mention office and administration overhead? Then what to do? Then you do either way, but give a note. Better to consider it as related to production and give a note. I only said better, I did not say that's the only correct way. If you want to assume it as not related to production, that is also okay. But whenever they use the word general office administration, that is not related to production. You take it below cost of production. If the word general, make a note if you want. Wherever you see general office admin overhead, you cannot assume that as related to production. It is not related to production. There is no doubt in that. But most of the questions, they simply say office and administration overhead without mentioning, then you can assume either way, related or not related to production. Is that clear? Done? Tell me, this will give you what? Cost of production, COP. What do you do after this? You add opening FG and deduct closing FG. Most of the questions, suppose this number is 10 lakh rupee, opening FG is 1 lakh. This will be given in the question itself, most of the cases. Why? Because this number came from last year. Last year you would have done closing stock valuation. But this year they will ask you to do closing FG. While doing your revision, at least do one sum where there is both opening FG and closing FG in cost sheet. At least one sum where you have both. Now tell me, if closing FG is to be calculated, what is the mechanism? This 10 lakh rupee is cost of production. This should be divided by number of units produced. Simple. If numerator is cost of production, denominator should also be production quantity. Some students divide this by sales quantity. Numerator is COP, it is P, that means denominator should also be production quantity. Tell me, when I do this, suppose I have produced, I'll give an example, 500 units produced, 80 units opening stock, 30 units closing stock. When I say 10 lakh rupee, 10 lakh rupee is cost of producing how many units? 500 units. If you do 10 lakh by 500, the number that you get is cost of producing 1 unit. Cost of producing 1 unit. That you multiply by number of units of FG, that is 30. Correct? Closing FG. This will be your closing FG number. And this will give you cost of goods sold. Here they can come with one new adjustment. Everyone, focus only on the COP part. My example was production quantity 1000 units. I'll just take a simple number, 1000 units. Opening stock FG 50 units and its value is 800 rupee, and closing stock FG is 30 units. Its value they won't give you, you have to do. Now when I am in cost sheet, I have come till cost of production, COP, and that number say 10,000 and this cost is 10 lakh rupee. This is 10 lakh here. Add opening FG. What do we do? 800 minus closing FG. Tell me, how do we calculate closing FG value now? 10 lakh rupee divided by 1000 units. This will give me cost of 1 unit. This into number of units. This will be your closing FG. Am I correct? This is true if you are following first in first out method. FIFO method only. In FIFO method, what happens? Whatever came from last year, you would have already sold. Closing stock is all current year production. I repeat, in FIFO method, the oldest stock means opening stock. This 50 you would have already sold. Then closing stock on the last day of the year should be from this lot only. That is the basic assumption you are doing when you are cross multiplying like this. What if in exam they add one adjustment that closing stock is valued on weighted average basis? Now if it is weighted average basis, then you cannot do 10 lakh divided by 1000. Correct? In weighted average, what are we supposed to do now? 10 lakh is current year cost plus 800 rupee opening stock cost to be divided by 1000 units current year production plus 50 units opening FG stock. If you remember this, we have done in process costing. When they say FIFO method and average cost method, when you have opening WIP. In FIFO method, only current year cost is taken for all calculation. In average, you take last year also plus this year also. Anyway, we will revise process costing also. But even otherwise, you know, in weighted average, it is quantity into rate plus quantity into rate divided by quantity plus quantity. Correct? If in case they say that stock is valued at average cost, then only you will have to do this. Otherwise, your regular style of calculation, 10 lakh divided by 1000 units, cross multiply by 30. Indirectly, you are saying company is following FIFO method. If they really want to confuse you, you know what they should do? In exam, they should print this line. Company follows FIFO method. Students know how to do, but because that line came now, they think there is some other method. It's not some other method. By default, we always follow FIFO method only. But in case if they give average cost method, either average or weighted average, wording is same. There is nobody who is using simple average method. Remember, so if I say average cost, it is weighted average cost only. Then what to do? Current year cost of production plus value of opening stock, both rupee plus rupee, to be divided by current year production quantity divided by opening stock quantity. Numerator also current year plus last year. Opening stock means coming from last year. So current year COP plus opening stock value divided by current year production quantity plus opening stock quantity. That will give you average rate for 1 unit. This you then multiply by number of units, that is 30. This extra thing you have to do only and only if they say company follows average method. This can even become MCQ now. Whatever I have written here can be printed as a question. Value of closing stock under average method is dash. This is the way to do. Average method last year plus this year, both value and quantity. In FIFO, only current year COP divided by only current year production quantity. Simple. Going back now, we have reached till cost of goods sold. Tell me what comes after COGS. You have selling and distribution overhead and also office and administration overhead, which is not related to production. Correct? Here that general office administration cost will all come and sit here. This total will give you total cost. What is the other name for total cost? Cost of sales. And after this, if they give profit, you first add profit and then you fix the sales. Or some questions, they will give you sales number first, then profit becomes balancing figure. Profit or loss is my balancing figure. Clear? By the way, there are some questions in study material also where neither profit loss adjustment is given nor sales value is given. Then tell me what to do. Cost sheet will end once you reach total cost. If they don't give me data, I can't make any assumption as 10%, 20% profit. It's not incomplete answer. That much of data is given. That's all you can answer. Is that clear? Now some special adjustments that can be mixed with main cost sheet problem. What I discussed is a general cost sheet format. First important adjustment, freight. Tell me, if freight inward is given, this should be considered as direct material cost. If it is freight outward, then it should be selling and distribution overhead. This freight inward in study material, sometimes they add it to direct material cost itself. Sometimes they do direct material. After that, before direct labor, they add freight inward as one more line. You have one answer like this in study material. Don't get confused. Whether you include it in direct material or write it after direct material, before direct labor, net effect is same, because all of this together will become prime cost. Correct? The correct way is freight inward should be part of direct material cost. So you add it there itself. Sir, what if in exam they simply use the word freight, then what to do? You make an assumption, take it as inward and give a note, or if you want to take it as outward, that is also okay, give a note. They should give inward or outward. I will know whether I am paying this parcel bill for purchase or sales. Correct? If they don't mention, then you have to make an assumption. Freight inward, if you want to write down quickly, freight inward is part of direct material, freight outward is part of selling and distribution. Yeah. Next, GST I already discussed. If input is available, then it is not your cost. If input tax credit is not available, then it is your cost. Simple logic. Input tax credit is available, that means today I pay and tomorrow I'll get it back. Month end when I file my return, I'll claim that credit. How is it a cost? Correct? If it is not available, then I pay, I will never get it back, therefore it is my cost. What if it is custom duty? Should I check custom duty ITC available, not available? Indirect tax faculty will be very angry if you check custom duty ITC available, not available. Custom duty is always a cost because there is no input tax credit available for custom duty. Next, another common adjustment is scrap sale. Three varieties of scrap that can come. One is raw material scrap, another is WIP scrap, third one is FG scrap. Simple thumb rule, all the scrap sale income, correct? Income should be deducted when you are preparing cost sheet. Cost sheet is a statement of total cost. That means if there is an income, it has to be minused. Where to minus? You have to minus it in respective place. If you are talking about raw material scrap, you should take it with direct material. If you are talking about WIP, you should adjust along with factory cost. If you are talking about FG, you should adjust along with COP, COGS. That means it should go to the respective category. Understanding? And be very careful. This raw material scrap, because it is an income, this most of the questions they will always give this adjustment at the end. Yeah, if you don't read full question and start from the beginning, first adjustment opening stock of RM, next purchase minus discount, then closing stock, then you start direct labor also, full question done, last you see direct material scrap 500 rupee, and that you should minus now on top, not at the bottom. Therefore read full question. Why they don't print this income adjustment in the beginning is because they want all cost in one place in the question, and then income adjustment at the end. More importantly, they know you will do this mistake. Therefore, before starting, especially cost sheet sum, read full, and that time itself you mark whether it will come in prime cost or factory overhead. Don't write anything on question paper, I'm saying in mind. So when you know there is an item to be adjusted, sometimes they say direct wages paid, last adjustment direct wage outstanding, and that will come after sales data intentionally. Therefore, read full question, and you can at least mark one dot there on question paper. They won't say anything. You should not write anything in text. You are not supposed to write. If you tick, if you underline, if you put a dot on question paper, there is no problem. That if somebody wants to copy, let them also copy. Yeah, you can't write any text. Keep that in mind. Yes. Therefore, all this should be deducted from respective cost. Correct? If it is direct material scrap, then you should deduct from material cost. WIP adjust with factory cost. FG scrap you should adjust with COP and COGS. What if they simply say scrap realization 500 rupee? Now how to assume which scrap is this? How you go by RM scrap. If nothing is mentioned and the word is simply scrap, then consider it as raw material scrap. If you want to make a note, do that. If question says income from sale of scrap without mentioning what variety, then you can assume that this is RM scrap. In some questions they will give hint. What if they say after completing the production, before dispatching it to customer, company realized that there are some defective units, that they gave it to scrap dealer, it is FG scrap. Now there is no question of assumption. Read properly. We have done one question in class, leather bag sum, where they said cotton cuttings are sold. Cotton cutting means it's in process already. That means it is WIP scrap. Correct? If they say final product is ready, before sending it to customer, we got to know it can't be sold. That means it is FG. While unloading raw material itself, we got to know some raw material is of bad quality and we can't return it to supplier. Then we have to sell it there itself. It is RM scrap. Therefore, most of the times in the question itself, if you read properly, you will get to know whether the scrap is generated at the time of purchase or production or after production at the point of sale. While packing, there is a defective mishandling and then item FG item broken, can't be repaired also. Therefore, now it is going to scrap dealer. That means this is FG scrap. They won't mention neatly FG scrap. They'll give a story. You should understand whether the scrap is at the point of FG stage or WIP stage or RM stage. If they say waste generated during the process means it is WIP. Understanding? So they'll give you hint. If they don't give and simply say income from sale of scrap, you can make an assumption as raw material scrap. Clear? Next, Some items where you may have to make assumption: director fee, simply they say office and admin overhead without mentioning whether it is related to production or not related to production. This is a place where you have to assume either way. You can take it above cost of production or below cost of production. Don't worry when you see these kind of adjustments or assumptions in study material answer. They say director fee. In one question they have taken above COP, in one question they have taken below COP. In both the places you should give a note, that's all. The director, what is his work, that they should mention. Marketing director, no confusion, everybody will take it as selling and distribution. But if you don't mention, then there is a scope for confusion. If they simply say director fee, they simply say office administration overhead, you have to make an assumption whether it should come above cost of production or below cost of production. Whenever you make an assumption, write a note and come, especially these kind of areas where question is not very clear. Done. After this, varieties of cost sheet questions that they can ask. There is one question where they have given two products and cost sheet is to be prepared. Product A, product B. Now your cost sheet format will remain same. Particulars, total. Instead of total, you write particulars now A and B. If they want per unit, then first you do total and then you do per unit. If they do total here, per unit here. Same format, direct material, direct labor and so on. My suggestion to go little faster in exam, always complete the total column first. Each stage don't keep writing per unit. Do full total column and then you can do all per unit. Sometimes per unit may not be even needed also. That's why I'm saying you don't have to always do. Check whether number of units data is given in the question. One question in exam question itself they mentioned students do not have to prepare per unit column, only totals are to be shown. Now unnecessarily don't mug up anything as a standard format. You see whether it is necessary. There are a lot of cost sheet questions even in study material where per unit column is not there. They simply say direct material 5 lakh rupee, direct labor 2 lakh rupee, do the total. Sales is 10% of total cost. Sorry, profit is 10% of total cost. Reach till total cost, add the profit, you get sales. Nowhere there is number of units. Students first write particulars amount per unit also and leave enough space and then got to know there is no need. This should not happen. Before you write the format, you should have a clear idea whether this information is there or not. So don't write format first and then search data. Understand the data, then decide. If they give you there is product A and product B, then your cost sheet also will become cost sheet for A and B. Particulars A total and then per unit, B total and per unit. Now what they can do in these kind of questions, they may say company produced 10,000 units of A and 15,000 units of B. Raw material per unit of A is 2 times that of raw material required to make 1 unit of B, and total raw material cost is 10 lakh rupees, something like this. Now this is 10,000 units and raw material required is 2 times of B. That means if you assume this as X, this will become 2X. Now it is 10,000 into 2X raw material cost of A plus 15,000 into X raw material cost of B. This total should be equal to 10 lakh. And now if you solve the equation, you will get to know X, and X is the raw material for B, and into 2 will be raw material cost for A. Yeah, there are such questions. This also you practice. Make a note. One question, multi-product cost sheet, you should revise without fail. Multi-product cost sheet, where you have adjustments like this. Raw material for first product is 2 times, 3 times, and you have to make an equation. Such one question you should revise. Done. Then there are questions where cost sheet is to be prepared for multiple time periods. That is, first 3 months of the year, next 9 months of the year. One such question also you should practice. Make a note, cost sheet for multiple time period. Cost sheet for multiple time period. And here, whenever you have questions like this, 3 months, 9 months, again, if you have total and per unit, most important thing to do is identify whether the cost is variable cost or fixed cost or semi-variable cost. And there was one somewhere, there was step ladder cost also. Yeah, suppose in 3 months we are producing 3000 units and 9 months we are doing 9000 units. This is, now tell me, all the variable cost items, if they say direct material 3 rupee, it is number of units into 3. Variable cost is always multiplied on unit. If they say direct labor 2 rupee, again variable cost multiplied by number of units. But if they say factory rent is 10,000 per month, now here it is 10,000 into 3 months, whereas this is 10,000 into 9 months. Remember, in theory there was this discussion, product cost and period cost. All that you pay on unit basis is called product cost. All that you pay on time period basis is called period cost. When I say rent per month, salary per month, weekly wages, daily cost, yearly subscription, quarterly license fee, all of this is based on time. 5 years license, total cost to be divided by 5, annual license amortization, again it is based on time. All the expenses where calculation is on time basis. Audit fee once in a year, it is not based on number of units. They can ask a theory question also. When you say direct material 2 rupee per unit, product cost. Packaging for each unit, product cost. But when they say salary is 10,000 per month, period cost, because it is based on time. Most of the time period cost is fixed in nature. 10,000 per month, 5,000 per week, 1 lakh per annum. But most of the product cost items are variable in nature. 3 rupee per unit, 2 rupee per unit, 5 rupee per unit. You should multiply by number of units. Clear? What if they give you semi-variable cost? First of all, how will you identify whether a cost is semi-variable cost or not, by the way? If it is variable cost, what is the basic nature of variable cost? Per unit, it should remain same. In total, it should fluctuate. Am I correct? Per unit is 3 into 10,000 into 5,000 units. How do you identify whether a cost is a fixed cost or not? In total, it should remain same. Rent 10,000. But per unit, it may vary, because when you do fixed number divided by number of units changing, final answer also will change. Then how will you identify whether it's a semi-variable cost or not, which has neither character of variable or character of fixed, or it has a character of both? Some part of the cost is fixed in nature and balance is variable in nature. Correct? 10,000 rupee plus 2 rupee per unit. That means if I am writing 14,000 as the cost, some portion is fixed in nature, some portion is variable in nature. If there is a semi-variable cost, remember this has to be segregated first, segregated into variable and fixed. This question can be asked even in budget chapter. Segregation of semi-variable cost. Do you remember the formula to segregate? Variable cost per unit is equal to change in cost divided by change in activity. This activity can be in units, machine hours, percentage of capacity utilization. Correct? This will give you variable cost per unit. Once you get variable cost, then tell me, balance should be understood as fixed cost. And when you are doing that, extremely important, please make a note. This formula can be used only when two time periods that you are comparing are of same size. That means for this question, 3 months and 9 months, if this number is 15,000 here, 17,000 here, you can't do change in cost by change in units, because one is 3 months, one is 9 months. You have to convert both to 3 and 3 or 9 and 9, then only formula will work. Many students know the formula, but they don't know when to use it. Semi-variable cost segregation formula to be used only when time period is same. If they ask you to prepare cost sheet for 3 months and 9 months, and they say semi-variable cost is 10,000 rupee for first period, 12,000 rupee for second period, don't straight away use the formula. One is 3, one is 9, formula won't work. You have to convert 9 months data to 3 months or 3 months data to 9. Both should be common. Then only use the formula. Make a note, semi-variable cost segregation formula to be used only when time period is of same size. 2 weeks, 2 months, 2 quarters, first half of the year, second half of the year is still possible. This year, next year is possible. But 3 months versus 9 months is not possible. Done. After fixed cost, variable cost, semi-variable cost, there is one more that can be asked, which is step ladder cost. Listen to, I'll explain with a small example. If they say for first 3 months, company will operate at 50% capacity, and next 9 months they will operate at 80% capacity, and they say one of the cost, there is one step ladder cost which is 10,000 up to 50% capacity, and then it will increase by 10,000 rupee for each 10% capacity beyond 50%. Now tell me, if I'm working at 50% capacity, cost is 10,000. What if I'm working at 40% capacity? Then also 10,000 only, don't minus 10,000 now. Up to is the word, up to 50% capacity, it is 10,000, and then it will increase by 10,000 for every 10%. That means when you are writing for 9 months, it is first 10,000 and then 10% plus 10% plus 10%, 3 times, 50 to 60, 60 to 70, 70 to 80. That means it will be 10,000 plus additional 10,000 3 times. Then this should be taken as 40,000. Now what if you are working at 83% capacity? Then you have to read full. They say it will increase by 10,000 for every 10% capacity or part thereof. There was one question like this. When they say part thereof, what does it mean? The moment you cross 80%, 81 also, 82 also, up to 90, you have to count full 10,000 again. I repeat, when they say, I'm just writing this once again, semi-variable cost, sorry, step ladder cost is 10,000 up to 50% capacity. It will increase by 10,000 rupee for every additional 10% capacity or part thereof. If they use the word part thereof, what does it mean? If you are at 83%, then anyway there is first 10,000 up to 50%. Now 50 to 60, one more, correct? And 60 to 70, one more, 70 to 80, one more, and because they said part thereof, that means from 80 to 83 also you have to count to full 10,000 once again. What mistake some students do? They do cross multiplication. 10,000 for 10%, for 3%, what's the number? This is not correct when they say part thereof. If the wording part thereof is not there, then you can do this. For 3% extra, what is the number? But that is not how these costs work. The moment you cross 80%, 81 also same, 89 also same. From 80 to 90, you have to always add full 10,000. You have to search in the question properly whether this sentence part thereof is mentioned or not. In exams, sir, what if this part thereof is not printed and then they say 83%? Then if you do this cross multiplication, nothing wrong, because up to 80 you can come, and for balance 3% you can't count full 10,000. Then if you do cross multiplication also, it's okay. But almost all the questions, they give this adjustment part thereof, because that is the nature of step ladder cost. Good to continue. Yes. One more theory list that you should go through is items to be excluded from cost sheet. This is there both in class note and as well as study material. Yeah. What are the items that I am not supposed to count while preparing cost sheet? Almost all financial items are kept outside cost sheet. Bank interest, interest earned also, interest paid also. Interest earned is not taken as income, interest paid is not taken as expenditure. Profit on sale of investment, dividend received also, dividend paid also. Transfer to reserve, income tax, all of this, donation, And then there are abnormal items like loss of asset, loss on sale of asset, loss due to theft, etc., accident, earthquake, loss due to fire, blah blah blah. All of this basically pure financial item, and all abnormal non-recurring items not related to business. All of this is kept outside cost sheet. Donation also, there is a big list in your book, also in study material. That list you should go through without fail. Now in MCQ format, this itself can be a question. Which of the following items should not be taken in cost sheet? Income tax should I take? Transfer to reserve? Dividend paid? All of this will happen from your profit. When you are writing profit, that number includes all this, correct? And these are all pure financial things, not related to the product that you are making and selling. One more variety of cost sheet questions they ask. They will first ask you to prepare cost sheet for last year. For this, they will give you all the data, material, labor, overhead till sales. And then they will give you a new job is expected to come. New customer has come, new order has come. For that, direct material is given, direct labor is given, nothing else is given. And they want you to fix the selling price. Wherever they say fix the selling price, they're asking you to indirectly prepare cost sheet. Now in all such questions, if you remember, we first do the regular cost sheet of past, correct? And now we have to prepare new cost sheet, but new cost sheet we only know direct material and direct labor. But in the original cost sheet, you have direct material, direct labor, prime cost, you have factory overhead, you have office overhead, you have selling and distribution overhead, and then total cost, and then profit, that is sales of last year. That means even in this year cost sheet, it is not just direct material and direct labor. You also have to estimate factory overhead, office overhead, selling and distribution overhead, and this will give you total cost. You also have to add profit. How do we solve these kind of questions? Once you have the base data, you need to establish a connection, relationship between these items. Normally, this is what we do. Factory overhead is estimated as a percentage of direct wages, correct? That means last year wage you have, last year factory overhead you have, factory overhead divided by wages into 100, you will get to know the percentage. For this year cost sheet, you already have wage cost, that into that percentage you will get the factory overhead. And next, office and administration overhead as a percentage of works cost. Again, works cost means net works cost. Works cost is also called as factory cost, correct? And then selling and distribution overhead as a percentage of cost of goods sold, not cost of production. It is selling and distribution, it can't be based on P, it has to be based on sales, not production, as a percentage of cost of goods sold. Tell me, for all these percentages, I should first have last year cost sheet. That means your working note 1 will be last year cost sheet, then all percentage calculation, and then this year cost sheet. And this is not enough, you also have to put the profit, correct? Otherwise I'll only get total cost for this year job. So profit also as a percentage of either total cost or sales you can do. Percentage may change, but final answer won't change. You know this already. All of this based on last year data. And once you get this, you have to prepare cost sheet for the current year. For current year, you will have at least up to prime cost items, and overheads you can estimate using these percentages. Profit you will have to add. Sometimes in the question itself they mention company wants to earn same rate of profit on sales. In question, if they say profit on sales, your working note should also be profit on sale. Some students don't like this profit on sale, they like only profit on cost. If question is silent, you do either way, I have no problem. But if question says clearly company wants to earn same rate of profit on sales, you have to show the working profit on sales only. There is no choice. Yeah, simple understanding. Some of the students are still confused with this. Cost is 70 rupee. If they say profit is 10% on cost, observe it is on cost. That means if cost is 70, profit should be 10% on this number, therefore sale should be 77, correct? If they say cost is 70, profit is 10% on sales value, then cost is 70, but profit can't be 10% on this, correct? Then this will become x, then this can become 10% is 0.1x, and then you can do the equation, or we can even do cross multiplication, correct? If this is 100, then profit should be 10, then this has to be 90. If 70 is 90, how much is 10? And then you add both, that is the selling price. Clear? If question is silent, you can do profit as a percentage either on cost or on sale. But if they mention on sale, then even if you don't like it, you will have to do profit on sales only. Otherwise, full answer may be correct, you may still not get 10 out of 10. They may deduct 1 marks because valuator is checking that percentage in your working note. The percentage will be different. If you do on profit, on cost and on price, they may say this is wrong, so 0, everything else 1 1 1, you will get total 9 even when the answer is correct. Be careful. One last variety of question that they can ask is reverse working type, where they give you cost of goods sold in the question, and from there they want you to find out direct material, or they'll give you sales, they'll give you profit or loss, and from there they want you to do material cost, labor cost, and so on. Make a note, one reverse working cost sheet sum you should practice. One reverse working sum must be practiced, and that question is there in class material also, we have done, and it is there even in ICA study material, where you have the sales data, and from there you will have to fill. Two options when you have reverse working problem to be done. Either you reverse the full table, start your cost sheet from sales, correct? Then it should be minus profit. Now be careful, this will become cost of sales. From this, minus selling and distribution, minus general office administration, this is COP. Everything you should change, reverse. Or you go in regular style, direct material, direct labor, but you will have to start filling the data from sales. In Cal C, now you have to reverse everything. If sales is 10 lakh and profit is 1 lakh, now in Cal C you should not do 10 plus 1, because you're coming from bottom. You have to in Cal C do 10 minus 1. Either reverse the full cost sheet format or reverse the calculation in your calculator. Able to follow? And if at all, if you are doing in this format, that I will first write sales and from there I will do, then when you write the heading itself in bracket cost sheet reverse working, then they will know you have started from bottom. If you write like this, there is no need of reverse working. By reading they will understand it is reverse working, because you started with sales. Understanding? You can't start from sales and then write one arrow mark in exam to make them understand it is reverse working. Better you write reverse working, they understand English. Reverse working you write, then they know you have filled this first and then this and then this. Clear? So these are the varieties of questions that you can get from cost sheet. All the important adjustments I have discussed. Most likely a cost sheet question will be for 10 marks, because this topic is more suitable for 10 marks variety question. If they want to ask MCQ, then the question can be to find out only prime cost, and they'll give you COP and they'll give you opening stock, closing stock, only COGS, or they'll give you sales and profit or loss percentage, ask you to calculate only cost. Instead of giving full question, they can break that only prime cost as one MCQ, gross factory cost one MCQ, or only COP one MCQ. Even to do that, you should know full cost sheet by that. Therefore, you don't have to do a separate practice only for cost sheet MCQs. You do the detailed 10 marks variety cost sheet sums that will cover even all possible MCQs, right? Important theory that you should go through is items to be excluded from cost sheet, because this can be a good theory MCQ. Which of the below item should not be considered while preparing cost sheet? This itself can be a question. Yeah. There is one more theory in cost sheet in study material. Make a note. There is a small table of list of industries and cost unit to be taken. That is, if you are preparing cost sheet for cement industry, then your cost sheet will be for per cement bag or per ton or per quintal, not quantity, this is per quintal, correct? If you are preparing cost sheet for hotel industry, say lodge room, then it will be per room per day. Remember, room days, correct? If it is transportation industry, then cost unit should be passenger kilometer, or it can be ton kilometer. We have a separate topic for this, service costing. So they can ask this also as a multiple choice question. If you are in chemical industry, then it is per liter or per kg, per quintal, per gallon. So they can ask you which is the correct cost unit if you are preparing cost sheet for a hotel, a hospital, or chemical industry. There's a big list in study material also. Go through that list. Good theory MCQ. Even if you don't read, you can apply common sense for this. Correct? If I am preparing a cost sheet for a cement company, my final answer should be selling price per cement bag or selling price per kg or quintal. That can't be liter, that can't be meter if you are in cement industry. Correct? Cost unit or cost object, basically for what you have prepared, the cost sheet is prepared per bag, per kg, per ton. So this is about the type of problems and important adjustments that can come from cost sheet. Okay, so next topic 2, material. Special is prepared per bag, per kg, per ton. So this is about the type of problems and important adjustments that can come from cost sheet. Okay, so next topic 2, material. Especially for MCQ pattern, I'm expecting EOQ questions, because that EOQ calculation is really not suitable for 5 marks. One formula, substituting number, pressing calci, getting the answer. This won't come for 5 marks. If they want to ask for 5 marks, then it will be EOQ with a discount offer. Then they'll ask you should accept or not. If it is simply calculate EOQ, that will be and that has to be MCQ only. Is that clear? So first variety questions are EOQ related question. Do you remember the formula for EOQ? Square root of 2AO divided by C. I will be discussing it little later, but there is one more place where you do a similar formula. Do you remember? EBQ, economic batch quantity. That is about how many FGs to produce in one batch. EBQ. Here it is EOQ, it is about how many kgs to order. OQ, O means ordering quantity, correct? Tell me in this, what is A? Annual raw material, not annual FG. Be careful, if they say 10,000 units of FG to be produced, don't start with 10,000. That is FG to be produced. EOQ is material to be purchased, and then they will give you each unit requires 5 kg. 10,000 units into 5 kg, that is your A. So this is annual raw material. If you want to write this also, not FG. Most common mistake students do. First line itself they mention company is planning to produce 10,000 units. Students take A as 10,000. That is planning to produce. EOQ is purchasing raw material, not producing FG. Okay, what is O? Ordering cost. Cost incurred to get the material from supplier's place to your place. Mainly it includes all the transportation related cost and loading unloading charges, and if there is any administration cost related to placing the order, making the phone call, sending the email, getting the material, unloading the material. toll charges, all of that together is taken here. And then comes carrying cost. Carrying cost is the opportunity cost, the money that you are blocking. There is a loss of interest. This is always, or at least most of the times, this is given as a percentage, and percentage to be applied on purchase price. One important thing and common mistake students do, when you work out EOQ sum with discount adjustment, yeah, where you have to decide whether a discount should be accepted or not. I'm just taking an example. Suppose annual requirement is 20,000 kg and you have decided your EOQ will be 1000 kg. This is what you are going to buy, but supplier has offered that you will get 2% discount instead of buying 1000 kg if you buy 5000 kg, and per kg cost is say 25 rupee. Say ordering cost 100, carrying cost is 10%. Now the mistake students do, they will do EOQ calculation, all that is done. Then to decide accept or reject, you have to prepare a table, correct? Particulars, cost at EOQ and cost at discount, or this is also called as ROQ, reorder quantity. Yeah. Now by the way, every ordering quantity is a reordering quantity. If ordering cost and carrying cost is same, then only you call it as economical. Otherwise it is simply OQ, ROQ or OQ. If OC is equal to CC, that is this formula based number, if you are writing, then it is economic. Yeah. Now the mistake that students do, purchase price, when they do 20,000 kg, here they take 25, here they take 25 minus discount 10. What is the discount? 2%. 25 minus 2%, for learning purpose I am taking 24, don't worry about exact number. This they do. Ordering cost they do. While doing carrying cost, 1 by 2 into 1000 kg into 25 rupee into 10%, this they do, but later they don't change this as 24 into 10%. Even under discount they will take same 25 rupee and multiply with rate of interest. Remember, carrying cost is a percentage on purchase price. If you are getting discount, then purchase price itself is changing. If you have taken 24 rupee here, here also it should be 24, but students take this also as 25 itself. This is a mistake. Please avoid this. In class also many times, many of you have done this. You take correct rate here and here, but for carrying cost calculation, here you take 25, here also you want to take 25. No, you are only paying 24. So opportunity cost lost should be on 24 only. This basically represents what? Instead of buying raw material, had I invested this money elsewhere, how much interest I could have earned? Money lost because you blocked your money in the form of inventory. Here you are paying 25, so you should calculate 25 into 10%. Here you are paying only 24. That means you can't calculate carrying cost on 25. It should be on 24. And one more thing, most of you know this, carrying cost is always on average inventory. Don't do it on 1000. It should be 1 by 2 into 1000. You are buying 1000, you are not carrying 1000 always. Today you buy, tomorrow you will start consuming something. Just before the next order material comes, you may be carrying almost zero stock. Therefore you should never say I am carrying 1000 with me. Someday 1000, next day 950, next day you lose some more material, it will come to 900, and so on. Last day you may be carrying only 20-30 kg, last minute maybe 0 kg, then lorry will come with fresh goods. That means you should never say I always carry 1000, someday 1000, someday even 0. Therefore I should take the midpoint. Midpoint is 1000 plus 0 divided by 2, or simply 1000 divided by 2, or as I write in book, 1 by 2 into 1000. Clear? Carrying cost is always on average inventory, and only carrying cost computation can be one multiple choice question. Mark this. Only carrying cost calculation can become one multiple choice question. How will they frame the question? Something like this. Listen. For a company, carrying cost is 273 rupees. Rate of interest is 20%. Calculate EOQ. Now left hand side is 273. Correct? Carrying cost is always on average inventory, 1 by 2 into, you don't know the quantity, you know that this is 20%. They will also give you price. The price is 100 rupee. Then this is 100 into 20%. Now from reverse working, 273 is equal to 1 by 2 into Q into this will be 20. Now you can do cross multiplication. 273 into 2 is equal to 20Q. Able to follow? Then this will be 273 into 2, whatever that number, that will be divided by 20, and that will be your Q. This can be 1 mark MCQ. Correct? For this you should know carrying cost is always on average inventory. Otherwise people do 273 into Q into carrying cost per unit. It is 1 by 2 into quantity into carrying cost per unit. They may not ask full detailed table, since now they have 30 marks MCQ. They can do all of this. Got it? Just make a note. Carrying cost calculation alone can be 1 mark MCQ. Yes. Now, whenever they ask you discount offer, whether to accept or reject, before starting the table, you have to first work out EOQ. And under EOQ, we make 4 assumptions. This can be a good theory question also. Number 1, raw material to be purchased per annum is known in advance. Second, ordering cost and carrying cost is known and that remains constant. Correct? Third assumption, there is no lead time. That means if you place the order now, you will get the material right now. There is no 3 days delay, 5 days delay, etc. And last one, there is no inflation, there is no deflation. That means if cost is 27 rupee, it will be 27 only, even if you buy more, even if you buy less. All of this is the assumption under which EOQ will work. But real world is not like this. If you buy more quantity, you will get discount. That is why when there is no discount, EOQ is always the cheapest. I repeat my sentence. When there is no discount, you should always buy at EOQ without any doubt. But the moment supplier gives you 2%, 3% discount, now you cannot say my EOQ will be cheapest, because EOQ will be cheapest only when purchase price remains same. Able to recall this discussion? If purchase price is same, then any trial and error you do, you will have higher cost only. Only at EOQ you will have lowest cost. But if there is a 3%, 5% discount, now I can't guarantee EOQ will be best. EOQ will be best only when these 4 assumptions are satisfied. Raw material to be purchased per annum, A in the formula, 2AO by C, in that A is known well in advance. That means budget is prepared. You know how many kgs you need. Second, ordering cost per order, carrying cost per unit per annum is known well in advance, and even that remains constant. Third one is there is no lead time. No lead time means if you place the order now, goods will be received today itself. You don't have to wait for 2 days, 3 days, 5 days. And last one, inflation, deflation is not there, which means whether you buy 5 kg in one order, 55 kg in one order, 27 rupee will remain same. So EOQ will work only if these assumptions are met. The moment they say 2% discount offer, then I can't say EOQ is cheapest. If there is a discount offer, then I will have to compare. Correct? So one question at least you should practice where there is EOQ and a discount offer given by supplier. Only EOQ can be MCQ type, but EOQ with discount offer can be a 5 marks question. Under EOQ, very less chances that they ask a 10 marks question. Just EOQ and discount offer can't be for 10 marks. So one question where you have EOQ and say 2% discount. Tell me how to do cost comparison. My table will have particulars at EOQ and at 2% discount. First cost is purchase price. This is say annual raw material 10,000 kg and cost per kg is 25 rupees. But here same 10,000 kg, but it will be 25 minus 2%. Correct? Which is the second cost to be considered? Ordering cost. Ordering cost, how to do? Annual raw material 10,000 kg. Suppose my EOQ is 1000. Then when I do 10,000 by 1000, I get 10. What is 10 by the way? 10 times. 10 times or 10 orders to be placed. Understand, 10,000 kg I need, and every time I am buying 1000 kg. How many times I should buy? That means how many orders I should place. This will give you number of orders. And if they say ordering cost is 75 rupee, this into 75 will give you ordering cost. Correct? Whereas here you have to buy same 10,000, but 2% discount is given only if you buy, say, I'm writing some example numbers, you buy 2500 kg, then it is 10,000 by 2500 kg, you will be placing only 4 orders. There are some questions where they say, will you accept 2% discount if annual purchases are to be made on quarterly basis? Quarterly basis means what in a year? 4 orders. That means 10,000 divided by 4 orders. Now you should calculate this as 2500. Either they give 2500, 10,000 is annual raw material. One second, I'll come to that. If they say annual raw material should be purchased on quarterly basis, if annual raw material requirement is 10,000, you divide by 4 quarter, every time you should buy 2500. That is ordering quantity. But when you do ordering cost, you will have to do 10,000 by 2500, or because they said quarterly basis, you can directly write 4. Correct? Either they should give you this or they should give you this. One of the two will be given in the question. This into 75, because that is ordering cost per order. After this you will take what? Carrying cost, that will be 1 by 2 into whatever quantity you are buying. Here don't do 1 by 2 into A, it is 1 by 2 into Q into carrying cost, that is say 25 rupee, and carrying cost is 10%. Just taking examples for you to understand, but here it will be 1 by 2 into 2500. Now don't take 25, just now I told, it will be 25 minus 2%, whatever new price, that into 10%, and this number and this number, this total. Based on this you will decide. One checkpoint in exam, when you are doing EOQ calculation, at EOQ ordering cost and carrying cost should be same. If it is not same, then your EOQ formula and working somewhere something is wrong. Make a note, whenever you are working out EOQ with discount offer, whenever you are working out EOQ with discount offer, comma, in EOQ column, ordering cost and carrying cost should match. OC should be equal to CC. Correct? If that is not happening, this you don't write. If this is not happening, then you go back and check your EOQ working. Only one case where your OC and CC may not match is if you round off the number of orders. Correct? If you get 7.3 orders and you change it to 7 orders or 8 orders, then OC and CC may not match. Therefore, to be on a safer side, you don't round off anything. If it is 7.3 orders, I know logically there is no 7.3 orders in reality. It should be 7th order extra, or I have to buy 8th order less quantity. Correct? But if you manually change it, then OC and CC may not match, then you end up rechecking your answer. Therefore, don't round off. If you get 7.3 orders, even if you are not happy, remember I am also not happy, but that OC should match with CC. Therefore, you keep it as 7.3 orders only. Correct? If you remember, I told you only at EOQ ordering cost is equal to carrying cost. The whole formula is based on this assumption. OC should be equal to CC. Okay, before that, I'm going one step behind now. If I want 10,000 kg per annum, if I buy all 10,000 kg in one single order, what will happen? My ordering cost will come down. Only once I have to place the order. Remember this discussion? But your carrying cost will shoot up because you have to carry so much stock with you. Correct? On the other side, if you buy only 100 kg, then you have to buy 100 times. Correct? Then your ordering cost will start going up because that many times you have to pay for loading, unloading, transportation, etc. But your carrying cost will come down. That means these two are opposing in nature, inversely related. One goes up, the other comes down. That means if you draw a graph, the cost will be something like this. Ordering cost keeps going up, carrying cost keeps coming down. There is only one level at EOQ level where ordering cost is equal to carrying cost and total cost is minimum, correct? And this is my ordering cost, this is my carrying cost, this is my total cost. Only at one level where OC is equal to CC, my total cost is lowest. In all other combinations, you are either at a higher point this side or higher point this side. The lowest point is achieved when OC is equal to CC. Can be a theory question also, correct? If OC goes up, CC comes down, or other way around. You saw here there is a reverse relationship between the two. If you want to bring down total cost, then these two should be equal, and it is equal at a point, and that point is called economic ordering quantity. Anything that I said in last 2 minutes can be 1 mark theory MCQ. If I order more, what will happen? OC will come down, but CC will go up. If I order very less every time, then your ordering cost will increase, carrying cost will decrease. This itself can be a theory question. When high quantity is ordered, dash increases, dash decreases. Understanding? If you don't know the logical meaning, you can't answer this. They can give both increase, increase, decrease, increase, increase, decrease, decrease, increase. Understanding? And OC plus CC is equal to carrying cost. Sorry, OC plus CC is equal to total cost, and the total cost should come down. That's our objective. And total cost as per this graph will come down only when OC is equal to CC. That means our objective is to make sure that ordering cost is equal to carrying cost. And how to calculate ordering cost? Whatever annual requirement I am buying to be divided by quantity that I am ordering every time. A by Q will give you number of orders. I am writing some numbers for your understanding. 10,000 kg I want and 1,000 kg I am buying every time. This will give me number of orders. This should be multiplied by ordering cost per order. Say this may be 200 rupee. Every time I place an order, the transportation cost is 200. This should be equal to carrying cost, and carrying cost is always on average inventory. Therefore 1 by 2 into how much am I carrying with me? 1000. That means this should be what now? Q. 1 by 2 into Q into carrying cost per unit per annum. This is 1 by 2 into 1000 into, say, per unit cost is 25 rupee and rate of interest is 10%, then it is 25 into 10%. I'm just taking out the numbers. Then it is A by Q into O is 1 by 2 into Q into C. If you just continue, this is AO by Q and this is QC by 2. Cross multiply, Q square C is equal to 2AO. So Q square is equal to 2AO by C, but I want Q. Therefore, this is square root of 2AO by C. I am repeating this only because this entire EOQ formula starting point is OC should be equal to CC. Therefore, whenever you do EOQ computation, you should ensure that OC is equal to CC. If it is not happening, then your answer is wrong. Whole formula came from OC is equal to CC. Then you can't get an EOQ where OC is not matching with CC. Correct? Therefore, whenever you are preparing a table where there is EOQ compared with discount offer, please check at EOQ whether OC is equal to CC or not. One place where you are sure you can get full 5 out of 5 in exam, because EOQ is correct, OC CC is matching. That means at least that comfort you get when you see this. What if OC and CC is not matching? Then you go back and check somewhere there is a mistake. In a way, good to student can correct the mistake and then complete the answer. Done. One important thing, I told you this already. If you want to make a note, do it. This EOQ concept is all based on raw material. By mistake also, don't take this on FG quantity. There is one very good question. Company wants to sell 10,000 units. Each unit requires 5 kg raw material. Now remember, your EOQ computation is not based on 10,000. It is 10,000 into 5. In fact, it should not be even 10,000 into 5. It is sales quantity. Raw material consumption you have to calculate. Correct? How to do for sales quantity? You have to check whether they have given any opening stock and closing stock of FG. From this you can find out how many units to be produced. Able to recall this discussion? Once you get number of units to be produced, on that you can apply 5 kg. That will tell you how much of raw material to be consumed. And on consumption, if again there is opening stock of raw material and closing stock of raw material, when you adjust it, you will get to know how much is to be purchased. That should be used for EOQ. EOQ is based on how much to buy. Remember, many times I have told you, FG to be sold is not the correct data. FG to be produced, not the correct data. FG raw material to be consumed, no. Raw material to be purchased, that is the correct data. And how to reach there, I am writing. If you want to make a note, do this. If we have sale of FG, from this I should first find out production of FG. From sale of FG, I should find out production of FG. From production of FG, I can find out consumption of RM. Am I correct? When you produce, you consume. From consumption of RM, you can find out purchase of RM. And this will be used for EOQ. For all this, they should give me opening stock of FG and opening stock of RM. Same way, closing stock of FG and closing stock of RM. Sir, what if opening stock, closing stock of FG and RM is not given? Then understand, whatever you have to sell, full you have to produce. When you produce, you consume. Whatever you are consuming, full raw material you have to purchase. If they give stock adjustment, then only purchase and consumption will be different. If they don't give anything, consumption itself is purchase, production itself is sales. Very, very important. Now tell me, from sale of FG, how to reach production of FG? I wrote an arrow mark. How to reach there? Sale of FG is what I have to sell today. Plus, I may want to keep some FG for tomorrow. That much extra I have to produce. But I may already have some opening stock of FG that I should minus. This will give me production of FG. If you want to make a note, do this. This adjustment can be asked even in budget topic. They will ask you production budget, purchase budget. Keep this in mind. Whatever I have to sell today plus whatever I want to keep for tomorrow, that much I should produce. But I already have something that I will minus. Balance I should produce. Once I get production of FG, how to reach consumption? This into number of kgs required to make one unit. Right? If 10,000 units are to be produced, each unit requires 3 kg. It is 10,000 into 3 kg. Correct? This will give you consumption. Now tell me, from consumption, how will I reach purchase? Whatever I have to consume today plus whatever I need for tomorrow. That means this is closing stock of RM minus whatever stock I already have. This should give you purchase. Instead of mugging up the formula, understand it. Whatever I need to consume today, that much I should buy. Plus, I want to keep something for tomorrow, that much extra I should buy. But I already have something with me, that I should minus. Therefore, consumption plus closing stock minus opening stock is equal to purchase. Done. This purchase quantity is your A in your EOQ formula. Clear? Most of the questions, they will give you A in the question itself. Company needs 5,000 kg. Straight away you start. If they don't give, then you will have to search at least consumption of RM or production of FG or sale of FG. One of this can be a starting point. Done. After EOQ, Second discussion is on material receipt. That is, when you purchase, in addition to purchase cost, you will be paying lot of incidental expenses, transit insurance, GST, again ITC available, not available, custom duty, all of this. This is a simple area. So you will have items like this, raw material A and B. This can be asked for either MCQ or 5 marks, something like this. Company purchased one container and that container has two raw materials A and B, 500 kg of A, 600 kg of B. Base purchase price is your starting point. If there is any trade discount, you minus, this will become your net purchase price, and then all the incidental expenses you will have to add. When I say incidental expenses, normally you have a list: transit insurance, GST if it is non-refundable, that is ITC not available, and you may sometimes pay even for container charges. Sometimes that container is refundable, container is returnable and money comes back. If that is the case, container charges minus refund on return of container, or you can show net container charges. We have done questions like this. You have questions in study material also on this. And then if you have freight, inwards only, not outwards. And then if you have any loading charges, unloading charges, remember, even if the seller is paying, you have to count it as your cost, because ultimately he will charge it to you, correct? And then you get the total cost. Some books call it as landed cost or total landed cost. Listen, in this, if it is single raw material, it is easy to do. But if you have two materials, then you have to see in what ratio I am going to share this. If they say insurance, insurance is always shared on what basis? Value basis. Sir, why not on quantity? If I have 1 kg steel and 1 kg gold, when I am sending 2 kg, my insurance will not be equal for both, because it is 1 kg, 1 kg. Gold has high value compared to aluminum, therefore insurance is on value basis. GST, again tax is a percentage on rupee. GST is 18% on value, not 18% per kg. You have not studied any GST section like this where GST is 3 rupee per kg, correct? GST is 18% on transaction value, 18% on rupee, not on kg. That means even this is on value. But if they say freight charges should always be based on weight or quantity. Sometimes intentionally to play with you, they won't give you proper details. They say expense incurred. Now whether it is on quantity basis or value basis, simply they say expense incurred, I don't know what expense it is, then you go by quantity and give a note whenever you make an assumption, correct? Anything that is on rupee, anything that is on quantity, we know. If they simply use the word expense incurred, we don't know what expense it is. Duty, they say duty is a tax paid, custom duty, again on rupee value. So duty is always on value basis. Okay, this will give you total cost. Suppose 10,000 rupee, 12,000 rupee. Listen to me, very important discussion here. This should be divided by number of kgs. Say this is 1000 kg, this is 1200 kg. This will be 10 rupee per kg, 10 rupee per kg. But what if they say you have to keep a provision of 5% for normal loss? Then from 1000 kg you have to minus normal loss provision. By the way, sometimes they won't even mention normal loss. They say keep a provision 5%. Now when you are ready to keep a provision, that means you know this loss is going to happen. The loss can be estimated well in advance, is always normal loss. They will never say keep 5% loss provision for loss due to theft. You can't create a provision for loss due to theft. That means if they give a percentage, it has to be no assumption, no doubting in exam. If they say create 5% provision for evaporation loss, that means it is normal loss. So you are paying for 1000 kg, but you won't be able to use 1000 kg. So you have to do 1000 minus 5%. This will become now 950 kg. Because of this, your rate will be slightly more than 10 rupee. When you are taking more rate, that means you are charging more cost to customer when you prepare cost sheet. Later when this material is used, In cost sheet, you won't take 10 rupee, you'll take 10.2 rupee. Example I am saying. That means I'm charging high cost to my customer. Can I charge it? Definitely yes. It is normal loss. It is not your fault. Your customer should bear that loss. What if they say abnormal loss? Then I should not minus. Then I should take divide by 1000 kg only. Then what happens? This will become 10 rupee per kg. But sir, there is a theft of 100 kg. Correct. You can use only 900 kg. 900 into 10. 9000 rupee will go to cost sheet. You will charge it to customer. The loss of balance 100 kg due to theft, that into 10 rupee, you can't take in cost sheet. This should be transferred to costing P&L account. This loss will never be recovered from any cost sheet. Customer will never bear this. Therefore, here you keep it 1000 only, don't do 1000 minus 10. If you do 1000 minus 10, rate per kg will go up. If rate per kg goes up, then you are charging it to customer. If it is abnormal loss, you should never charge it to your customer. Therefore, you keep it as 1000 only. Then rate will be 10 kg. Actually, you have lost 100 kg. Only 900 will be consumed. That you will charge it to customer through cost sheet. The balance is your loss. This can never be charged to customer. That means if they ask a formula question as MCQ, effective cost per kg is equal to total raw material cost divided by total quantity minus only normal loss quantity. You should never minus abnormal loss quantity. Understand? Again I am repeating. When you minus normal loss quantity, what happens? Denominator will be lower number. If denominator is lower number, answer will be higher number. That means higher cost will be charged to customer. You can do that because it is normal loss. If you minus normal loss also, abnormal also, now your denominator is much lower. Then cost per kg will be much higher. Then indirectly you are asking your customer to pay for your abnormal loss, which is wrong. Correct? Therefore, you should never minus abnormal loss. You should minus only normal loss quantity. So how to identify in exam whether the given loss is normal loss or abnormal loss? Normal loss is predicted well in advance, cannot be avoided, part and parcel of the production. Most of the times it is given as a percentage. Correct? When they say create a 5% provision, that means they are prepared to lose this. That means it is unavoidable, it is normal. You don't have to even give a note that 5% is assumed as normal. On what basis they said 5%? Past experience. They know always if I buy 1000 kg, there is an evaporation loss. Can't help. That means it is normal loss. They can't say, sir, historically there is a theft every year. Therefore, let's create provision this time also. That is meaningless. Therefore, a provision can never be created for abnormal losses. If a provision is created, it has to be normal loss only. Extremely important sentence. If a provision is created, if it can be planned, if it is known well in advance, it has to be normal only. And normal loss I can minus. When I minus, rate per kg increases. That means I am charging more to customer. I can do so because it is normal loss. I am repeating 2-3 times because it is very important. And students don't know which to minus, which not to minus. By the way, this concept is applied even in labor chapter. When you have to calculate effective wage rate per hour, it is total wages divided by total time minus normal idle time. Only lunch break, tea break you can minus. Not time spent in watching IPL match. That is abnormal idle time that you can't ask your customer to bear. Concept is same. Correct? There what will happen? It will be total labor cost divided by total hours minus normal idle time. There also rate per hour will increase. It is normal idle time, you can charge more to customer. Same concept in two places. In what way they can ask MCQ from this? Something like this. Company purchased 10,000 kg and paid total 12 lakh rupee. In that 5% is to be kept for evaporation loss and 100 kg is lost due to theft. Effective cost per kg is equal to dash. You know how they create 4 options? One option, if you do 12 lakh by 10,000 only. One option, 12 lakh by 10,000 minus 5% only. Next option, 12 lakh minus 5% minus 100. That answer. One more, 12 lakh divided by 10,000 minus 100 only. So any wrong combination you do, you will feel you have got the correct answer, because they know the probable outcomes of wrong answers. So they will keep exactly 4 such options. Everybody gets confidence. Look, I did answer option C. Correct? And sir, someone has said if you are not sure, tick C and come. This won't work. Keep in mind. Yeah, there is no negative marking. So if you do that also, I can't say anything. But these kind of questions, when you are in doubt between B and C, don't tick C and come. Think properly. Only normal loss should be minus. That means it should be 12 lakh divided by 10,000 minus normal loss only. This can be one good multiple choice question. Okay. After this, the third practical segment is inventory level. This is one place where there is a list of formula. All formulas are important. You have minimum level, maximum level, reorder level, danger level, average level, correct? Safety stock, that discussion. You have all the formulas in one place, in one page. In my class material, I have given all of that. That entire page is important, and that too for MCQ. That is suitable also, because they can ask maximum level is dash. Instead of asking 5 levels for 5 marks, they can ask any one for 1 mark MCQ. Material topic, in my opinion, is more suitable for MCQ. Only one thing in material topic that can come as a 5 marks, 10 marks question is that FIFO, LIFO table, the stock ledger preparation, stores ledger preparation, 6 days given, purchase, issue, closing stock. That won't come as MCQ. Otherwise, EOQ question, minimum level, maximum level question, cost per kg, theory questions also, all are very suitable for MCQ pattern. Okay, this I am not discussing individual formulas. There is a big list. All formulas by default are important and suitable for MCQ pattern. Do you remember the formula? Can we revise quickly? Tell me first. No, before that. EOQ, square root of 2AO by C. Oh. Reorder level is equal to what? Maximum usage into maximum lead time. Correct? Usage is also written as consumption. Lead time is also written as reorder period or time lag, basically delay between placing the order and receiving goods. After ROL, we have maximum level. Maximum level is equal to ROL plus ROQ minus, one second, ROQ minus minimum usage into minimum lead time. Correct? One simple thumb rule I told you in regular class also. Anytime you write minimum usage, it is multiplied by minimum lead time. Minimum is always multiplied by minimum. Average is always multiplied by average. Just now you saw ROL is maximum into maximum. Here it is minimum into minimum. And then you have minimum level ROL minus average usage into average lead time. Again, average is multiplied with average only. Easy to memorize. And then you have average level. Average level is equal to minimum level plus maximum level, not usage. Minimum level, maximum level divided by 2. Or there is one more. Minimum level plus half of ROQ. Correct? There is one more danger level. Do you remember this? Danger level is equal to average usage into lead time for emergency purchases only. Correct? This if they give you in question that normally we buy at 10 to 12 days, but emergency I can buy from nearby supplier within 3 days. Then you take the 3 days here for danger level. All these formulas mark important. Very, very good questions for MCQ pattern. Yes. After this, they can ask questions on FIFO, LIFO, and average method, not average level, average method. This can be asked only for descriptive category for 10 marks. This is stores ledger, correct? You have date, and then you have opening stock, quantity, rate and value. If you don't have place to start from opening stock, you can even take starting point as purchase, and then issues, again quantity, rate and value, and then closing stock, again quantity, rate and value. To write this itself, space may not be sufficient. That is why I am not writing opening stock also, because if you write opening stock, again under that quantity, rate and value, correct, and then date also, you won't be able to write it. So here all the dates start with opening stock always, that can be taken as purchase. See, opening stock and purchase both are material receipts. So if you write opening stock also in the purchase column itself, you won't lose mark, don't worry, because both are material inflow. Issue is material outflow. Now all purchases, under FIFO you take the oldest stock, under LIFO you take the latest stock. If it is average, then every time you take value plus value, quantity plus quantity, then value by quantity, you fill the rate per kg. In FIFO, you have to keep old stock, new stock separately. In LIFO also you have to do, but in average, old plus new together. Therefore, in closing stock, it will always be one line item if you are in average level, correct? Now, in this two possibility, losses may come now, correct? If they say normal loss, then what to do? Minus only the quantity. Same logic I discussed 5 minutes back. When you minus only the quantity, rate per kg will automatically increase. So in future you will take higher rate in all the cost sheet. But if it is abnormal loss, then you have to minus the quantity as well as rate. Whatever value comes, that will go to costing period, correct? Your normal rate will not change. I did one example, 10 rupee will remain 10 only, just now 5 minutes ago. 10 rupee will remain 10 only, because you will not minus quantity only, you will minus quantity also and value also. So both quantity and value comes down, then rate per kg will remain same. But whatever is the value of abnormal loss will straight away go to costing P&L account. You have to check in the question. If they say there was a theft of 5 kg, then you know it is abnormal loss. If they say there was a normal loss due to seasonal variation and evaporation of 3 kg, then you minus only quantity, automatically rate per kg will increase. All of you make a note. If you are revising FIFO, LIFO or average level question, ensure that there is loss adjustment in that sum. Don't do FIFO, LIFO revision without having normal loss, abnormal loss. Without normal loss, abnormal loss, 10th standard, no, 10th is too much. 5th standard student also will do if there is no normal loss, abnormal loss. It is easy game. Oldest one first you use, latest one later you use. That they may not ask in exam also without normal loss, abnormal loss. If you are revising, make a note. You should revise a problem with normal and abnormal loss. Done. And last, the theory areas of this topic. One, they can ask you EOQ assumption. Write a short notes on EOQ and its assumptions. Second, they can ask you theory short notes on treatment of losses. Write short note on normal loss and abnormal loss. What is normal loss? What is the treatment? What is abnormal loss? What is the treatment? And this can be theory MCQ also. Normal loss is dash, abnormal loss is dash. They can give you 4 options. Predicted well in advance, can't be avoided, can be charged to customer. This is the nature of normal loss. Can't be predicted, not because of management fault, sorry, not because of nature of product, and cannot be charged to customer. This is the nature of abnormal loss. One more theory they can ask is bin card versus stores ledger theory. We have discussed all this. Bin card also has 2 bin system. You read both bin card and 2 bin system. After this, there was a concept called ABC analysis, not activity based costing. ABC analysis, where you segregate your inventory into three types, correct? Low quantity, high value, reverse, and moderate quantity, moderate value. Can be a theory question. Okay. After this, there was another theory called just in time, where raw material is purchased only when you are sure of consuming it. This can also be asked as 4 marks theory. To implement JIT, there are a lot of challenges. Supplier should be nearby, transportation should be easily available, and he should be prepared enough to dispatch whenever you ask. What if there is shortage in his godown also? Then JIT won't work. So having a contract signed is better if you want to implement JIT. And then there is one small theory on inventory turnover ratio. This is going to help you to measure speed of movement of inventory. Do you remember the formula inventory turnover ratio? Cost of goods sold divided by average inventory. If cost of goods sold, okay, first of all, cost of goods sold is sales minus GP. If cost of goods sold is not there, GP is also not there, then you can take sales as numerator divided by, for average inventory I need opening stock plus closing stock by 2. If opening is not there, only this year data is there, last year data is not there, then change the formula, take it as closing inventory. That means correct way of understanding is COGS or sales divided by average or closing inventory. Sales is also given, COGS is also given, then what to do? COGS first. What is the formula? COGS by average inventory. If COGS is not there, then only sales. Both are there, you take the first one, COGS. Correct? To be divided by average or closing. If average can't be done, then only go for closing. Closing is not your first choice. Average is your first choice. One doubt from my side. If inventory turnover ratio is very high, please clarify what does this mean? Inventory is moving very fast. If inventory turnover ratio is very low, then it is slow moving, correct? On this there is one small theory, FSN analysis, fast moving, slow moving, non-moving. Non-moving, there is no explanation required. You bought it 7 years ago, still with you. You don't need a formula, correct? You only have purchase entry, there is no consumption entry. But if it is fast moving, then inventory turnover ratio will be high. If it is slow moving, then inventory turnover ratio is low, correct? By the way, for ITR you said formula is cost of goods sold by average inventory. If this comes to 10, what is the meaning? 10%, 10 days, 10 times, correct? And then if I want inventory holding period, that will be 365 days by 10. Understand, 10 times means in a year, 10 times material comes and goes, correct? 365 by 10, 36 days I am keeping material with me. This is called inventory holding period or stock holding period, 36 or 37 days. Tell me, if number of days are high, that means you are keeping stock with you for a very long duration. You want number of days to be low. For number of days to be low, your inventory turnover ratio should be high. That means high inventory turnover ratio indicates fast movement of inventory. Fast movement means you are keeping it with you for very less duration. Can be a theory MCQ. Clear? So these are the most important things that should be revised one day before exam in material topic. Yes. Yes. Next topic for discussion is labor. In that, first concept is labor turnover. This you please mark. It is important both for theory as well as practical variety questions. They can ask you what is labor turnover, causes of labor turnover and what is the remedial action or measures to be taken to reduce or control labor turnover can be a good theory question. Now practical segment of this, if you can tell me, labor turnover can be calculated using three formulas. Remember, first one is separation method, replacement method and flux method. Any of this individually can be 1 mark MCQ. Labor turnover rate under separation method is dash, that's all. Formula and the number. Answer: labor turnover under separation method is equal to number of separation divided by average number of workers into 100 or into 365. 100, because you want answer in percentage. Remember, any rate is measured in percentage, correct? Now number of separation, when I say, it has two components. One, some employees resigned and some employees we have removed, discharged, correct? Both together to be taken as separation, those who have resigned and those whom we have removed. Next, labor turnover under replacement method. This will be replacement by average workers into 100. When I say replacement, it need not be equal to separation. 27 people have left, I may hire less than 27 or more than 27, correct? Therefore answer won't be same. And when you use the word replacement, understand, somebody was there, that person has left, now you are filling that vacancy, that is called replacement. You are opening a new branch, for that you are hiring 5 people, don't count it here. So new joinees on account of expansion plan should not be included while doing replacement calculation. Very important. You can ask this as 1 mark MCQ. They will give you all those resigned, removed, replaced, new joinees on account of expansion. When you are doing replacement, only replacement because there is a vacancy, and vacancy is created because somebody was there, he left, correct? And for this you have one more method, labor turnover under flux method, correct? Here you take separation, replacement and new joinee, whole divided by average into 100. Here this replacement plus new joinee, for this itself there is a term called accession. Be careful, if they give accession in the question, that means they have already taken replacement and new joinees. Able to follow? Then it is separation plus accession straight away to be divided by average number of workers into 100. While practicing labor turnover reverse working problem, at least one sum you work out. When I say reverse working problem, answer is given. You have such questions. Labor turnover under flux is equal to 20%. That's already given. And then you have to find out either numerator or denominator. Such questions are there. You practice one such question. And one more labor turnover question that I want you to do is missing data question. When I say missing data, they say on 1st January we had 100 employees, 10 employees left, 5 new joinees came. Total number of employees we have on last day is 130. When you check this in Calc, it should match. If it is not matching, then there is one more. This is that missing figure, missing data question. I said 100 people were there. This is like opening balance. And then on 31st January, this is closing number of employees. 100 were there, 10 left. That means it should have been 90. 5 people came, new joinee. This is for say new branch that we opened, correct? But 100 minus 10 is 90, 90 plus 5 is 95, but this number is 130. That means if we have hired another 35, maybe this is replacement. Only 10 have left, you have taken 35 people. Maybe all these were experienced, super talented people. Now if 10 good people leave, you may have to hire 35 not so good people to complete same job. I told you number of separation, number of replacement need not be same. What if these are useless employees, 10 left? Then only one you may hire who can do the job of those 9 extra people also. So these two numbers need not be same. Always in the question, please check this opening number of employees, minus separation plus replacement plus new joinee. This total should be equal to closing number of employees. Sometimes they'll give you this, this and these two. They won't give you this, and when you check it won't match, then you know there is a missing figure, that is new joinees. Before you start LTR formula, first check whether question in the data is sufficient or not. To confuse you, they may do this. Clear? So LTR normal type problems, LTR reverse working, and LTR with missing figure. All three varieties, one question each. You should work out. After this, second part of questions that can be asked is your favorite area, labor remuneration system. Remember those two guys, Halsey and Rowan plan. Before that we had time rate system and piece rate system. In time rate system, it is time taken into hourly rate, simple, correct? Here it is units produced into piece rate, that is rate per unit, correct? In Halsey plan, time taken into hourly rate plus what? 50% of time saved into hourly rate. Either Halsey or Rowan plan can be 1 mark MCQ, suitable for MCQ. They'll give you all the information, allotted time, time taken, hourly rate, and salary under Halsey plan is dash. Rowan plan is also same time taken into hourly rate. Inside this bracket also, if you remember, it was same time saved into hourly rate, but here it was 50% fixed. In Halsey it was 50% fixed, but here it is proportional, time taken by standard time. Standard time is also called as time allotted, correct? Then tell me, when will bonus under Halsey be equal to bonus under Rowan? When time taken is 50% of time allotted. This is anyway fixed to 50%. If this number is 6 where time allotted was 12, then even this will be 0.5. 0.5 is as good as 50%. That means bonus under Halsey and Rowan will be same when time taken is 50% of time allotted. Time taken is 50% means time saved is 50%. Correct? Very good. Instead of working out basic type Halsey-Rowan question, there is one question where factory cost is given and you have to do reverse working. Two employees V and S, they do same product and their hourly rate is also same. So you have direct material which you don't know, then direct labor. One guy is under Rowan plan, another is under Halsey plan. Remember there was one sum like this. And then they said factory overhead is absorbed as 100% of labor, correct? And this total is factory cost. This number they gave in the question, 8,200, 6,100. And since they make same product, material can be X and X. Labor cost is going to be different because they are under different methods. Rowan system, write the formula. Halsey, write the formula. Time allotted is given, time taken is not given. You have to work out, then it becomes an equation. Then it will be X plus, you remember, 84Y plus 680 rupee factory overhead. This total was 8,000 rupee. Material, labor, we don't know full, we don't know time, but we don't know rate, plus factory overhead given in the question. This total is factory cost. Same way, one more employee, material is same, but labor cost will be different because he is under Halsey and not Rowan plan. And this number is given and this total 7,200, and then you do simultaneous equation, get the value of X, substitute, you get the value of Y. Such one question we have done in class also. We have such question in study material also. Please make a note. One question where material and labor both are missing and factory cost is given, such one sum. It's there in study material. You must practice. Done. Third variety of question is wage rate computation. Here wage rate is equal to, or effective wage rate is equal to, total labor cost to be divided by total hours minus normal idle time. Same logic I discussed half an hour ago for material, correct? Here also total labor cost includes your basic DA, HRA, special allowance, bonus, all of that you list, that total to be divided by 1000 hours, but in that 10 hours is wasted as normal idle time. I can always minus, correct? Because of this, your effective wage rate per hour will slightly increase, and you can definitely charge it to customer because this 10 minutes break can't be taken out, normal idle time. If they say another 30 hours is wasted due to machine breakdown, etc., that you should not minus. Think, if you minus, rate per hour will increase. Then in cost sheet you will take costly labor number. Then your customer will end up paying for your fault also. Therefore, you should not minus that. Let your rate be based on total time minus normal idle time. Suppose rate per hour comes to 23 rupee, and now only 990 hours will go to cost sheet because 10 is normal, and let's say another 20 is abnormal. So this 990 into 23 will go to cost sheet. This 20 that you have wasted, 20 into 23 will go to costing P and L. Remember, total 1000 minus 10 normal idle time minus 20 abnormal idle time. What will go to cost sheet is effective time, that into 23. Balance what is not going to cost sheet, that will directly go to costing P and L. And which side of costing P and L, by the way? If they ask MCQ, it will go to debit side of costing P&L account because this is an abnormal loss. All losses go to debit side of P&L. If they ask journal entry, then costing P&L account to wage control account. Remember this. There is one more topic on this we'll discuss a little later. Wage control account will be credited, costing P&L to be debit. After this, theory important question they can ask again on idle time, normal idle time, abnormal idle time. Both concepts are same. Normal loss, abnormal loss in material chapter, normal idle time, abnormal idle time in labor, correct? Unavoidable, predicted well in advance, can be charged to customer. This is normal, correct? Cannot be predicted due to fault and can't be charged to customer. This is abnormal idle time. Theory, either 4 marks question they can ask. If they ask 4 marks, 2 marks for normal, 2 marks for abnormal. First explain what is normal idle time and then explain the accounting treatment. It can be deducted from calculation, so higher rate can be charged to customer. This is the treatment. Then abnormal idle time, 1 point what is abnormal idle time, then what is the treatment. 4 points, 2 to each if they ask theory question. Next practical area is overtime, but this can even be asked as a theory question. If you remember, how to treat overtime cost depends on why we are doing overtime, reason for overtime and its accounting treatment, correct? If overtime is done throughout the year, then your wage rate will be inflated. You will take weighted average new rate. We have done 2-3 questions like this. If overtime is done throughout the year, then automatically your rate per hour itself will be higher, correct? If overtime is done because of a specific customer, then you have to charge it only to that specific customer. You will not change your regular cost sheet. Only for that cost sheet, that customer's order, you will charge extra, correct? Or if overtime is due to abnormal reasons like flood, fire, etc., etc., then this loss will straight away go to costing P&L. Any abnormality, remember this thumb rule, any topic anywhere, if there is an abnormality, it will straight away go to costing P&L account. Due to management fault, if you are doing overtime, even that will go to costing P&L. In regular time, you did not give work to employee, he just sat. Later he was about to go home, then you gave him one work. Now you are going to pay overtime premium to him. Now this is because of management fault. You can't ask your customer to pay extra, correct? This extra cost will straight away go to costing P&L account. On overtime, they can ask practical questions also. You first tell me, as per Factories Act, overtime eligibility will come into picture if you work for more than 9 hours a day or more than 48 hours in a week. Remember, this condition is what condition? Or condition. That means one of the two conditions satisfied, then also you should pay overtime. I have discussed these examples in regular class. I am repeating once again. Mr. A, he worked for 8 hours, 8 hours, 8 hours, all 6 days. Sunday did not come. Now on daily basis, condition not satisfied. Weekly basis also, only 48 hours, condition is not satisfied, no OT to him. Correct? But if another guy, 10, 6, 6, 6, 6, Sunday doesn't come, he is still eligible because one day he has worked for more than 9 hours. Sir, total is not crossing 48. Condition is or. One of the conditions satisfied also you should give. What if one guy is working for 10 hours all 6 days? Now on daily basis, if you count, he is eligible for 1 correct? But weekly condition, if you count, it is 60 versus 48. That means he is eligible for 12. Now he is satisfying both the conditions. You should pay OT for 12. If someone satisfies both the condition, you should pay OT for higher number of hours. Correct? One of the conditions satisfied also you have to pay. Both satisfied, then you have to go by higher. Clear? By the way, during OT, your wages will be 2 times of normal wages. Correct? This is what Factories Act says. Two things you should remember: 9 hours a day, 48 hours a week. In between condition is or. Once that is satisfied, now I have to pay. How much should I pay? I should pay 2 times of normal wages. And when I say normal wage, here what all I include? Basic plus all allowances. Remember the word allowance. Basic plus allowances. That means if there is basic and DA, you should count basic 100 rupee, DA 30 rupee, 130 rupee into 2. Don't take only basic. What if they say contribution to PF 3 rupee? Don't take, that is not allowance. Remember the word allowance should be there. PF contribution is not an allowance. Yeah. One sum that I want you to work out from study material, and this is there in my class material also. They gave normal working days 1 lakh hours, before and after working hours, and working on Sunday and holiday. You have one question like this. And our overtime premium, if you come and work before and after, it is 175%. And if you come on Sunday, it is 225%. That means they are not following 2 times. 2 times means 200%, correct? If you are having your own method, then work solution should be done as per the given data. There is one question like this, both in class material as well as study material. This sum, mark it important, and you must solve. Please make a note. Overtime problem with the adjustment 175% and 225%. It is there in class material also, study material also. You should revise. One last theory concept they can ask is timekeeping and time booking. Timekeeping is what time you come to the factory, swiping machine. Remember this discussion, and evening 6 p.m. you go. So recording this is timekeeping. From 9 to 6 what you did, recording that is time booking. You are doing job A, job B, job C. This is for 3 hours, this is for 1 hour, this is for 2 hours. This total 3 plus 1 plus 2 is 6 hours, but salary is paid from 9 to 6, 9 hours. That means there is 3 hours of idle time. In that, maybe 2 hours is lunch, tea, coffee break, normal idle time. Then balance 1 hour is abnormal idle time. For all this to happen, first you should have timekeeping system and time booking system. There is one good theory story in the textbook and also in study material. What is the objective of timekeeping system and what are the qualities of a good timekeeping system? We discussed in the regular class. It should not allow any proxy, somebody signing on behalf of somebody. This should not happen, correct? And as much as possible, it should be automated, not manually writing. Then it can be altered. You can become a good friend of security guard, and then you know. Step two is to change in time and out time. All of this can happen. There is one theory short notes. Good timekeeping system will have below characters that can be asked as a theory question. Okay. So these are the important things that you should revise in labor topic. With this, our labor topic. Third method, third variety of question that they can ask is department wise machine or rate, department wise labor or rate. Here I said minimum one question, but you have to practice more questions because this is the majority area of this topic. Yeah. Here, what is the basic understanding? We will not estimate overheads as a whole for a company. We will segregate the entire company into multiple departments. That can be department A, B, C, and D. Can be P1, P2, P3, S1, S2, S3. Machining, assembly, cutting. Basically, you have to segregate your company into multiple departments. Simple understanding. Now, please listen carefully. What is the purpose of segregating entire company into multiple departments? What is the primary reason? You want to estimate overhead rates separately for each department. In some departments, maybe labor is predominant, some departments maybe machine is predominant. Therefore, you don't want to use single rate for entire company. We have done some questions in class also. Machining, cutting, welding, packing. For packing, we have done on labor hour basis. Machining, cutting, welding, we have done on machine hour basis. That means the primary purpose of this method is not to take one rate for full company, but to segregate the company into multiple departments because different rates are to be applied for different departments. Now comes the challenge. If you want different rates, you need to get overheads for each department separately. Now it is not enough to know rent for the entire company is 10,000. It is necessary to know how much is the rent for department A, B, C, and D. This is where 10 marks questions can come. Yeah. Now, listen. What to do when I have expenses in questions like this? Assume I have four departments A, B, C. There may be some specific overheads that are related to only one department and they're not related to other department. Example, repair of machinery in department A. Now I have to write it only in column A and not for others. These are called as allocated overheads. Remember what is allocation? When a specific overhead is charged to a specific department, it's called allocation. But there may be an example like rent, which is common overhead. This is not only for A. Rent is to be shared between all the departments. Tell me, this is called as what? Apportionment. This is apportioned cost. First you allocate specific cost, apportion common cost. This total is called as primary distribution. Able to recall this? Primary distribution is allocation and apportionment. Yes. If all the four departments, understand my sentence, if all the four departments have capacity to generate their own revenue, then all departments are called production departments, correct? But it may so happen that three departments have capacity to generate revenue by themselves. That means they can take care of their cost, but D may be not generating any revenue. This is only doing support activity, and all such departments we call as what? Service department. So how do you identify which is production and which is service department? If the department has both cost and revenue capacity, then it is production department. If a department is only spending money, but is not generating any income, then it is a service department. Now the service department cost should be charged back to production departments. This is called what distribution? Secondary distribution. We have completed allocation and apportionment. Therefore, what is the name for this now? Reapportionment. Remember, quickly revise all the three. Specific overheads are allocated, common overheads are apportioned, service department cost is transferred back to production departments, and that is called as reapportionment. If you want, make a quick note of all the three. Did you note down? Can be a theory MCQ also. What variety cost is allocated? Specific cost is allocated. What is apportioned? Common cost is apportioned. What is reapportioned? The service department cost is reapportioned to production department. What is the reason why are we reapportioning? Service departments cannot take care of themselves. You can't take care of themselves. It has to be charged back to somebody, and that somebody is production department. Now, at least one question where you have multiple production departments and only one service department, you work out at least one question like this. Please make a note. One question where you have multiple production departments and only one service department. This variety question is actually easy because entire service department cost has to go to production departments. Ratio will be given in the question. Next, another one question that you should practice is when you have multiple production departments and multiple service departments, but service department 1 and service department 2 are not interchanging any activity. Such one sum also you work out. I repeat what I said. Suppose there are three production departments, let's say P1, P2, P3. And then there is service department 1, service department 2. One sum that you should work out where S1 is giving service only to P1, P2, P3 and S2 is giving service only to P1, P2, P3. There is no inter-service transfer. Such one question also you work out. Clear? The next variety that you should practice one question is there is P1, P2, P3, S1 and S2. S1 is giving service to P1, P2, P3 and S2, but S2 is giving service only to P1, P2, P3. Here, what happens? Once you do allocation and apportionment, suppose you reach 120 rupee, 130 rupee, 140 rupee, 60 here, 40 here. Now observe, S1 is giving service to P1, P2, P3 as well as S2. That means you should first start with this. 60 will be transferred to these four. Later, S2 is giving service only to P1, P2, P3. So it had its own 40 plus suppose another 5 is coming now. This 45 will be transferred only to these three. There is no transfer back happening to S1. If you remember, it's also called as non-reciprocal, where S1 is giving service to S2, but S2 is not giving service to S1. Able to follow? Sometimes they even use the term step ladder method, where once you close a particular department, you don't reopen. Correct? Here I closed S1 and I'm not reopening S1. So it is step ladder method or non-reciprocal method. Actually, step ladder is more useful when you have more than two service departments. I'll discuss that later. As of now, I'm still discussing S1, S2. Next one variety question that you should solve is where you have P1, P2, P3 and S1 and S2, whereas S1 is giving service to S2 also and S2 is giving service to S1 also. Institute knows that every student will prepare this category and come. Okay, therefore they may ask previous type where S1 is giving to S2 and there is no reciprocal service. Therefore don't neglect any variety, because in study material also you have more questions of this variety, S1 to S2, S2 to S1. That doesn't mean this is more important than other. Whatever is repeated, understand, they know that you will study and come. So smaller topic, not repeatedly asked questions in exam can come. Maybe they're waiting for you to ask such new variety question or less asked question. Be very careful. There is one topic called batch costing, you know. Students don't study this properly because there are hardly 2-3 questions and one EBQ formula. 5 marks, 6 marks, 2-3 times they've asked this question. Joint product by product. Students study that process costing properly. Big one. P1, P2, P3, WIP, step 1, step 2, step 3 is all done. Joint product by product comparatively is smaller. They don't study. They won't ask P1, P2, P3 in exam. They ask only apportionment of joint cost because they know you won't study and come. Therefore, no topic is more important, no topic is less important. So, weightage of each topic is 100 marks divided by number of topics. That's all. Don't even ask this. Understanding? Can we continue? Now, these kind of questions when S1 is giving service to S2, S2 is giving service to S1 can be solved in different ways. And if you remember, all different ways will give you same answer. First method was repeated distribution method, correct? In this repeated distribution, you take S1, transfer to all four, then take S2, it has its own, plus you transfer something, that total you take, transfer here to S1 also. Now there is reciprocation, correct? S1 to S2 and S2 to S1, and you keep doing this. Name itself is repeated distribution till you reach 0 or at least single digit number. Once you reach 1 rupee here, 2 rupee here, you can shift that 1 rupee 0.5 here. This 2 has 1 and 0.5 and 0.5, that rounding off, you do it once you reach 1 rupee or 2 rupee. But till you reach single digit, you'll have to continue this table. If question is silent, then you can use this method, but my only worry is this will take a lot of time. Because if the numbers are big, and what if you have P1, P2, P3, P4 also, and then S1 and S2, then it takes much more time and it's all calculation work. There is no smartness here, just ratio again and again you have to do. So if question is silent, you can do it, but my preference is when question is silent, don't do it, it takes a lot of time. If you have finished 90 marks paper within 2 hours, and then you have this is the last question for 10 marks, do repeated distribution method, I have no problem. Yeah, clear? For that precondition, 70 marks, not 70, sorry, 90 marks should get over in first 2 hours only. Therefore, this is a time consuming. I know some students prefer this method because they don't like equation. That is not a right excuse. Even now you can start learning. One simultaneous equation is not difficult to learn. That will save time. Please understand this. I know you don't like algebra more than you don't like arithmetic and geometry. You don't like any of the three, but algebra most hated. but don't do that, it saves time. The second way is simultaneous equation method. In simultaneous equation method, most important part is drafting that equation. One mistake that students do: P1, P2, P3, S1, S2. S1 services are given like this: 30%, 30%, 30%, 10%. And here it is 20, 20, 30, 30%. Correct? Now S1 has its own cost 1000 rupee, S2 has its own cost 500 rupee. Yeah, important part is the equation. Therefore S1 is equal to its own cost of 1000 plus something that it is going to receive from S2. How much is coming from S2 to S1 is 30%. Correct? That means you have to take 30% of 500. By the way, this 1000 and 500 won't be there in the question. You have to keep it as X and Y. I'm just explaining now. If it is S2, then it has its own cost plus how much is coming from this to this. 10%. 10% is 10% of 1000. Correct? Basically this 1000 won't be there. Therefore your equation will be S1 is equal to 1000 plus 30% of, correct, S2. It can be X and Y, A and B as per the question. Therefore if you do not have time to solve this full sum, at least the equation part you revise. Understanding? S1 has its own cost plus something it will receive from S2, and same way S2 has its own cost plus it will receive something from S1. This equation if you draw properly from here, you will be correct. Able to follow everybody? Therefore at least one question on repeated distribution. My suggestion: repeated distribution sum instead of solving, if you read also, that's enough, because there is no super talent that is needed to do repeated distribution. See, one day before exam wasting time on repeated distribution, I am really not happy. You will spend 30 minutes in repeated distribution one day before exam. Please don't do repeated distribution practically. Read, that is enough. But at least simultaneous equation forming you write, and then equation solving, and then the table. One important thing when you do simultaneous equation method, listen to me. If it is X and Y, if you have done the equation, X is equal to its own, I'm taking another example, 20% of Y, and Y is equal to 500 plus 10% of X. And when you do the equation, you get value of X and value of Y. Suppose this is 1100 and this is 550. Later when you do table, from X you should transfer only to P1, P2, P3. Don't transfer anything to Y again. Tell me why. The original number was 1000, it has become 1100, that means transfer is done. Original was 500, it has become 550, that means transfer is done. Now from service department, the transfer should happen only to P1, P2 and P3. Many students do this mistake. That's why don't convert this to ratio. I've told you this repeatedly in the class also. 30, 30, 20, 20. Don't make it as 3:3:2. Then total you will share in 3:3:2 ratio. Keep it as 30% of amount, 30% of amount, 20% of amount. Some amount won't get transferred because it is already transferred. I've told you this repeatedly. You did this mistake in class also, by the way. I'll do one thing. I'll put a small question. Let's say P1, P2, P3, S1, S2. If you want to make a note, do this. This is 3000 rupee, 2500, 4800. This is 1000 and this is 500. This is overhead as per primary distribution. That means allocation and apportionment is done. Then they'll give you one more table: P1, P2, P3, S1, S2. S1 service and S2 service should go to these departments, correct? They may give it this way: 30%, 30%, 10%, and sorry, I'll take 30, 30, 30, and this should be correct, 10%. And if this is 40, 20, and 10, how much is this total now? This should be now 30%, correct? If this is a question, now you tell me, how will I draw the equation? S1 is equal to its own cost 1000 plus from S2, S1 will receive 30% of S2. Am I correct? This in equation, I'll be taking it as x is equal to 1000 plus 0.3y. Following? Tell me, how will I write the second equation? S2 is equal to its own cost plus 10% of S1. That means my equation will be y is equal to 500 plus 0.1x. Correct? And then you will solve the equation. X is equal to 1000 plus 0.3y and y is equal to 500 plus 0.1x. You will shift all x and y to one place, numbers to one place by doing common factor multiplication. All of that is done. Finally, after solving the equation, you get value of x as example 1200 and value of y as 550. Correct? After this, you have to transfer this x and y to P1, P2, P3. But now when you do P1, P2, P3, they have their own cost of 3000, 2500 and 4800. Correct? Now you have to transfer from S1 only to P1, P2, P3. Don't transfer again to S2. To avoid that itself, you did equation. Correct? Now, how much is the number that you will be taking? 1200. Originally, it was only 1000. How did it become 1200? That means you have received something from Y. That means between X and Y, the transfer is over already. Now, we should only transfer bigger X and bigger Y to P1, P2, P3. Don't give bigger X to Y again. Bigger Y means old one plus the transferred one. Correct? Now, one confusion to some students. How much of S1 I should transfer now? 1200. But 1200 when I transfer to P1, P2, P3, percentage will be 30% of 1200, again 30% of 1200, again 30% of 1200. But sir, total will be only 90%. Where is the balance 10%? It has already gone in the equation. The mistake students do, they take 30 30 30, that means 3 is to 3 is to 3 ratio, that means 1 is to 1 is to 1 ratio. When they do that entire 1200 they will share, but when you do only 30% plus 30% plus 30%, you are transferring 90% of 1200. Only 1080 is getting transferred, not 1200, because the balance 120 has already gone. So don't convert this percentage to ratio. Keep percentage as percentage only, and total should not match with 100%. It should be 90. Here in bracket you write only 90% because 10% is already transferred. After doing all of this, you will do this small mistake. You will do it in ratio. Don't do, at least this time. This is a common mistake that students do. Everything up to equation is correct and they transfer everything in ratio. Don't do in ratio, put it in percentage only. Now tell me again, S2 will go to P1, P2, P3. S2 here means now 550 rupee, but 550 will go in what percentage? 40%, 20%, 10%, but the total is only 70%. You should not think about where is balance 30, that balance 30 is already gone. So on a safer side, here itself you write only 70% because balance 30 is already transferred in this equation. Students don't like simultaneous equation not only because they don't solve this equation properly. Many do mistake here. In repeated distribution, you can't go wrong. Full number, keep transferring, there's no chance of doing mistake. Correct? But here there are two chances. One, equation solving may go wrong. Second, after solving, you may again transfer S1 to S2, S2 to S1. Two mistakes if you avoid, this is faster than repeated distribution method. By the way, there is another method which should not be done when question is silent, because name itself has trial and error. In exam, I don't want to do anything that is trial and error. All that experiment is before going to exam hall. Yeah. But what if question says you should do trial error? Then you have to, what is the way to do? there is S1, there is S2. Suppose this number is 1000 rupee and this number is 500 rupee. Now you should know S1 is giving service to S2, S2 is giving service to S1. This percentage will be there in the question. Let's say I'm changing numbers, don't follow previous example. 30%, 10%. Now the question is from where to start. You have to decide which is a bigger service department. And when I say bigger service department, it's not 1000 versus 500. Correct? You have to find out which service department is giving more service to other production departments. Observe, if S1 is giving 30% to S2, then only 70% to P1, P2, P3. And if they are giving S2 is giving 10% here, means 90% to P1, P2, P3. That means S2 is a bigger service provider. Don't go by amount. You have to decide which is a bigger service provider, and that is based on percentage of service that is provided by that service department to production departments, and that you can do by percentage itself. If 30 is here, 70 is for P1, P2, P3. If it is 10 here, then 90 is for P1, P2, P3. That means S2 is giving more service. Correct, sir, but both are giving 100% only. No, sir, that is correct, but you did not set up S1 to give service to S2. Understand this carefully. What was the purpose of setting up S1 and S2? To help S1, S2 each other? No. Understand. S1 was set up so that they could support P1, P2, P3. That is why I said larger or bigger service department is that department where it is giving more service to P1, P2, P3, not inter-service. Correct? So if this is 30, that is 70. If it is 10, that should be 90. So now you know which is bigger. Accordingly, you start. Why did they say trial and error? What if both are 30-30? Then some may start from S1, some may start from S2. Answers may not match. That's why they have named it as trial and error. Unless question says trial and error, never do under this method. Under this method, how to solve? Take the biggest one, start from there. So 500, 10% will go, that means 50. Only first stage you should do the total. Do you remember we have done all this? This 1050, 30% is gone. Now from here, whatever is transferred, only that money is transferred back, and then you total all the positive numbers, and these numbers should be equal to the same number that you get when you do equation x and y. Correct? Which means trial and error, if it comes along with simultaneous equation, you do equation properly. Once you get value of x and y, that same answer you should get here also. After that, you have new x and new y. This should be then transferred to P1, P2 and P3, and this table will be same as the table worked out under simultaneous equation. So if they ask both equation and trial and error, they may not ask both tables because both tables are same. Correct? So they may ask both methods but only one table because final table is same, and under all three methods, whichever you do, final answer that is transferred to P1, P2, P3 has to be same. Understanding? One question you should solve where you have all three methods. Make a note. Repeated distribution, simultaneous equation, trial and error. At least one question where you have all three methods. Can we continue? There is one more method called step ladder method, and there is one question on step ladder method. This is normally, not mandatorily, normally used when you have more than two service departments. Because if I have only two service departments, I can use any of the three methods discussed already. I may not need one more technique. And this is used under non-reciprocal cases only. What is non-reciprocal cases? S1 is giving to S2, but there is no transfer from S2 to S1. In this kind of questions, you have P1, P2, P3, and then say S1, S2, S3 and maybe S4 also. And then you have the numbers 100 rupee, 120, 150, 30, 40, 60, 80. Tell me, when I say non-reciprocal, what does it mean? Once a department is closed, no amount will be transferred back to that closed department again. That means you close S1, you won't open S1 again. So take this 30, transfer it to P1, P2, P3, S2, S3 and S4. Correct? And then take this 40, this may have another say 4 rupee. This 44, you will transfer only to P1, P2, P3. You will not open this closed box again. If you are doing it, it is repeated distribution. Correct? One simple difference between repeated distribution and step ladder is reciprocal versus non-reciprocal. There you reopen, keep reopening. Sir, here also we can do that, but if you have 4 columns, if you keep reopening the box that is closed, costing paper will be over, next paper students will come, you will still be solving the same sum. Remember, understanding, more than 2 service departments, I can do repeated distribution, I know, but then it will take time. You close this, 3 will get open. You close second, other 3 will open. Third, you close, the other 3 will open. All 4 should come to 0. Correct? Therefore, more than 2 service departments, preferred method. If there's theory MCQ, more than 2 service department, always step ladder is the preferred method. And then you take S3, transfer it to P1, P2, P3 only. The closed departments, nothing to be transferred. Last one, S4, transfer it to P1, P2, P3, nothing here. So at the end of your answer, you will have numbers only in P1, P2, P3. All these departments once closed will not be opened again. That's why it's called step ladder method. Once you come down, you won't go back again. Therefore, a department is closed, it will not be reopened. Clear? This is more suitable when I have more than 2 service departments. One question from my side. Can they ask in exam step ladder method when we have only 2 service departments? In that case, what will happen? Take S1, transfer to P1, P2, P3, S2. Take S2, transfer only to P1, P2, P3. The character of not opening the box again is same. Whether you have 4 service departments or only 2 service departments. One bad question from my side. Can they ask step ladder method when you have only 1 service department? Sure, no. Once that is closed, where is the question of opening? From P1 you won't transfer to S1, that day has not come yet. Therefore, this cannot be used when you have single service department. Single service department, you don't need any method. Why repeated distribution? To repeat what else you have? Only S1. Correct? S1 will transfer to P1, P2, P3. From P1, nothing comes to S1, S2, S. Correct? Okay. So this is third method where you have to calculate rates for each of the departments. By the way, P1, P2, P3, they may give a name: machining, assembling, packing, correct? And then this is support S1, S2. All the methods you use S1, S2, you transfer. Finally, cost will come and sit in these 3 boxes. Suppose 1000 rupee, 1200 rupee, and 1800 rupee. Now, machining department, what is the correct basis to estimate overhead? It should be based on machine hour rate. That means you will divide by number of machine hours. Say there are 500 machine hours, then 2 rupee will be MHR. Can you please tell me what is the correct meaning of 2 rupee here? If one machine is running for 1 hour in P1, overhead is 2, correct? Assembly is based on suppose labor hour, and there are 120 labor hours, so 1200 by 120, LHR will be 10 rupee. That means if one labor is working for 1 hour in assembly department, overhead cost is 10 rupee. Same way packing also is done by labor. Suppose this is 180, that will also be 10 rupee. Then if one labor is working for 1 hour in packing department, overhead cost is 10 rupee. Where will I further use it? I may prepare a cost sheet for a product, say Z. Okay, for that direct material required 1000 rupee, direct labor required 500. Now you have to calculate overheads. Now overheads are based on either machine hour or labor hour. But here you have done machine hour also, labor hour also. You have done it for 3 different departments. In the question they will mention for this particular job, in P1 I have to spend 5 hours, P2 4 hours and P3 10 hours. Tell me in P1 every 1 hour I spend, how much is my overhead? 2 rupee. In P2 every 1 hour I spend, my overhead is 10 rupee, and P3 every 1 hour I spend, overhead is 10 rupee. Therefore this is 10, this is 40, this is 100, this total will be your overhead. That means ultimately purpose is to prepare cost sheet only. In that, prime cost is easy to estimate, direct material, direct labor and direct expense. Overhead is challenging. That's why there are different methods, and using department wise machine hour rate / labor hour rate, we are estimating the overheads and then using that in cost sheet here. Therefore, when you are doing this P1, P2, P3, S1, S2 transfer questions, ensure that the question has even cost sheet. Most of the questions you will have cost sheet also. Using the above, find out the total cost of product Z, which takes 100 rupee material, 40 rupee labor, and 2 hours in P1, 2 hours in P2, 3 hours in P3. This adjustment is there. If you have 2 questions where in one sum you have this adjustment, one sum you don't have, do the sum with adjustment where even cost sheet is to be prepared. Done. After this, last method is machine wise, machine or rate. Tell me what is the difference between this method and the P1, P2, P3 discussion we had. Here, overheads are not estimated on department basis. You estimate for each machine. That's all. That means now everything has to be calculated per machine. Depreciation per machine, operator wage per machine, electricity per machine. This is suitable in a company where in one department there are many varieties of machines, where one machine is not like the other machine. Therefore, it is better not to take full department rate for each product. It is better to have different rate because it is produced in different machine. If you remember, I took the example of a printing machine, correct? Invitation card printing, banner printing, newspaper printing is not done using same machine. Therefore, if you take the average rate of all 3 as machining department, then you may be doing over costing or under costing, correct? Therefore, to get the correct price of banner, correct price of newspaper, you have to calculate the correct machine or rate. Therefore, it is better to use machine wise machine or rate. If all machines in my department are identical, then there is no fun in doing machine wise MHR. You can might as well do previous method of machining department divided by machine hours. When will I use? This can also be a theory MCQ. When to use machine wise machine hour rate? When machines are not identical. Every machine has different original cost, useful life, electricity consumption, size, repair maintenance cost. It is better not to average out. You work out MHR for each machine. Done. Used even in bakery, used in printing machine. I took both the examples. Bakery kitchen is one department, but in that each item is made in a different machine. Therefore, taking the average electricity bill of the whole department may not be accurate. Your one item may be costly, another item may be cheap if you do average. So the better thing is take high cost for that high machine, consuming more power. Take the lower electricity cost if another machine is consuming lower power. Clear? On this, at least one question you should work out. While doing a sum in this category, there are adjustments on setup time and down time. Do you remember this discussion? Setup time is the time required for setting up the machine to make it ready for intended use, that heating up time, correct? This can be productive, this can be unproductive, because even while you are doing the trial run, you may get some good output, correct? You won't throw it because it was done during setup time. As long as it is good, you can sell it. It can be productive, can be unproductive. But when I say downtime, machine is off Sunday, correct? Or first shift is done before second shift starts, there is 1 hour time during which machine is completely off, plug removed. Understand this. Now it has to be unproductive. No question of this or that. Setup time can be productive, can be unproductive, but downtime is always unproductive. So you have questions like this: one machine total hours for the year 2000, in that 5% time is needed for downtime, and downtime, it is always unproductive. It is not abnormal. Some students do this mistake also. Unproductive time is not abnormal time. 8 hours machine is on, 1 hour break, one more shift, 8 hours. This one is not abnormal. You have to give rest to machine, otherwise machine will take rest later. Machine knows its own way of taking rest. You call it as what? Breakdown. Suddenly it will stop. Correct? Therefore, this 1 hour, don't count it as abnormal loss. I hope you're understanding. This is not abnormal loss. You have to give some break. And then when you start also, it will take that 10-15 minutes initially to get heated up and trial run. This is called setup time. This 1 hour is called downtime. This 15 minutes is called setup time. In downtime, there is no production at all. Therefore, it has to be unproductive. But in this 15 minutes, you may do some trial run to see whether everything is working fine. What if you get good saleable output? That means it can be productive, it can be unproductive also. What if in trial run you only get bad output? You may have to throw all of that and then start correct production. So setup can be productive, unproductive. There is one question where they said 1 hour is setup time, in that 50% is productive. That means balance is unproductive. So setup can be this way, that way, or partly this and partly that. Unproductive, they will never say 80% productive, 20% unproductive. Don't even think unproductive time and downtime giving you any saleable output. It will never. Simple, machine is off, I told you, plug removed. What else you need? This explanation is enough. It has to be zero output. No electricity consumed, remember, during downtime, but electricity is consumed during setup time. To do setup, you have to turn on the machine, then only heating will start, trial run will start. You can't keep it off and do all of this. Therefore, electricity cost, if you are working out practical sum, electricity is consumed during setup time, but electricity is not consumed during downtime. So when you do power calculation, correct, there is one question where you have this: electricity is consumed, electricity is not consumed. Both are given in the question. Last part of this topic is treatment of under absorption or over absorption. This one thing can be a good theory question. Otherwise, this topic is mainly practical variety, mainly descriptive type question. But this is one area they can ask a 4 marks theory question. First, you answer what is the meaning of under absorption? When estimated overhead is less, correct, and actual overhead is more, correct. You thought you will spend 10,000 rupee, but you've actually spent 12,000 rupee. That means you have under absorbed. Absorbing also means recovering, charging, estimating, budgeting. All of this is one and the same. Under absorption, under recovery, both are same. Now tell me this 2000. In standard costing, we call it as adverse variance. So no, here we call it as under absorption. Now this 2000 can be because of mainly two reasons. Do you remember who can answer this? It can be either due to management inefficiency, good management inefficiency, or due to inflation. If it is inflation, it is not my mistake, correct? But if it is due to management efficiency, it has to straight away go to costing P&L account. Assume this is factory overhead. Yeah. Now think and tell me, what will be the journal entry for this now? Don't jump to journal entry first. Understand, under absorption is what? Loss or gain? Loss. All losses should go to debit side of costing P&L. That means costing P&L account debit to factory overhead control account. Correct? Now suppose out of 2000, 1500 is gone here. The balance 500 is due to inflation. But this month, say January month, is over already. Correct? That means if you have already sold some of the goods produced during that month, You can't now go back to those customers and ask them to pay extra. This loss also will go to costing P&L account, correct? But you have produced some FG during January, but that is yet to be sold. Now you can change the selling price because you have not sold it, correct? And some production you have started but not completed, started in January but yet to be completed. Both in future, when you sell, you can sell at a higher price. For that to happen, you should transfer this cost to FG account, and this you should transfer to WIP account. When you transfer, then only FG number will increase. If FG number increases, on that when you add profit percentage, selling price will increase. Correct? It will be FG account debited to overhead control account. So FG is getting debited. FG is an asset. Asset debiting means asset value is increasing. If FG increases, on that you add profit percentage, price will increase. Correct? So what is the journal entry? First one you said costing P&L account debit to factory overhead. Second is also costing P&L account debit to factory overhead. But this will go to FG control account debit to factory overhead, and this is WIP control account debit to factory overhead control account. If they want to ask one combined question from overhead chapter and cost accounting system, the journal entry topic, then this can be that question. For 10 marks, both under absorption and journal entries for under absorption, correct? And they can even ask factory overhead ledger now. Can I discuss now only? If they ask factory overhead control account, tell me what is the journal entry. When you pay factory overhead control account debit to cash or bank, but we don't write cash or bank, we write it as GLA. Hello, general ledger adjustment account. Yeah, good. Long form you remember, but before that short form also you should know. What is the journal entry when you pay factory overhead control account debit to GLA account? That means this will be to GLA. How much you have actually paid? 12,000, correct? But how much was estimated? Only 10,000. Estimating means charging. Factory overhead is charged to which department? Work in progress, WIP, correct? That means WIP control account debit to factory overhead. That means here it is by WIP control account. This is 10,000. Sir, but we have 2,000 under absorption. What to do? That's why you did all this chart, correct? In that 1,500 went to costing P&L. So this will be costing P&L to factory overhead. That means it will be factory overhead by costing P&L account 1,500. In this, out of balance 500, say 400 here, 80 here, 20 here, then this will also go to costing P&L 400. This will be FG 80 and this will be WIP 20. With this the ledger will get closed. It's an overhead control account. This will not have any balance to be carried to next year. When under absorption is charged directly to P&L this time itself, where is the question of carrying it to next year? But if question says company's policy is to carry forward, then you will not transfer to costing P&L. This will sit as by balance carried down. Next year that will become opening balance. That discussion I'll do when I do go to the respective topic, not now. But I'm saying this can be clubbed under absorption, calculation and journal entry together in a single question of 10 marks, wherein they can tick both overhead and cost accounting system, and that reconciliation that you have in that topic, that can come as MCQ. Profit as per CA, 3 adjustment given, profit as per FA dash, over now, plus minus you should know. With this they can cover in 10 marks 2 topics and 1 MCQ for reconciliation. Okay. This type of question that I told you, where under absorption is asked and journal ledger is asked, it has never come in the past. Maybe they are waiting for you. Okay. Please read under absorption and journal entry also. Yes. What if, sir, this is over absorption? Then exactly reverse. Now it is costing P&L benefit to you. FG and WIP will reduce the price. Correct? And one last thing, I know it is little silly, but I'm in the process of discussion. This part, I'll write it once again. Out of 2,000, 1,500 was management inefficiency. The balance 500 had to go to sold, FG and WIP. These units are normally given, correct? 800 units, say 150 units, 50 units. And then you calculate something before you complete this answer. That was called as what rate? Supplementary rate. Do you remember this? Why I said silly, even without doing supplementary rate, I can share it in the ratio 800, 150, 50. I can still complete the answer. But in study material, every sum, they have done supplementary rate now. What 500 rupee divided by 800 plus 150 plus 50, this is 1000, and then you get 0.5, and then 800 into 0.5, 400, this is 75, this is 25, which you can directly do if you share 500 in the ratio 800, 150, 50. Therefore, supplementary rate is not mandatory to complete the answer, but in exam, you write supplementary rate also. Every solution in study material has supplementary rate. Actually useless, but mandatory. Clear? Here they can add one more masala. Instead of directly saying 50 WIP, they can say 100 units WIP that are 50% complete. Remember, then you have to convert 100 physical units into 50 equivalent WIP, and then only 800 plus 150 plus 50, because what is sold is completed unit. FG means completed unit. WIP is incomplete unit. That 100 incomplete you can't add. Following 50% completed, 100 units that are 50% complete can be counted as 50 units that are fully completed. Therefore, you convert physical units to equivalent units, and then 800 plus 150 plus 50 now. Clear? This is not a complex adjustment, but if they do, you should know if WIP is given, I can't add it as it is because it is half done. We have done one sum like this also. Yeah. One more important thing, when you compared estimated cost 10,000 with actual cost 12,000 and said 2,000 under absorption, you should be careful in this 12,000. There should not be any abnormal item. If they say there was loss of stock by fire worth 200, then you should not count that in 12,000. First 10,000 here, and to compare 12,000 minus 200, this 11,800 should be compared with 10,000. There is one question like this. That question specifically you solve. They have given some old obsolete items written off. Employees went for a strike, that loss due to strike, and then court judgment of some old case and we ended up paying penalty. There is one question in material, also in class material. That question, all abnormal losses must be excluded, because when you estimated 10,000, you did not know all this can happen. But in reality, you have paid 12,000, that has 200 rupee abnormal cost, you should exclude it. Then compare 10,000 with 11,800. Then 1,800 under absorption, under the 2 arrow mark, 3 arrow mark, blah blah blah. So then where will this 200 go? All abnormal items will straight away go to costing P&L account without any discussion. Correct? There is one question must you should solve. Okay. So these are the important points to be revised in overhead topic. With this, overhead chapter revision is done. Yes. Next topic which should be revised along with overhead is activity based costing. Here, when you are solving sums, before you start practical question and answers, go through those basic terms properly. There is something called as cost driver rate, cost object. Those terms you first understand. We don't call it as department, we call it as cost pool. So these are not new things you have written in one of the questions in the heading itself. department for cost pool. Cost driver means activity that is driving the cost. So those terms you should know. Actually, this according to me is the easiest topic. I'm not counting job costing, batch costing here. Among the bigger topics, the easiest and the topic that you can do very quick revision is activity based costing, because this is always mixed with sub question 1 overhead topic. Only sub question B is activity based. In activity based costing, all the overheads are estimated on the basis of activity performed and not based on time spent. The common examples that we discussed: if it is assembly department, it is not based on labor hours, it is based on number of boxes assembled or number of parts assembled, correct? If it is customer service, it is not based on number of labor hours, it is number of customer complaints or customer orders handled, correct? You shift your focus from labor time, machine time to the work done. In ICA study material and also in class material, there is one table which has departments and appropriate cost drivers. The table you should go through, that is, say, setup. Here what is the activity, and here what is the driver, number of setups, correct? Here assembly, number of parts assembled. Inspection, number of inspection done, or quality control, number of tests conducted. There is one table like this in my material also, in study material also. Make a note. Those who want quickly, make a note. A table which has a list of activity, a table which has a list of activity and its cost drivers should be revised. A table that has activity and its cost drivers should be revised. This table is there both in my class material and also study material. In MCQ pattern, this can be a good theory question. Okay, they can even do match the following in MCQ. Yeah, listen, 1 2 3 4 here, 4 departments, and 1 2 3 4 here, 4 cost drivers, and then option A, 1 is 1, 2 is 3, 3 is 4, 4 is 2. The correct match the following: option B, option C, option D. They can do all this. They have enough time now to set only 30 MCQs. Correct? Match the following in MCQ format. Uh, can happen, should happen. That's actually a good way of testing whether a student knows all departments. Here it will be assembly, and this will be number of parts assembled. Correct? Here it is inspection department, here it is number of tests conducted, and then they ask you 1 2 3 2 to 1, 3 to 4, and 4 to 2, which is the correct combination, can become 1 mark MCQ. Yeah, earlier, now unfortunately earlier they used to give 5 activities like this and ask you to write 5 drivers for 5 marks, giving 1 mark for each in theory question. But now, thanks to MCQ, this will all become 1 mark MCQ. Okay, here one more theory question they can ask, or all practical questions are to be solved in a particular flow. Instead of giving a question, they can simply say, explain the steps involved in activity based costing. What is the first step? Identify the activity or identify the department. Department in this chapter is called cost pool, correct? Identify the department, identify the cost pool, and then identify the activity volume. This they call as cost driver, correct? First step is packing. I'm writing an example also in red. First is packing department, identify that. Second, what is the activity performed, their number of boxes packed, correct? Then you will get cost per cost driver. If you remember in practical sums, this was our working note 1, cost driver rate, computation of cost driver rate, setup cost divided by number of setups. Yes or no? Cost driver rate, that is basically packing cost divided by number of boxes packed. This will give you per box how much is my cost, and then apply cost driver rate to different products A, B and C. I'm just writing some numbers. Assume 10,000 rupee and boxes packed are 1000. This will now be 10,000 rupee by 1000 boxes. Rate will be 10 rupee. And now product A, there are 80 boxes, then this will be 80 into 10. This will be 90 boxes, say 90 into 10. This is 5 boxes, then it is 5 into 10. 800 here, 900 here, 50 here. Instead of calculating overhead rate per hour, you are calculating overhead per box, correct? Per part, per setup, per batch, and so on. In study material, they have not given 4 methods, 4 steps, they have given 5 steps. That step 1 and 2 I clubbed actually. According to them, step 1 is identify cost pool, that is packing. Second is attribute cost to cost pool, that is calculating 10,000 is written as second step. Correct? That means first you should go to that room and see, okay, packing is happening, step 1 done. Then you should ask them how much are you spending. Step 2. Then you should see how many boxes are packed. Step 3. Then calculate total cost divided by total boxes. Then go to your costing department, open cost sheet of product A, how many boxes? 30 into I saw just now 10 rupee per box. Easy way to remember step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Identify the activity, identify the cost in that activity, identify the cost driver, then cost driver rate, then apply it to each product. If there's theory question, step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This way, same can become practical question where they'll give you the details. When you are working out practical problems in this topic, there is one question which maybe is ICA's favorite sum, and you also don't leave that sum and go. There is one question starts with family store, soft drink, fresh product, packaged food. This same, I'm bored of this question. Repeatedly they have asked. Study material, you have every RTP. Once in 2 RTPs, you will get this question. Question paper also, repeatedly they have asked. Revenue given, cost of goods sold given. Remember, bottles returned. Hello. Yeah. And number of orders, shelf stocking time, items sold, all the numbers given. And then they have given one more table, activity, details of activity. And as of now, their policy is to apportion support cost on the basis of COGS. We have done this question. And then sub question 2, they want to do under activity based costing. Sub question 3, show the cost variance between first and second. This family store itself, they changed name once, and that soft drink fresh product became something else, but content was same. This became some product A, product B, product C. Instead of family store, they changed it to something else. Overall, this as a content is important, where revenue, COGS and these expenses are given. This one question you must solve repeatedly, they have asked. Clear? One more adjustment, they can ask questions on unused capacity. Those who have not done question on unused capacity, because this was in homework section part B, you should do one question on unused capacity also. Now, what is this unused capacity? If they say machine setups, product A, product B, product C, 10, 15 and 3, and then they said total setup cost was 10,000 rupee, estimated on the basis of 30 machine setups. Now tell me what happens. When you do your cost driver rate calculation, you will take 10,000 rupee divided by 30 setups, correct? Hello? 10,000 divided by 30, you get the number. But the problem is, later when you apply, that number will be up. How much is 10,000 by 30? I'll take the exact number itself. 10,000 by 30, anyone? 10,000 by 30. Don't try, do in calci, please. 333 rupee. That's okay. 333 is correct. Later when you prepare cost sheet, you will do 10 into 333, 15 into 333, 3 into 333. But the problem is, when we estimated, it was based on 30 setups. But total number of setups of A plus B plus C is coming to only 28 setups. That means now I have unused capacity of 2 setups, and they may ask one sub question, calculate the cost of unused capacity. We have 2 questions like this in homework. Kilowatt, there was one sum. Now what happens? 2 setups are unused and cost is 333 rupee. This will be 666 rupee. This is the cost of unused capacity. In my part B, we have 2 questions on this. Both questions you should solve. Those who have not solved any question on unused capacity till today, this is must, because otherwise activity based costing chapter is very easy. They know you like this topic. Easy also compared to other topics. Packing material divided by boxes packed, into everywhere, they know you will do. Actually what should happen? Tell me, when will you not have unused capacity adjustment? When this total 10 plus 15 plus 5 and this is equal to 30, there is no unused capacity. This kind of question is easy to solve, correct? But if they give adjustment unused capacity, then you know the individual total is not matching with the grand total. The difference is called unused capacity. 2 questions are there. Both questions you should work out. Both, not one. Both questions should be worked. Done. One day before exam, you can start your revision from overheads and ABC as first, because one of the 2 topics they should ask a big question. One of the 2 topics, and this is among all the topics the easiest topic. I'm not saying more important, less important. I'm only saying easy topic. You can revise faster, chances of mistake is less, varieties of problems are also very low. There are not too many type of questions. Overhead, yes, you have too many, but activity based costing you don't have too many variety. But without doing overhead you can't do ABC. Therefore I told you, one day before exam, if you want to start your revision with this, you can do so. One question out of the 2 must come in descriptive category itself. Always last 2-3 question papers, if you go through, that is old syllabus now, they have asked question from both topics, 10 plus 5 or 10 plus 10. It was never 5 plus 5, because these 2 together should be minimum 15 marks in the old scheme format. But now at least one big question they should ask, balance may go to multiple choice category. Done. So with this our activity based costing revision is done. Next topic to revise is process costing. This topic, when you are revising, should be done along with joint and byproduct. These 2 are connected topics. First you do process costing, then you do joint and byproduct revision. Both are to be done together. First, process costing. From theory perspective, they can ask only one major question here: normal loss and abnormal loss. Abnormal loss means abnormal gain possibility also. They can ask you to write a short notes. So I will cover that little later, but remember, they can ask those ledgers also: normal loss account, abnormal loss account slash abnormal gain account. Theory perspective mainly, if at all if they want to ask, then one theory question can be this: what is the treatment of normal loss and abnormal loss in process account? Once in the past they asked another theory question. I don't expect that to be repeated. That theory question, according to me, should have never been asked. That question was like this: what do you mean by equivalent units? Explain. Tell me, what do you mean by equivalent units? When physical units are multiplied by its degree of completion, the resultant is called equivalent units, correct? Physically 100 units, but they are only 80% done. When you do 100 into 80%, you get 80. That 80 units is called equivalent units. Where will I use it? When I have WIP valuation to be done. This as a theory question, I am not expecting to be repeated. So main theory question from this topic is normal loss, and abnormal gain. That I will discuss once I start discussing the ledger account. Now practical areas, one question at least you work out where a basic process account is to be prepared without any WIP. No opening WIP, no closing WIP. One such question you must practice. Now tell me, if there is no opening WIP, closing WIP, quantity and value, debit side, credit side, here and here. It will then start with raw material inputs right away because there is no opening WIP. I told. This will be in quantity, and then there will be some rupee number. I am just writing some number here: 100 kgs and 1000 rupee. And then you will have labor, directly rupee, and then you will have overheads. But remember, for process account we only consider factory overheads. We do not take office admin, general, selling, distribution, marketing, blah blah. If they give, don't take it here. If you prepare P&L account also, there we will take at the end, correct? So while preparing process account is basically related to manufacturing. Only what is related to manufacturing you take. That is only and only factory overhead. What are the other names for factory overhead, by the way? Production overhead, manufacturing overhead, works overhead, correct? You can take only this: office admin, general, selling, distribution, marketing. None of this will be considered while preparing process account. So possibility on the debit side is only these three: material, labor, and only factory overhead. If they give direct expense, should I take? Yes, direct expense is part of prime cost, and I am doing up to factory overhead. If I come to factory overhead, that means everything above factory overhead is taken, correct? So if you have direct expense, that also you take. All prime cost items plus factory overhead should be take, full stop. On the other side, resultant, what can happen? Some normal loss and some transfer to next process. Some you might have sold. Remember, we had questions like this also. And balance may be abnormal loss or abnormal gain. I am highlighting because both are not possible in same ledger. It is the balancing figure of the ledger. When you are doing one question, as I told you, on process account without WIP, ensure that question has even sales adjustment. That is, if 100 units have gone inside process 1 and normal loss is 5 and transfer is 80 and sold from P1 itself is 10, and then abnormal loss will become balancing figure. Abnormal loss or abnormal gain is always and always the balancing figure, correct? Now tell me, normal loss, how do I put the value for this? For normal loss, you have to check whether the scrap value is given in the question. It is like an income now. And debit side, when you have written all the cost, if I'm writing something on the credit side, that means indirectly I'm minusing from the total cost. That's what we discussed in cost sheet also. No, RM scrap, WIP scrap, FG scrap, you minus in the cost sheet. I'm writing on the credit side. That means it is as good as writing on the debit side with a minus sign. Sir, what if scrap value is not given, sir? That means there is no scrap value. Take it as 0. Evaporation loss. Who is giving you money? Correct? So if they say 5% evaporation loss, you know evaporation loss is a normal loss. Don't even search for scrap value. But if it is tangible scrap, which is normal in nature, then you can give it to scrap dealer. You may earn some money. That if they give you, take. Second, what is transferred to next process should be valued at cost. This is at scrap value. This is at cost. What is sold will not be shown at selling price. Even this should be shown at cost only, because you're writing it on the credit side of process account and you're writing it as by costing P&L. That means later when you prepare costing P&L, this number will go to the debit side. Debit side of a P&L account cannot have selling price. Debit side of a P&L should be at the cost. Therefore here even this should be valued at cost, and whether it is abnormal loss or abnormal gain, even that should be valued at cost. That means, sir, to complete this table, all that I need to know now is cost per unit. Before I do cost per unit, make a note of this. Many times I have repeated this in class. I'm repeating once again because you do this mistake again and again. Before you do cost per unit, ensure that the quantity columns are matching. If it is not matching, there should be some abnormal loss or abnormal gain missing figure, because they will never print abnormal loss 5 kg. So you will copy everything available from the question and directly start cost per unit without checking whether quantity column is matching. Unless that is done, don't do cost per unit, because cost per unit, the moment you go there, you'll get the answer in rupee, and then you'll start multiplying to fill the value column, and then when you total, you will get to know numbers are not matched. Therefore, always first reconcile quantity column. Any difference, abnormal loss or abnormal gain. Sir, what if after writing abnormal loss or abnormal gain, then also my process account is not tallying, then there may be some opening stock which I have not taken. Right? As of now, I'm saying work out one basic sum without opening stock. Normally, quantity columns will tally with either abnormal loss or abnormal gain. Now, tell me, do you remember this formula? Cost per unit is equal to what? Total input cost. Input cost is basically debit side value total, correct? Minus what? Scrap value of only normal loss. Sir, abnormal loss can also be sold, from that also we can earn money, correct? But that I won't minus here. That I will take it in abnormal loss ledger account, that income, correct? To be divided by what? Total input quantity minus normal loss quantity. Easy to remember. Here input cost, scrap value of normal loss. That means here should be input quantity and normal loss quantity, correct? If this number comes to 3 rupees, I can then use this and multiply here 80 into 3, 10 into 3, 5 into 3, and this can be done only when there is no WIP in the question. The moment you have WIP, this cost per unit formula cannot be used, because WIP is not a unit, it is a half done unit, partly completed unit. When I say cost per unit, what does it mean? Cost per completed unit or cost for one full unit, correct? It is not cost for part of the unit. The moment you have WIP, you cannot use cost per unit formula. Then you will have to do 3 steps. Remember step 1, 2 and 3. Before I go there, in this category itself, they can even ask you to prepare normal loss account, abnormal loss account, or abnormal gain account. Tell me, if it is normal loss account, by the way, make a note, at least one question you should revise which has these loss and gain ledgers. what they may do is print process account in the question itself and ask you to do only loss and gain ledgers for 5 marks, because process account preparation is easy. Many students don't know how to do this loss and gain account. That may become a small 5 marks question. Now tell me, if it is normal loss account, first tell me in the process account normal loss was on the credit side. That means here it should be to process one account. Here you write the quantity and here you write the amount. Anyway, this was at scrap value. Hello, this was at scrap value, and this you are giving it to scrap dealer. When you give wastage to scrap dealer and you earn money, cash or bank account debit, money is coming in, cash or bank account debit to normal loss. That means this will now be cash or bank account, and this number has to be same, because in the process account also you valued it at scrap value, and now scrap dealer will give you same money. In fact, based on what he is giving you past entry there, so there can't be any net profit or net loss. The total should automatically tally, no impact to profit and loss account from this ledger, because name itself is normal loss. Correct? This is one part. Tell me what will be the difference if this is abnormal loss account. Debit side is same. Even this will come from, hello, even this will come from process. But credit side, you are selling it to scrap dealer at some value. So this is right, this is right. But these two may not match. If it is not matching, the difference will go to costing P&L account as either net loss or net gain. Correct? Logically speaking, it has to be net loss only. The reason is, when you do abnormal loss transfer, tell me this valuation in P1 is based on cost per unit. This is not based on scrap value. Here, just now I wrote, you will multiply cost for abnormal loss, correct? Yeah. And when this is at cost per unit, scrap dealer may not give you so much that you have spent, because it's not a good unit, it's a scrap unit. You may give it to him as units. He will count everything as kg. He is a scrap dealer. For him, bad units are bad units. For bad units, more efforts, less efforts, he won't consider. He will weigh anything and everything. Correct? Therefore, most of the cases, the cost of this abnormal loss may be 1000 rupee, but what you get from scrap dealer may be 200 or 300 rupee. Correct? Then the difference has to be your loss, and that loss will go to costing P&L account. Only once in one of the exams, I really don't know why they did this. Cost of one unit was, say, 100 example, 10, and scrap dealer was giving 12 rupees. And what happened now? Cash or bank became 100 into 12, that is 1200. Correct? Now what happened? 200 became gain. Yes or no? In my opinion, this is a logical error while setting the question. Practically, this cannot happen. Understand, scrap dealer will not give you more money than what you have already spent. If that's the case, you do that business only. You have net profit. Produce defective, call scrap dealer. Now you are more happy. Maybe scrap sale margin is higher than good units margin. Correct? Imagine good units you are selling at 11 rupee. Scrap dealer is giving 12 rupee. Cost of either good or bad unit is 10 only. Better you are waiting for defectives now. This won't happen in reality. This is a pure logical error while setting the question. If you are doing problems from old RTP, you will get one question like this. Don't shake your conceptual understanding. You are right. That problem is logically incorrect. Scrap dealer will not give me more money than the cost that I have incurred, unless that scrap has such utility where it can then become waste to wealth. Correct? And then that can be sold at some high value. Unless that happens, no scrap dealer will give me more. If you have newspaper, 100 newspapers, and you are paying 5 rupee every day, 500 rupees the newspaper bill, This when you give it to scrap dealer, if he is giving 501 rupee, why not? Then buy all papers. No, why only one newspaper? This won't happen practically. This guy may just give you 30-40 rupees. Therefore, always your cost is high, scrap value will be low. So net you will have loss. Only one place that has happened. Your conceptual understanding should not be disturbed. That question is logically wrong. Numbers are correct. It has to tally, so you have to transfer. Name itself is abnormal loss. From that you can't have net gain. You should have net loss only. One more possibility, abnormal gain account. Very important and little confusing to many students. Mark this important, at least one abnormal gain ledger you prepare. You solve one sum. Is it correct if I say abnormal gain is reduction from normal loss? Abnormal gain is reduction from normal loss. But abnormal gain is a saving to me. Correct? Listen to me. I had 100 kg input. I was ready for 3% normal loss. That means I was expecting 3 to be wasted and 97 to be the output. But actual wastage was only 2 and I got 98. Correct? Now 1 is my abnormal gain. 1 can also be understood as reduction in normal loss. Either you call it as reduction in normal loss or you call it as abnormal gain. Now what will happen to journal entry? When you prepare process account, if abnormal loss goes that side, then gain will go this side. That means now when you are doing gain account, it will be by process account. Hello? It will be by process account now. And in process account, whether it is abnormal loss or abnormal gain, both are valued at cost. Correct? Therefore, this will come at cost. And just now I told you abnormal gain is a reduction from normal loss. Imagine scrap value was 10 rupee. If you had wasted 3 kgs, then you would have earned an income of 30 rupee. But now you have wasted only 2 kg. Therefore, your income from sale of scrap is only 20. That means you lost an opportunity of earning 10 rupee income. You lost an opportunity of earning 10 rupee income. Because now tell me, for this same question, if I do normal loss account, what will happen? When you estimated, you were getting to process account 3%. That means you are ready for 3 here and 30 here. But when you say cash and bank, to scrap dealer, you are not giving 3. You don't have 3. You have only 2. That means you are earning only 20 rupee. Able to follow? Normal loss entry is on estimation basis because this is known well in advance. So you are hoping 3 kg will become waste and from that I'll earn 10 rupees, so total 30 rupee. But actually only 2 kg is wasted. Therefore you will be earning only 20 rupee. This 10 rupee that you are not earning is because of what? Abnormal gain only. Correct? That means in abnormal gain, this will be to normal loss account. This is 10 now. Able to follow? This is at cost. This is at scrap value 10 rupee. What if cost is 12 now? 12 minus 10. The difference will now go to costing P&L account. Clear? 12 this side, 10 this side. That means 2 will go to costing P&L account. If I am writing 2 costing P&L, that means in costing P&L it will be by abnormal gain. Costing P&L, anything on the credit side is income or gain. Correct? Ensure all of you do at least one sum on abnormal loss, abnormal gain and normal loss. Actually in one sum you have all. There are questions like this P1, P2, P3. Correct? Each process 5% wastage, 8% wastage, 10% wastage, and then there is one question like this. That one sum if you do, it will cover 3 processes, normal loss also, abnormal loss also, abnormal gain also. In fact, in one question they've asked one more thing, calculate the selling price. Correct? Now, how to fix the selling price? Last process cost per unit you should take. For that you have to add the profit margin because you are selling the FG, you are not selling in between. Therefore, cost per unit of last process plus profit margin given in the question. That is the selling price of the finished product. Done. So do one question which has all of this: P1, P2, P3, normal loss, abnormal gain, and fixing selling price. You have question both in my class material, also in study material. Done. Then comes your favorite area, process account with WI. There are two varieties of question: only closing WIP and then opening WIP and closing WIP. This we will discuss a little later. The moment you see closing WIP, understand what happens in that process account. This is my process account. You have input raw material, kg and value, and I'm not discussing this portion now. RM input and then labor, nothing here, only rupee, and then factory overhead, nothing here, only rupee. This side, normal loss quantity and value, some transfer done quantity and value, some abnormal loss also maybe quantity and value, and there is closing WIP. The moment you see closing WIP, understand you cannot use that cost per unit formula, because cost per unit means cost for one full or one good unit, completed unit. WIP is not a completed unit. In such case, tell me what to do. You have to use step 1, 2 and 3. This area is only and only for descriptive, only 10 marks variety question. Process account is more suitable for descriptive question. Only that normal loss, abnormal loss, ledger may become 1 mark MCQ. Amount transferred from abnormal loss to costing P&L is dash. That's all. One small ledger coming from process, cash and bank, difference is P&L. Only that can be MCQ. Otherwise, this is more suitable for 10 marks variety question. Okay. Do you remember what was step 1? Statement of equivalent production or equivalent units. Tell me, in this we bring in all the output basically is the credit side of your process account, and then identify the degree of completion for material, labor and overhead. Each of this DOC and EU, DOC and EU, DOC and EU. Some quick questions from my side. Can we? No, I'm not getting any reply. Yes, if it is transferred, degree of completion has to be 100%, 100%, 100%. By the way, I'm discussing as of now with only closing WIP. I did not write opening WIP yet. That I'll discuss later. As of now, that is not. Okay. Then what if there is normal loss? What is the degree of completion? 0%, 0%, 0%, because normal loss is valued at scrap value, and that we would have done already while preparing ledger, correct? And then if it is abnormal loss, what should be the degree of completion? Do we have two possibilities? Yes. If nothing is given, then we will go by 100%, 100%, 100%. What is the logic of going by 100% when nothing is given? You will get to know that there is abnormal loss only once the process is fully done. I'll take the same example. 100 kg input, you are expecting 3% wastage, you wanted 97 to be output. What if only 96 is output? That is when you get to know you have lost one extra. That by then whole process is done. That means if nothing is given in the question, it should be taken as 100, 100, 100. But can it be given in the question as 80, 70, 60 also? Yes, if they give in the question, that means in the mid of the process itself we got a doubt. Maybe some machine noise, some smoke coming out, you got to know something wrong in the machine, stop immediately. Correct? That means there can be a possibility where degree of completion for abnormal loss is printed in the question. If they print 80, 70, 60, you take 80, 70, 60 only. Clear? Otherwise it is always 100, 100 and 100. And last one is closing WIP. Can this be 100, 100, 100? If it is 100, 100, 100, sir, we won't even call it as work in progress. Don't waste our time in meaningless doubts like this. Should be anything less than 100, 100, 100. Can it be 100, 100, 90? Now you don't waste my time, quickly answer. It has to be 100, 100, 100, then only completed. Till that it is WIP. 100, 199 also WIP. Correct? All three should be fully done. Understanding? Now, so if they say 100, 100, 95, then also this is WIP. If these percentages are not given, then can I say 100, 100, 100? No. If you are saying 100, 100, 100, don't call it as in progress. Correct? If question is silent, WIP we take what? 150 and 50%, and we should give a note. By the way, this is in line with your accounting standard 2 also. Even there, for valuation of inventory WIP, they say if degree of completion is not available, we do 150, 50. Yeah. Instead of saying 150, 50, they say for material cost 100%, conversion cost, we take the average. Average means 0, 100, midpoint is 50. Conversion cost is nothing but labor and overhead. We should not take 50, 50, 50. What is the reason, by the way? Why I should not take 50, 50, 50? Because in most of the production activities, raw material goes inside the machine at the beginning. What happens during the process is only labor work and electricity bill. You don't keep adding material in the mid of the machine all the time. Machine has one inlet, one outlet. In between is all the process. Correct? That's why it is more sensible to take 150, 50. If there is abnormal gain, loss won't be there. If you have that, then whatever numbers you want to write should be written with negative sign, because all these things are on the credit side of ledger. Abnormal gain is on the debit side. If it is on the opposite side, then the sign should also be opposite. You have to minus it. Therefore, if there is abnormal gain, then whatever quantity you want to write, write it in negative sign. What is degree of completion for abnormal gain, by the way? Is it 100, 100, 100 always? Can they give 80, 70, 60? Nobody will stop the gain in between. If you are thinking there may be gain today, enjoy the gain. Why do you want to stop and say, I don't want gain? If you are seeing abnormal loss, you may stop in between. Gain, why will you stop? Money is coming to you. Why will you say, no, 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 I was not prepared for this? Take the money. Gain, good for you. Therefore, abnormal gain, degree of completion is always 100%. Let me quickly summarize this. You also help me. For normal loss, degree of completion is always 0, 0, 0. Abnormal loss, two possibilities. Nothing is given, then it is triple 100. If given, then take as per the question. Goods that are transferred is always 100%, 100%, 100%. Closing WIP, if given in the question, take it. If not given in the question, 100, 50 and 50. One last possibility, abnormal gain, always 100%, 100%, 100%. If you want, quickly copy this. This you should revise before starting these practical problems. While you are copying, I am repeating the reason. Normal loss is 0, 0, 0 because it is valued at scrap income. It is not valued at cost. Second, abnormal loss triple 100 because we get to know only after the process is fully done. In case in question, if they give that in mid of the process we got to know abnormal loss, maybe machine is a transparent machine, you can see what is happening inside. You got to know something is wrong. You may turn off the machine and throw the scrap, which means abnormal loss is less than 100. If they give, take. Transfer, anything that I have to transfer from P1 to P2 should be fully done from P1 first. Without completing my work, if I give it to P2, P2 will send it back to me. Therefore, anything transferred should be by default 100%. Closing WIP, if they give in the question 80, 80, 60, copy that. If they don't give, then you have to consider 100, 50, 50, and any assumption you make, you have to give a note also. Abnormal gain, since it's a benefit, nobody will stop in between. Enjoy the benefit. Therefore, it should be 100% 3 times. Done. With this, you can prepare step 1. statement of equivalent units. This is for step 1. After this, step 2 is cost per equivalent unit. Correct? Here you do material cost, labor cost and overhead cost. When there is no WIP, we do total input cost in the numerator. I discussed 10 minutes ago. Total has everything. But now we have segregated material, labor and overhead. Your cost should also be material, labor and overhead separately. Here you take only material cost, here you take only labor cost, here you take only overhead cost. Denominator will come from step 1. You would have done DOC EU, that EU total of material, EU total of labor and EU total of overhead. What if there is normal loss scrap value? That should be minused from material cost, because it is a scrap. Raw material is tangible, scrap is also tangible. If it is not tangible, then there is no scrap evaporation. Right? Since both are tangible, it makes more sense to deduct this income from raw material cost. Yeah. This will give you cost per unit. This may be 8 rupee, 4 rupee, 2 rupee. What is the meaning of this? Each unit has 8 rupee material component, 4 rupee labor component and 2 rupee overhead component. After this we do step 3. Step 3 is valuation. The simplest way to understand step 3 is step 1 into step 2. Go to step 1. You would have written transfer units, that you multiply by 8, plus transfer labor units into 4, transfer overhead into 2. Same way WIP, abnormal loss, abnormal gain. This step is the easiest part if you do step 1, 2 properly. And then whatever you have done here, valuation, transfer number, abnormal loss number, closing WIP number, all should go to your process account here and the total should tally. This is one place where you will get to know if you are wrong. Correct? In all the topics I discussed from the beginning, you will not know whether overhead rate is correct, whether cost sheet selling price is correct, whether EOQ is correct, Alcero one is correct. You won't get to know. Here, if the number is wrong, then you know one of the steps has gone wrong. My suggestion in exam, if you have this question, better to do it little later and not as the first sum. My worry is you start with this, it takes time. And by the way, I have not added our main star opening WIP. If that comes, then FIFO average, it becomes further detailed solution. Therefore, if you start with this question, my only worry is you may take 40-50 minutes. And at the end, if process account doesn't tally, you may take another 5-10 minutes to check where you have done a mistake. Maybe you would have done that normal scrap, you took some wrong DOC because of which it is not tallying. But then to get one, maximum is only 10 marks. They're not asking anything more than 10 marks in costing. So to get 10 marks, he can't spend 30-40 minutes. I think I've told you in the past also, 100 marks paper, 180 minutes. That means marks to minute ratio should be 1:1.8. To keep it simple, it should be less than 1:2. That means if it's a 10 marks question, we should not even take 20 minutes, we should take only 18 minutes. Correct? I am 100% sure this sum can't be done in 18 minutes. Correct? Therefore, we have to practice a little more to, number one, get that flow. And one advantage of MCQ is we may not, I'm saying may not, because as on today, we still do not know whether 30 marks MCQ means 30 MCQs. It may be 15 MCQs of 2 marks each, or maybe 10 practical MCQs of 2 marks and 10 theory MCQs of 1 mark each. We don't know in simple. It can be any combination. In my opinion, MCQ should take less time, because there we should get the correct answer, but no one is bothered about how you reached there. So you can write little faster. It's more like rough workings and ticking the answer. That means to get 30 marks there, I may not need 60 minutes. correct? If this 30 has mainly theory MCQs, then this can be completed in 40-45 minutes only. Then we will have enough time, more than 2 hours 15 minutes, to do balance 70 marks. And remember, they also know this, what I told you just now. Therefore, what they may do, if they keep very easy and small type MCQs, then they will give you lengthy descriptive questions to balance out the time. It may not be difficult, so everyone gets tempted to do, because they know it is easy, they can get the answer, like P1, P2, P3, this kind of stuff. But then once you start, it will take 30-40 minutes. Therefore, overall, old scheme or new scheme, time is still a challenge, or they will make MCQs itself complicated. Then you will waste 1.5 hours there only. Then this can go normal. Then also it will still be a game of 3 hours only. So accounts, costing, and F, all three, don't expect 30 questions for 30 marks. It can be any combination, and if they are giving 2 marks MCQ, then it can't be a one line answer also. It will be some calculation and then ticking. It can't be in EOQ A means dash for 2 marks. That won't happen. Understand what I'm saying? Therefore, it will be a mixed bag. Net, we should be able to complete full paper in 3 hours. Therefore, you still keep in mind 1:2 ratio only. Therefore, if I'm saying it can be a 10 marks question, max to max your target is 20. But if you start with WIP questions, you may take 40 minutes also, and if answer is not correct, because process account you'll get to know it is not tallying, then you may take 5-10 more minutes. One serious observation: lot of good students who actually know the subject and can score well, even they have one problem in practical papers, accounts, costing, and FM. If they do this sum, even in good speed, 25 minutes they complete, but number is not matching. Then they check once, 5 minutes gone, they won't get the mistake. Again they check, again they check, again they check. This habit you should avoid. You do, if it is not happening, you check once. Maximum limit to check should be only once. Don't sit on the same sum for 40-50 minutes. Accounts everywhere, balance sheet has to tally. Most dangerous. Most of the topics you have something to tally at the end. I am happy with accounting standard questions only, because otherwise everywhere you have to tally something. And at the end, if it tallies well and good, if it doesn't, you check once again, you check one. This problem is 30 minutes to do 5 plus 5 plus 5, you would have wasted 15 minutes. In 15 minutes you can do another sum of 5 marks, not 5, 7 marks actually, in 1:2 ratio. Therefore, I am not saying you should not check if process account is not tallying, but checking also have a limit. I'll do the sum once. If it is not matching, I will check once. That's all. Then also, if it is not happening, I'll keep it pending and continue. At the end, if my whole answer paper is done and I have 10 minutes, I have only one target now: find out what has gone wrong. If you find out good, otherwise also your 90 marks is at least safe. In this 10 also, majority will be correct. 1 or 2 lines you would have done a mistake. At least 6-7 is safe. Lot of students are not able to write full paper itself. Getting what I'm saying? Because of this mistake, they do one sum, 30 minutes plus 5 plus 5 plus 5, one more, again 30 minutes plus 5, 5, 5. Like this, they are not even crossing 75-80 marks of attending. Forget scoring. And if you want to increase the chances of scoring high, you should first attend more. You can't attend only 70 and expect 65. If you are so good, that may happen. But my suggestion, don't try. In that 15 minutes to find out that one mistake, you can actually get another 5 full marks. Understanding what I'm saying? And this is where reading the question paper properly comes into picture. Some of you have this bad habit. I have tried in my class at least to bring you out of this bad habit. Starting the solution is later. 70-75% of the headache is understanding the question. You're always in a hurry. Process account, okay, I'll start. Then I'll read. That question they may not ask process account. Without reading full question, don't start your working note 1. Please understand, this is for 250 marks, whatever I am saying. FM also you have things like this, accounts you have things like this. Read question first, understand, decide from where to start. In your mind, a rough idea about working note 1, 2, 3, 4 and main answer. That rough structure should come, then only you do. That's how I have done full syllabus class. I don't know how many of you have noticed. Some students have one complaint about my class. Sir, you don't write full solution properly on screen. I will never write full solution neatly on screen. That is your job. Understand? Because you like this, I write full solution, you copy full solution. This will never help you in long run. I would have spent 30 minutes for a sum. In the 22 minutes is only to explain the question. 8 minutes I will do. You see, now also my writing is not to do main writing. Writing is only a tool to understand. Understanding can happen without writing also. We think if I write only, students can copy, then you will become Xerox machines. Faculty will write, you will copy. Faculty will write. When will you learn how to write? Therefore, understand, read the question, understand full question. Only once you get that grip, now I know what is this question all about, then you start, especially reverse working type of questions. You can't start with working note when you don't even know what is there, what is not there. Correct? Read full, fill the available data, then you get to know what is the thing to be done. Therefore, listen carefully. They will give you question paper 15 minutes before giving the blank answer booklet. In that 15 minutes, your job is to decide the order in which you are supposed to answer. That time you identify lengthy questions and keep it for later. Otherwise, this is how they tempt you with one very easy but lengthy question. Everybody wants to do that sum. P1, P2, P3. S1, S2, overhead, apportionment, alone. You like that question. And process 1, process 2, process 3 without WIP. You want to do that question. These two questions you will take 1.5 hours. That overhead 10 marks, this 10 marks. Now 20 marks, 90 minutes, 1.5 hours. And then you realize later they have a lot of small questions. But you have very less time and you will do silly mistakes. So what you should do in 15 minutes is identify which are the time consuming questions and which are not. Those which you know that will take 30-40 minutes, keep it for later part. First smaller questions which will be 60-70 marks in total, complete that. Now you know, even if you take little extra time in this big question, no problem, because at least 70 you have comfortably attended. Now in balance time, you may not be able to do two big questions. Possible, we may go slow. One big question comfortably you do, another if you do half also no problem, because by then 70 properly written, one big question almost completed, another half completed, you would have still attended more than 90. I want you to attend full 100. I'm saying even if you are slow, don't start with the lengthy sum. The problem is lengthy sum in first hour you won't understand the pain. You'll go very slow, very neat, and we have this habit also. First 2-3 pages should be neat. Therefore, we are actually slow. More than our slowness, we are at a higher range of slowness. Then what happens? We are much more slow now. And suddenly, third hour, we will realize that we have done only 40 marks and there is so much to be done. Let this not happen. If process costing lengthy question comes, please keep it for later. There may be EOQ question for 5 marks, Halcero one for 5 marks. Such questions won't take time. Do all of that first. MCQs you do first. Finish off 70-80 marks of small 5-10 marks and MCQs. Then you have the lengthy questions with you. If you take extra time also, no loss. Yeah. Now, one more thing that can happen to this is problems with opening WIP. If question has opening WIP, then this can be asked under either FIFO method or average method. Please listen to me. At least one question with opening WIP, one under FIFO and one under average cost method. Basically, two questions of this category you should practice. You have more than two with you already, class material and study material. Any two you select, one FIFO and one average cost method. One day before exam, same sum you do under both, because important part is learning the method, not those numbers. You won't have time to do two lengthy questions. One day before exam, you will not have time to do two questions like this, like 1.5 to hours. Now, if it is FIFO method, listen to me. My process account will start with opening WIP, now quantity and value, and all other things will be like others. And then in my step one small change has to be done. Normal loss no change, abnormal loss no change, closing WIP no change. But transferred units, since you are under first in first out method, opening WIP should be completed first, correct? That means this you have to break it into opening WIP and new or fresh production, correct? If total transfer is 1000 units and you have opening WIP 200, what is the meaning? 1st April of this year when you started, 200 was already in the machine in progress, that you complete, you transfer, and then fresh production will be balance 800. How do I feel degree of completion for this? If opening WIP material 80% done, then this year you have to do only 20%. If labor 60% done, then you have to fill 40%. Overhead 60 done, you have to fill 40%. Sometimes instead of labor and overhead, they give you conversion cost. Raw material is converted to FG using labor and overhead. Conversion cost is nothing but labor plus overhead. Yeah. And then new production anyway, nothing came from last year. You started, you completed, you transferred. Everything happened in this year itself. Therefore, it should be 100, 100, 100. Then you get equivalent units. And then in step 2, when you do cost per unit, remember you have to take only current year cost. Opening WIP has some material, don't take it here. You are in FIFO method, whatever is incurred in this period should only be taken. That means current year material cost divided by step 1 number for material, labor also current year cost, overhead also current year cost. Simple way to understand FIFO method. Step 1 also, what we are doing in this period only we take. Therefore, step 2, cost also, whatever we are spending in this period only we take. Both are for current time period. Yes, if it is average cost, you have to take last year plus this year in step 1 also. When you take cost also, last year material cost plus current year material cost. WIP, if you are in FIFO method, clearly segregated. Last year separate, current year separate, only current year is taken. If it is average, last year plus this year, both are taken in step 1 also, step 2 also. Yeah, and then valuation, step 1 into step 2. But here also, when you are doing transfer valuation, you should be very careful. Transfer has three components now. Remember, we have done many questions like this. When you are transferring, first there is some opening WIP on which cost was incurred last time, correct? Second, on that opening WIP, I am spending something this year because 60% was done, I did 40 now, 80 was done, I did 20. So all that was done is here, all that I did now should come here, and balance new production will separately come here. This total is transfer. Understand simple example. Yesterday's half completed item. Today when I come, I'll pick up that already has some money incurred. On that balance money I am spending today. Plus I started new production today. I completed that. That means yesterday's cost plus my cost on yesterday's WIP plus my new production all put together should be transferred. This part is extremely important. Many students go wrong here. Mark it important. Step 3 valuation, transfer, adjustment. Mark this as important. If same question is under average cost method, starting from the beginning, in process account there is no change. When you do step 1, if you can recall, tell me, we don't have to break this into two parts, correct? Last year 80%, this year 20%, together is 100. Last year 30, this year 70, together is 100. That means transfer will always be 100, 100, 100. Now for step 1, when you are taking last year plus this year, step 2 also, cost cannot be only current year cost, it should be last year cost plus current year cost. Last year cost will be in your opening WIP, material number, plus current year material. Opening WIP is labor plus current year labor. Yes or no? Opening WIP is overhead plus current year overhead. All of that will come here, and then you will have cost per unit. Yes. And then the valuation. Now in transfer, you don't have to again break this, because you don't have segregation in step 1 itself. How can you segregate now? That will be single line item, number of units into cost per unit, material, labor, overhead. Done. Now, different variety questions that they can ask. In 2 minutes, we can summarize. Opening WIP is not there, closing WIP is also not there. Tell me now, should I do step 1, 2, 3? I will go by simply cost per unit formula. Correct? Second, opening WIP is not there. Closing WIP is there. That means I have to do step 1, step 2, and step 3. Correct? But to do this, for closing WIP, they should give me degree of completion. If they give, I take. If they don't give DOC, then I will take 100%, 50%, and 50%, and I will still do same step 1, step 2, and step 3. Am I correct? By the way, when will the step 1, 2, 3 come into picture? Only when you have closing WIP. When will FIFO average cost come into picture? When there is opening WIP. Now, assume we have opening WIP also, closing WIP also. This DOC is also given to you. This DOC is also given to you. Question says FIFO method. I don't have to make any assumption. I don't have to write any note, because for FIFO method, I should clearly know how much was done last time, how much is done now. That segregation is needed. In average cost, I don't need. If it was 80, now it is 20. If it was 70, now it is 30. Together 100. That knowledge is enough. Together it is 100. That means if DOC is not given, I can do under average cost. But if question says you should do under FIFO, they should give me DOC. Now no assumption needed, no note needed. But what they can do is opening WIP given with DOC, closing WIP is given, but DOC is not given. Now you will have to make the assumption. What assumption? The DOC of closing WIP should be considered as 100, 50, 50. This they can reverse also. Opening WIP given, DOC for this is not given. Possible. This closing WIP, degree of completion, material, labor, overhead, all three numbers are given. Correct? Now what to do? And question says you should do under FIFO. Now, if question is under FIFO method, I need degree of completion. Correct? Then I have to assume that this was 100, 50, 50. Another thing they can do is ask under opening WIP given, DOC is not given. Closing WIP is given with DOC, and now they say average cost method. Good only, sir. Simply solve now. I don't have to make any assumption, no need to write any note. Why? If they print also under average cost, you are not considering that. If they don't print, why do you want to assume? Anyway, average. Tell me which is the best case scenario. Opening WIP given, DOC not given. Closing WIP given, here also DOC not given. Question is under average method. Perfect question. Correct? But for closing at least, you have to make an assumption. Otherwise, you can't complete the answer. Opening not given, you don't need anyway because question is under average cost method. Yes. If you remember in regular class, we had one sheet which had all this summary, correct? Do you remember that? Just give me 1 minute time. I'll just open and we can quickly revise from there itself. Yes, here it is. Everyone, concentrate. Here, opening WIP is not given, closing WIP is also not given. That means it is simple cost per unit formula. You don't need any step 1, 2, 3 circus. Next, opening WIP is not given, closing WIP with DOC. That means straight away step 1, 2 and 3. Next, opening WIP is not given, closing WIP is given, but DOC is not given. Then first you assume it as 100, 50, 50 and then solve under step 1, 2 and 3. Correct? Next, opening WIP with DOC, closing WIP with DOC. Question does not specify the method. Now we can argue this. Correct? Sir, question is not given. I like average method because it's easy. But opening WIP with DOC when they gave, maybe that's a hint they want you to do under FIFO method. But hint is not enough. You should clarify with a note. Don't say in the note, considering your hint, I'm doing under. That hint is to tell you that look, I'm giving you enough information. You do FIFO. Remember one thing, FIFO is always our preferred method. If that is not happening, then average is the next choice. Average is not default setting. FIFO is the default setting. No data, then only I do correct average. Okay. And obviously S1, S2, step 3 to be done. Next, opening WIP without DOC, closing with DOC. Question does not specify the method. Then do average method, step 1, 2, 3. Opening WIP without DOC, closing with the DOC. Question specifies that average method to be followed. No note, no assumption. This is the perfect average method problem. Because in average method, I will never consider correct opening WIP DOC. If they don't give, why should I assume or check for the information? Next one. Opening WIP with DOC, closing WIP with DOC. Question specifies that average cost method to be. Now the data that is given is to be ignored because I don't need opening WIP DOC. You have given, but I won't take. Yeah. And remember, whenever you are ignoring something also, give a note. Understand my sentence? They print something in the question. You are not taking that in the answer, right? Since we are under average cost method, comma, opening WIP DOC is irrelevant. Correct? Simple when to give note. Something is not there in the question. You are making an assumption. Everywhere assumption I wrote, you have to give a note. Second possibility, something is given like this question. You are not taking. Give a note. Remember in cost sheet, if they say donation given, you won't take in the answer. Right? Donation is not taken in cost sheet. That's all. Yeah. Ignore but S1, S2, S3 to be. Next, opening WIP without DOC, closing WIP with DOC. Question specifies you should do FIFO. To do FIFO, I need opening WIP DOC, then I should assume it as 100, 50, 50 whenever you make an assumption. Give one note and then you should do it using step 1, 2 and 3. Correct? And in this reverse working question, this is from old RTP. This reverse working question must be solved. Please make a note. Reverse working question. Reverse working question. This has both opening and closing WIP. Must be solved. Here they have given some answers to you. Step 2, cost per unit numbers are given. They want you to find out input. Very good question. Suitable for 10 marks. Little difficult, little different from other questions. So you must solve. The last category in this chapter is inter-process profit. There is one question in study material on this in part A. Solve that. Here, normally from P1 to P2, we transfer goods at cost. But if they say we are not transferring at cost, we are transferring it at price, that price is called transfer price, then there is cost plus inter-process profit, because it is not a realized profit. You will realize the profit only when the last process is selling goods to outside customer. P1 to P2, P2 to P3 is all within the company. Therefore, it is unrealized gain in your accounting term, correct? You will realize only when goods go outside your entity. Till that it is within your entity, it is from one department to another department. Here, sorry, our process account will have cost, profit, and total component, correct? You have raw material, labor, factory overhead. Similar, that one question which you have in the book is actually a good question. In that, they have mentioned that stock in process is valued at prime cost, correct? Therefore, we do here opening stock plus direct material plus direct labor. Here only we do subtotal, correct? And we minus the closing stock. Now, minusing the closing stock on debit side is as good as writing closing stock here. But why I am minusing? If I don't minus here, later after getting total cost, I have to add profit. If I don't minus here, then I have to do that calculation once again, because I'll have items on both debit and credit side. Instead of writing it on credit side, I'm writing it on debit side with the minus sign. Therefore, all my cost information, net, that is plus minus together, will be on the debit side itself. At the end, I can just add profit, and then I can directly write by transfer to P2. Yes, this one question you solve it without fail. Only one question is there in ICA study material also. Last question of this topic. Majority of this topic is process account without WIP and with WIP only. The last question is inter-process profit. Here, mark theory of inter-process profit as important. 4 marks, short notes can be asked. Question is like this. What is inter-process profit? What are the advantages and what are the challenges or limitations? You have about half page theory. Goods are transferred from P1 to P2 normally at cost, but if we transfer it at price, the difference between cost incurred in P1 and transfer price is called inter-process profit. Each stage will have some profit, but all of that will be unrealized profit, because you are selling, not selling, you are transferring between your own company's multiple departments. Advantage and limitations both are given in the book. This one theory you go through, one theory for 5 minutes, and there is one sum only, that both. Please don't ignore this area. I will tell you what has happened many times. The moment you say process costing, people hear WIP only, and they do enough number of questions on WIP. Many students don't even know that there is this problem also in the topic, inter-process profit concept. Okay, and some students might have kept it pending. because it looks more like departmental accounts sum of accounts class. But please don't ignore this. They know you will do WIP and come. They know you know this table properly. And outside this table is that interprocess profit. Therefore, such areas, please don't ignore. Interprocess profit specifically not to be ignored. If not a problem, at least a theory of what is interprocess profit, its advantages and limitations at least can be asked as theory question. Chances of a MCQ from this topic as a whole is very less. This topic is more suitable for 5 marks and 10 marks variety question. Theory can be normal loss, abnormal loss, or interprocess profit, advantage slash disadvantage. Right? With this, we are done with process costing revision. Joint and byproduct. This topic from theory you can have mainly two questions. One, they may ask you to explain methods of apportionment of joint cost. This is actually more suitable to be a practical sum. Instead of asking me to explain how to share, you can give a number and ask me to share as a practical sum. But they have asked 2-3 times, explain below methods at split off point. Remember, market value after further processing, quantity method. They may ask you to explain any 4 methods, or they may give you name of the method and ask you to explain that. So this is one. Second is treatment of byproduct in costing. Very important theory. Many students don't study this. I will discuss both. First theory question is apportionment of joint cost. While discussing this theory, we will even cover the practical areas. Total joint cost is for not one product, correct? It is for multiple products. This number, say 10 lakh rupee, which is incurred for a joint activity, should be shared between all the products. In this example, it is A, B, and C. Now the question is, in what ratio we need to share this? It is not attributable only to A or B or C, because this is not separate cost, that I'll discuss later. I'm still in joint. Do you remember the methods of apportionment? First method is quantity method, also called as physical unit method. If you know how many kgs, 100 kg, 200 kg, 50 kg, then you can apportion 10 lakh rupee in the ratio 100 to 150. This is the simplest method. This is the easiest method. Correct? Once the common activity is done, you will split these items at the split off point. Remember? Yeah. That time you will know how many kgs of A, how many kgs of B, how many kgs of C. On the basis of kgs, you can apportion kg, liter, meter, gallon, ton, anything. Second method of apportionment is market value or sale value at split off point. I think I'll have to go a step behind and do one quick revision of our joint activity, petroleum extraction. If you remember, this petroleum extraction is a joint activity, correct? Employee standing here and doing the extraction activity. Whatever cost you incur, this is called what cost? Joint cost. This is not for petrol, diesel, kerosene separately. It is for all the products, and the point where you split this is called point of separation or split off point. Here you segregate this into petrol, diesel, and kerosene, but this is still not petrol. This is all in raw form, unprocessed, not refined yet. Raw petrol, raw diesel, raw kerosene, and other names. And then this will further go to different factories where you do refinery, correct? One is extraction, second is refinery, and this is always done separately. Therefore, these expenses are called separate cost. There can be material labor overhead here. There can be material labor overhead here. If you don't want to do this refinery, then you can sell these items at split off point itself, and that is what we call as market value at split off point. Correct? I can sell unprocessed petrol, diesel, kerosene after extraction. Or if I want to do this refining work, then finally I will have petrol, diesel and kerosene. This also has a market value. Correct? This is refined petrol, refined diesel and refined kerosene. If I want to share this joint cost of 10 lakh based on market value of raw petrol, diesel, kerosene, that is my step 2. Yes or no? Here, market value at split off point, my not step, method. Method 3 is market value after further processing. That means here the ratio will be value of raw petrol, raw diesel, raw kerosene. But here the ratio will be based on refined petrol, diesel and kerosene. There is one more method which we call as NRV method. NRV method is also called as reverse cost method, where we will take final price of petrol, correct? From that we minus further processing cost, we minus selling and distribution, we also minus profit, if any. If they don't give, then you can't minus. This is NRV. In this ratio we can segregate. I will discuss the practical areas also. I'm just discussing theory now. Next two methods are not used much. Average method, wherein you share the total joint cost in equal ratio. Unless they ask you to do, nobody should share joint cost in equal ratio. We haven't done even one sum like this, correct? How is it possible that you can't even weigh what you have produced? You can see, you can touch, you can feel, you can weigh also. That means at least the first method we should solve. Correct? Doing it in equal ratio is the last option. If they ask which method should never be used as MCQ, take this method. Yeah. One more is contribution margin method. Contribution is selling price minus only variable cost. You get contribution for petrol, diesel and kerosene in the ratio of contribution. You can apportion the joint cost. These are 6 methods. I explained only the theory part. Yeah, quickly I repeat. One is physical unit, where you do kg, liter, meter. Second, market value at split off point. This is market value of output at unprocessed stage, split off stage. Third, market value after further processing. This is the market value of the goods that are produced after doing all the refinery work. Fourth one is NRV method, where you take final price. From that, final price means petrol, not raw. Final petrol minus profit if any, selling and distribution if any, further processing. Then you get a ratio. In that ratio you can share. In this method there are practical questions. They'll give you sales, they'll give you profit percentage. We have done in class also. AXY, sales given, profit percentage you minus, selling and distribution, total COP. In that separate cost you minus, finally you get joint cost. Reverse working practical questions can be asked. After that we discussed average method, where total joint cost is shared equally, which is not practically a good method. And finally contribution margin method, where you take selling price of petrol minus variable cost of petrol, you get contribution. In the contribution ratio you share it, because joint cost is a kind of fixed cost. How much ever petrol, how much ever diesel you get, irrespective of that, the joint cost is already incurred. It's like a sunk cost, incurred. It's not going to come back to you. But after that, processing is a variable cost. If you want to refine, then only you can refine. Number of units you refine, that much of cost you incur. But joint cost, the cost incurred for extraction of petrol, diesel, kerosene, that 10 lakh is fixed. What if you get only diesel and kerosene and no petrol also? Possible. That means it is not product cost. You have done the 10 lakh rupee as joint cost that was not related to any individual product. So joint cost is like fixed cost. Therefore they said you take final selling price of petrol minus variable cost, you get contribution margin. In the ratio of contribution margin you share this fixed cost. Done. Now second theory, Many students don't read this. Byproduct in costing. What is the accounting treatment? First of all, byproduct, the name itself says it's a secondary product. May not be as important as A and B if C is my byproduct. Listen to me. Treatment of byproduct depends on whether the value is small, correct, or the value is high. If the value of that byproduct, value means when you sell, what you're going to earn, if that is very less, then you can treat it in two different ways. Either you can reduce this income from total joint cost, or you can transfer this to credit side of P&L account as a miscellaneous income. If I write some numbers, you will understand. Suppose A, B and C, 100 kg, this is all kgs, 100 kg, 120 kg, 3 kg, and market price of this 21 rupee, 20 rupee, 4 rupee. Now C is a byproduct, and if you see its value is just 12 rupee, whereas these two numbers are quite high. That means it falls under this category, correct? Now what to do with this 12 rupee? If your joint cost of producing ABC is 1000 rupee, this 12 rupee income you can minus from this, correct? That's what I said, reduce from joint cost. Then this will become 988 rupee. This 988 only you will share between A and B. This is one way. Second way, you transfer this 12 rupee as a miscellaneous income to the credit side of P&L account. Then entire 1000 rupee joint cost will be shared between A and B only. Because this 12 is shifted to income side, we are not reducing it from cost. All of this is correct when the value of byproduct is very less. Imagine, I'm just changing some numbers. Focus on this numbers. Suppose I make it 100 into 21, 2100. This is 2400. What if this is 400? Correct? Now this is 1200. Now this is also considerably high. If it is high, treat this also like A and B. That means if the total joint cost is 1000 rupee, don't share it with only A and B, share it between A, B and C. Now C is as good as A and B. Simple, no new learning here. All three products are equally important. By the way, there is no cutoff. More than this is big value, less than this is small value. If you compare, you will get to know 2100, 2400, 1200. I can't say 1200 is low value, but if that 1200 becomes 120, then I know it is low value. If it is low value, then one of the two ways you will have to treat. Done. Now, practical problems. One is reverse working type. You should solve at least one question in this variety. Should be solved. Now, when I say reverse working, this is what happens. You have A, B, and C. They have given sales to you. They have given profit percentage. So with that, we can get the profit. This will give you total cost. Remember, we have done these kind of questions. Minus selling and distribution. If you minus, assume there is no office admin, this itself will be cost of production. Right? Cost of production. From that, if you take out separate cost, then the balance has to be joint cost, and this total will be here, and this total most of the cases will be given in the question when you are doing reverse working. At least either that end or this end I should know, correct? We have done one question where A, B, C and total was also there. Sales, profit, we got total cost, and then they said selling and distribution is 10% of total cost. Do you remember this sum? 1,49,500. This was 14,950. This you shared in the ratio 1:2:2 between A, B and X. The sum we have done in the class, it's there in study material also. And then you get cost of production. From that you take out separate cost, and then the balance is joint cost. This total of the three joint cost was there in the question. This was 119550. So the purpose of doing this table was only to share 119550 between A, B and C, was not to find out 119550. That was there in the question. In reverse working, Either starting point or ending point should be given. Correct? Both can't be unknown. Yes or no? This is one. Another, there was a question, similar reverse working. Listen to me. There was product A and B. This question is there in study material also. They asked once in exam also. A and B selling prices given. I'm just taking some numbers. I think it was 24,000 and 12,000. And then they have given even profit percentage 20%, 25%. Now, if you do this minus profit, you get cost of A. This minus this cost of B. If you add these two, you should get total cost. Correct? This is one style. The other style, if you have joint cost plus separate cost of A plus separate cost of B, this total should match with this total. If it is not matching, then there should be some additional expenses. And only thing that is possible is selling and distribution expense. There is one question in the book, is there in study material also. If you do joint cost plus separate cost of A plus separate cost of B, you get 18,000 rupee. But if you do in reverse order, sale of A minus profit of A, sale of B minus profit of B, you get total cost of the company as 18,400. That means this is joint cost plus separate of A plus separate of B. This is not matching with sales minus profit. That means there is one more cost, and that one more cost has to be selling and distribution. And we did 18,400 minus this, we said 400 rupee. In the question they gave, selling and distribution overhead should be shared in the ratio of sales, but they did not tell us how much is selling and distribution overhead. And we did it by doing sales minus profit. That total JC plus SC, the total did not match. That 400 we shared in the ratio 2:1, 266 and 133. There was one question, 24,000 and 12,000 sales value. Very good question, missing figure question. That particular sum you must revise. Okay. And last part of this topic is whether to further process or not. Very, very important. At least one question, not question number one question you should practice in this. Now tell me how to decide whether to further process or not. You have to see sale value if sold at split off point. Remember, there is one question, super M, super N, super P. There are many questions, by the way. Any one sum on this further processing, you please revise. Sale value if sold after further processing. Suppose this is 100 at split off point. If I further process, I can sell at 120. That means increase in sale value is 20 rupee. But to earn this extra 20 rupee, I have to do further processing. If this itself is costing me 22 rupee, then incremental, there is no benefit now. Incremental loss is -2. Then the decision is don't further process. But if this number is only 17 rupee, that means I spend 17 extra to earn 20 extra, then +3 incremental benefit is a positive number. That means you should further process. This should be done independently for all three products. And if you are getting positive, that means there is a benefit in further processing. Negative, that means you should not further process, indirectly saying please sell it at a split off point only. This decision making, you should solve at least one question. Joint cost apportionment, one question. Reverse working, one question. Decision to further process or not to further process, one question. And last one question, where they have combined process account preparation with joint and byproduct. In my class material, this is the last question, where they say there is a process A and process B. Process A ledger you prepare, that you transfer. And in process B, you get three outputs, item A, B, and C. That total joint cost, you have to share it between A, B, and C. Do you remember we had solved this question? No. There was process A account to be prepared, and then you'll get to know how much is transferred to B. And in B, you have again incurred some labor and overhead. That total cost, you have to share it between three outputs that you get. I remember very well, the total joint cost came to 34,500 rupee, which we shared, if I am correct, in the ratio 9 is to 8 is to 6. Yeah, we shared it in the three ratio A, B, and C, 900 kg, 800 kg, and 600 kg. If I remember, this was 13,500, this was 12,000, and this was 9,000. And then we prepared a table, sale value minus apportioned joint cost. We got profit or loss for A, B, and C. That is another good question. It's a combination of process costing and joint and byproduct. Two topics merged, therefore should be practiced, because they can ask 10 marks in one question and cover two different topics. This sum also, all of you make a note in class material. That question number, please, one of you, question number 7, ensure you practice this sum without fail. Done. With this, joint product and byproduct revision is over. So next topic is service costing. From this topic, mainly practical questions can come. Chances of a theory question in this is very less. Practical questions also, I am expecting more descriptive, 5 marks and 10 marks variety. But if they want to ask multiple choice question from this, then they will ask passenger kilometer is equal to dash, which is your working note 1. That can become now 1 mark MCQ. Whether to answer MCQ or to answer descriptive, that working note anyway you have to learn. So learn this topic more from descriptive perspective. There is hardly any theory. The only theory they can ask is, they can just list out these industries and ask you to identify the correct cost unit. If it is bus transportation, then it is passenger kilometer, correct? Goods company, then it is ton kilometer or quintal kilometer. For school, it is number of students, number of batches. For hospital, it is patient days, correct? That way they can ask a theory question. Otherwise, chances of theory question in this topic is very, very less. Okay. And as far as theory is concerned, one, you have my material where there is enough theory and we have discussed all of that, part A, part B theory, that is enough. One more thing, if you want, you can do in ICA study material, end of that chapter, every chapter they have given a table summary of all key points. Only that, if you want, you can study one day before exam. That is in addition to what is already there in my class material. In between ICA study material topic content, that theory you don't have to study, that is too lengthy. That is for those who are doing 100% self study. For that we have covered all the examples and discussion in the class. Again, don't start from first page, first line theory, it will take too much of time. Clear? So class material part A theory, part B theory, and ICA study material, end of the chapter, summary of key points, that theory. That's all you need to do for theory preparation. Done. Now, this topic, when you are revising practical questions also, service costing mainly has transportation industry. Almost 50% of the sums are from transportation industry only. The other 50% you have all other industries. This is where hospital, hotel room, software company, all of that comes into picture. My suggestion would be, complete this section first. Other than transportation, you cover first, because here there are a lot of small variety questions. Some students don't even know that these questions are there in the book. There is one thermal power generation sum, 2 minutes it won't take, correct? And then there is one software company 6 months project, some we have done in the class also, it's there in study material. And then there is one toll plaza question, four-wheeler, three-wheeler, two-wheeler, that question. And then hotel and hospital, these. And then students and college, one fees calculation sum, you have one big question. Yeah. Other than transportation, that is basically other than passenger kilometers and ton kilometers, you first complete this segment, because here even after doing 10 sums, you will still be doing only passenger kilometer and ton kilometer workings, correct? But here every sum that you do, you will cover different industry. In part B, there is one insurance company sum also, insurance development, marketing expenses, operation expenses. Many students don't even know that this chapter has something other than bus and goods. Many students do only these two, truck problem, bus problem, that Delhi, Jaipur, Delhi, Agra. They do only these questions and go. Very risky, because these questions are repeatedly asked already. Truck 1, 2, 3, to and fro, return journey, empty, all these adjustments they have asked so many times. Nowadays, they are not asking questions from transportation industry. Therefore, first cover this area and then cover transportation. In that, first passenger kilometer related question, basically bus company. Here, all these questions, make a note somewhere, entire service costing. If you don't have enough time to do full topic revision, at least working note 1 in every sum you solve, because working note 1 everywhere is either passenger kilometer or ton kilometer or patient days or room days. That working if you do, the second part, which is simply listing out all the expenses, that is anyway easy. Without revision also that you can do. But the working note, especially when you have two ways, while going you have goods, while return it is empty. Some places you have to do into zero, while going it is 5 tons, while return it is zero. That working, if you learn properly, the second part of the answer is actually very, very easy. If you remember in class also, working note we all enjoyed doing. That second part nobody liked, I noticed. Repair and maintenance copy, laundry charges copy, medicine supplied to patient copy, nothing to calculate also. Most of the details are given in the question. So if you don't have time, at least do working note 1 properly. When you are doing passenger kilometer, remember always do kilometer calculation first and then multiply that by number of passengers. And while doing kilometers also, lot of students do some mistakes, common mistakes. That is, instead of starting from 12 months, 30 days, 6 buses, etc., etc., always start from one way journey. That is the smallest thing, from city A to city B, 20 kilometers. Return same day into 2, 3 buses into 3, 30 days into 12 months. Instead of starting from year, then month, then day, then trip, then morning one trip, evening one trip, best thing to do is start from city A to city B. Morning you go 20 kilometer, evening you come back. So 20 into 2, one trip, correct? This is per day, into you have 30 days, into 12 months. This is for one bus. Like this you have 6 buses. This way is always easy than doing 6 buses into 12 months into 30 days. I know number is same finally, but then always easier to do from one way and then second way, and then number of times, if you are doing 3 trips a day, 5 trips a day, then that many times, and then per day, per month, then per annum. Finally into number of buses. If they don't give, then you have only one single bus. My suggestion, instead of doing very simple question where you have only one bus and it is simply city A to city B and returning, do problems where one bus goes in 3 different routes. It has, you have one question in study material also. I think that Delhi Jaipur question only. Delhi Jaipur, Delhi Agra, correct? Which was one more? Delhi Chandigarh, correct? Yes or no? In one of the RTPs, they gave a new question. What new question? They made it Bangalore Chennai, Bangalore Cochin, Bangalore Hyderabad. Same, everything else is same. Those who are working out or planning to work out RTPs and old question papers, if you find a similar question, don't waste time. You read You will get to know you have done this type of question already. There is no new adjustment, then don't waste time. Going forward, when you're doing the revision, it's not about just solving every sum that comes. Decide whether it is worth revising or not. If you have already done a tougher question than that, just tick these questions. Go ahead, you can actually cover more syllabus, or you can do one more round of revision instead of solving from basic level. And in revision, you should never start from question number 1, 2, 3. Those are normally basic questions. That to this topic, first question you should never do. I know what was that first question. 16 kilometer, 3 ways, correct? Just calculate kilometer and passenger kilometer. That we had to do in regular learning, because that's how we should start. You should directly take fourth question or fifth question, or do this at least. When you want to do a particular topic, first 15 minutes, go through all questions. Whichever you found worth solving, mark those. Only that you start. Instead of starting from 1, 2, 3, 4, out of 15 questions, you may have to solve 6 or 7. Not all. 7th is similar to 5th. 6th, if you solve it, is same as 14th and 15th. Don't repeat, is what I'm saying. Easier questions, start avoiding. Only tougher and new variety questions you start doing. Okay. Number 1, always do the working note kilometer first and passenger kilometer, and at least one question you solve where one bus goes in 3 different routes. Second, one common adjustment that comes in these questions is calculation of commission paid to driver and conductor. Most of the times it is 10%, 20% of takings. When they use the word takings, they're referring to receipt. Receipt basically means your revenue. This is not on total cost, correct? But we don't know the revenue, therefore you'll have to do total cost and assume that revenue is X. Then commission will be 10 or 20% of X. We have done questions like this. Yeah? Make a note quickly. Commission paid to driver and conductor. Most of the adjustments are like this: 10% or 20% on takings. Takings means receipt. Receipt basically is collection. It is an income to driver and conductor, but you are working out for bus company. So for company, it's a cost. Correct? Therefore, when you prepare the cost statement, say particulars and amount, you have driver salary, conductor salary, and so on. After doing all this, you do one subtotal. This will all be in rupees. After that, you have to add commission. But the problem is commission is 20% of collection, and that collection you don't know. Correct? You have to keep it as X, and then there may be one profit adjustment. Say profit is 15% of takings. Takings means receipt. Again, that has to be kept as X. This total is your revenue or receipt or takings. This will be X. Now this is 0.2x and this is 0.15x, and then you have to solve the equation and come back and complete commission and profit workings. Clear? In one of the questions, they have given 20% of takings in by bracket shared equally between driver and conductor. This is not relevant to you. You are working out from bus company perspective. Total 20% we should pay. Between driver and conductor, how they share is not your headache. For you, total 20% is the cost. Is that clear? Third point, whenever you work out a solution on service costing, ensure you segregate the cost on fixed and variable. If you remember, we used to write it as running charges and standing charges, which is same as fixed charges and variable charges. They may, I'm not saying they will, surely they may deduct marks if you don't do this segregation. Understand? According to me, they should not. But in the suggested answer, if the format is given, and in your answer, if you just mix all variety, you may lose marks even if the answer is correct. Anyway, if we know the correct answer, why to do all this and lose marks? Anyway, very less running charges are there in service cost. Tell me, if it is a bus company, what is the variable cost? Petrol or diesel or grease, oil you have in some of the cases. All those where you pay on kilometer basis. Correct? That's all is running charge. Otherwise, in service industry, majority of the costs are fixed in nature. So even if you want to segregate, out of 11 items, maybe 9 are here. Only 2 items are variable in nature. So it's not some extra time consuming task. you please segregate fixed charges and variable charges, that is standing charges and running charges. Here there is one problem related to truck, that is goods transportation. They have given there are 3 trucks, 1, 2 and 3, flying in different directions. In that they have given one maintenance cost adjustment. If you remember, they gave something like this: year 1, year 2, kilometers traveled and maintenance cost incurred. And when we checked, in total the cost was not same, so that was not a fixed cost. When we cross multiplied to check whether it's a variable cost, it was not variable also, it was a semi variable cost, correct? And then we segregated semi variable cost, change in cost divided by change in activity. Here activity means change in kilometers, and then you got variable cost per kilometer. And then for the current year you applied number of kilometers into variable and fixed portion you wrote as it is. Therefore, before you simply copy all the items, you check whether for any cost year 1 and year 2 information is given, or first half of the year, second half of the year information is given. If it is given, maybe because they want you to check. What if year 1 cost is same as year 2? It's a fixed cost. You are in year 3, copy same number. What if it is not the same? Then check, it may be variable. How to identify whether it is variable or fixed? If it is fixed, in total it should be same. If it is variable, per unit it should remain same. So go to 1 year, take the cost divided by number of kilometer, you'll get to know per kilometer. If you cross multiply with second year kilometer, it should exactly match. You have questions like this in budget also. If it is not exactly matching, then it is not a pure variable cost also. Same in total, fixed cost, that's not happening. Check, is it per unit same? That's also not happening. Then it should be semi variable cost. And if it is semi variable cost, it has to be segregated change in cost by change in activity. Here activity means kilometers, correct? This one question, it's a truck problem, and maintenance cost year 1 year 2 adjustment is there. This is there in study material, also in my class material. Mark it, this one question you must solve. They have repeatedly asked this question. Yes, one small difference that you will notice when you work out passenger kilometer working notes versus ton kilometer working notes. You have to be very careful in this working note one. Most of the bus companies, if they say 85% occupancy, our simple understanding is while going also 85%, while coming also 85%. We simply do into 2 ways. But if it is goods company, never do that. You check most of the times from city A, I carry goods, I will unload all the goods, and there is all chance I return empty. Therefore, while going you have 5 ton capacity, while coming back you have no capacity used, correct? This will not be relevant in kilometer because A to B, B to A distance is same. But when you do ton kilometer, only A to B you have to do into 5, B to A it is into 0. But this won't happen in passenger kilometer problems. Say for example, Bangalore to Mysore, 40 capacity, 85% occupied, but Mysore Bangalore, same 40, this won't change, but this is 75%. Such questions are very less, almost no such questions you have. Correct? Passengers will normally take same capacity utilization while going as well as coming, because this 85 also is not only 85 going, maybe while going it is 100, while coming back it is 70. They've already taken 85% average. And in passenger, some people go, some other guys may come back, but in goods, I won't pick one good from Bangalore, go to Mysore and bring same goods back to, that may not happen in goods. Therefore, when you are doing working note 1, especially goods transportation, check this. You have one question where it says capacity of the truck is 5 ton. While going you have full load. While coming back you have only 20% occupancy. That means city A to city B, when you do 10 kilometers it is into 5 tons. But while coming back, city B to city A, it is 20% of 5, you have only 1 ton capacity. Instead of coming empty, you got some parcel business, you came with just 1 ton goods being loaded. Most of the times the adjustment is while going you have load, while coming back it is empty. This line you be very careful. After activity based costing, this is the next easiest topic. Yeah, we should not lose marks in this topic, and this is suitable for descriptive questions only. So it will be either 10 marks or a 8 marks type practical question. Okay. After this, we did one question of a school giving pickup and drop facility to all the students. Remember, 4 kilometer, 8 kilometer, 16-kilometer variety. Yeah, mark this question, important. You should solve this without fail. 4 kilometer, 8 kilometer and 16 kilometer. Listen to me. When we do this type of problem, we know that this can be applied in many other industries as well. So solving this one question may take more time, but this one question will help you a lot in many other questions. Listen to me, very important. This concept of different variety of customers using same service, like bus is same, distance is same, driver is same, conductor is same, but you are charging differently because someone is sitting and traveling, someone is sleeping and traveling. The rates are different only because there are two varieties of services used by them. Facility is same, but I'm charging different to them. This kind of question, if you do this one, some 4 kilometer, 8 and 16 kilometer, you will understand. I'll take an example. In this question itself, there were three varieties of students. Students traveling from 4 kilometer, 8 kilometer and 16 kilometer. What we did, we converted all variety students to one common variety, right? We call them as equivalent number of students. We said one student of this category is counted as one student, correct? One student of 4 kilometer is counted as one equivalent student, whereas one student of 8 kilometer, we counted them as two equivalent students. Remember this working note. One student of 16 kilometer, we counted him as four equivalent students. So physically there are only three students, but our calculation we took, correct, we took 7 for all our workings. Once you convert all varieties to one common variety, and then you prepare annual cost statement, yeah, and once you do total cost sheet and you divide by 7, you will get to know how much I should charge for the base category. And in our some base category was 4 kilometer. This 8 kilometer variety students, I am charging them double. That means if this is 100, this should be 200, and 16 kilometer I am charging 4 times. That means I am charging 400 rupee. This one concept is helpful in solving many sums. Sometime back in exam, this was there in the class material part B. Three varieties of hotel rooms: single room, duplex room, correct, super deluxe room, something like this. For normal room, if we are charging X, for deluxe room we are charging 2X, and super deluxe room we are charging 5X, correct. And if I have 100 rooms, 100 rooms, 100 rooms of all variety, then 100 room here, if I am counting as one room, correct, then this one room I'll be counting as two rooms. Effectively it is 200 single rooms, and this will be into 5, this will be 500. So I may have only 300 rooms, but my calculation I'll be counting it as 700 equivalent rooms, correct, sorry, 800 equivalent rooms, and then I will do all my calculation divided by 800. Then if I get answer as 1000 rupee, this will be room rent for normal room, right? For deluxe room it is into 2, for super deluxe it is into 5. This concept is used in many industries. They can ask any industry, but the concept is same. you just make a note, solve that one question where you have 4 kilometer, 8 kilometer and 16 kilometer variety student. Sorry, question number 7 in class material. And please make a note, the same concept is used in many industries. Quickly make a note, the same concept is used in many industries. Write down line by line. Hotel, normal room, deluxe room, super deluxe room, hospital, general ward, special ward. Is there a name for next type of ward? Super specialty ward with AC and Wi-Fi. Super specialty ward. Airline company, economy class and business class. Correct? Now they can give you a bus company problem having seater and sleeper coach, where sleeper coach charges are 1.5 times of sitting charges. Then you convert all variety to one common variety, sitting variety, and work out the sum. Finally the answer you do into 1.5. Correct? This type of question is there even in a toll plaza sum. This question you mark important. There is one question in study material also. Toll plaza sum where there is total cost 60 kilometer. Correct? They have given two wheelers, four wheelers, heavy commercial vehicles. Correct? Buses and heavy commercial vehicles. And then you convert all variety of vehicles to two wheelers, and then you work out the toll charges per two wheeler, and then into 2 into 4 into 6. This question is actually a good question. If you have not marked, please mark toll plaza question. Make a note. Two wheeler, four wheeler, heavy commercial vehicle, basically trucks, lorries, all of that. Yeah. After completing all of this, there are 2-3 practical questions that you only have to go through. One, there is a question on software project cost. They have given 3 software engineers, 1 project manager for full year salary, and they want you to calculate a cost for 6 months project. This question you should only read, don't work out. This has no new learning. Very simple question. Another, there is a question on thermal power, calculation of cost per kilowatt. They have given coal and some electricity and this and that. You just have to list out everything. Very simple question, won't even take 1 or 2 minutes to read. Okay. And there is one more thing to read. In transportation industry, BOT model and BOLT model. BOT model is build, operate and transfer. Correct? Government is the ultimate owner of that land on which you are making the road. That road company has built, they have to maintain for 10 years or 15 years, during which they can collect toll. After that they have to transfer the road also to government. Anyway, land belongs to government. Road is built, road is operated and road is transferred. During that operation phase, repair maintenance cost should be taken care by the construction company, and toll collection will also go to that construction company. Once it is transferred, after that it belongs to government, maintenance is also their job, toll money will also go to them. In BOLT model, You build, you operate, and then you lease it to government only. And after that you transfer. Some arrangements are like this: build, it's only cost phase. During operate phase, entire toll will go to construction company. In that lease period, some toll will go to construction company, some will go to government. Finally, once it is transferred, toll money will fully go to government. So it is BOT in between, one more stage of 5 to 10 years of lease period. This once they asked as a theory question, what is BOT and BOLT model in road construction projects: build, operate, and transfer, build, operate, lease, and transfer. BOT and BOLT model. These three things: software company, thermal power problem, and this, and one more. I think I already told you this. There is one question on insurance company, and also there is one sum in study material. It is related to a bank having loan processing. Time pass question actually. Again, that's why I included in this category. Read category, you don't have to work out. Just go through, it won't take more than 5 minutes. I only want you to be familiar with all variety. In exam, if this question comes, though it is easy, if you have not seen any thermal power question before, you think it is difficult. It may not be difficult. You are not familiar to that, so you feel it is difficult. Therefore, in this topic, it's about variety of questions that you should cover, more than tough and easy, small and big. Cover all variety. 50% of the topic is only transportation. The balance 50% is all this miscellaneous area. This area you first complete. So majority different variety will be done. After that, only one variety, which is mainly transportation, passenger and goods transportation. Done. One common adjustment they ask: what if they say we were carrying goods from city A to city B, our truck capacity is 5 tons. One day we were carrying 8 tons. We were caught by police. We paid fine. Should I include that fine in my annual cost statement? No. But if you have to calculate profit, should you minus that? I repeat my question. You have paid penalty because you had excess load, correct? That penalty, can you take it in cost sheet, do the total cost plus profit, charge it to customer? No, that answer is correct. But if they say calculate your actual profit, revenue is there, cost is there, minus this also has to be there, because sir, this is abnormal loss, will go to P&L. I'm asking you P&L only now. If I am asking you how much is profit, I am indirectly asking you P&L itself. Revenue is 10 lakh, cost is 9 lakh, minus penalty 10,000. Actual profit will be total revenue minus total cost. In the total cost, penalty you have paid, but you can't charge it to customer. In cost sheet, you should not take. Hello? But in actual P&L, you should take. In accounts class, when did you say penalty, I won't pass a journal entry? Cash has gone. If you don't write penalty account debit, what will you do for cash account credit? Otherwise, cash balance won't match. No. That means anything and everything, if there is a transaction, it has to be recorded. Normal, abnormal is for costing purpose. For actual purpose, that is in accounting, anything. Bribe paid also, you have to pass journal entry. I told you that. Bribe account debit too. Cash only, not bank. No one is giving bribe in. Very smart. Otherwise, your cash account won't tally. Remember, this example may sound funny, but in exam, if they say fix the rate, don't take penalty. But if they ask you how much is the profit earned, actual profit, you have to minus penalty. If they print bribe also in question, that also you should minus, because money has gone out. Yes or no? That's all. This is what you need to cover in service costing. Mainly a practical topic. Mainly descriptive variety questions can come. I am repeating once again because I know the common mistakes that you do. Don't do transportation first. Do everything other than transportation. It will cover 9-10 industries, and then in one stretch Start transportation industry whenever that day comes. 5-6 hours continuous that day. Finish off transportation in one go. Done. Okay. This was about 5-6 hours continuous that day. Finish off transportation in one go. Done. Okay. This was about service cost. The next topic, job costing and batch costing. You can study this separately also. Two small topics. One day before exam, job and batch together also you should not take 30 minutes. Together, I am saying, one day before exam, 15 minutes job costing, 15 minutes batch cost. So first one in that, job costing. Listen to me. First of all, there is one small theory concept in job costing. What is the character of job costing, or which are the industries where you use job costing? Understand, job costing is used in all those places where cost sheet has to be prepared every time a customer comes, because customer is coming with different requirement every time. Mobile repair shop, bike servicing, catering example, all this, where one customer's cost sheet is not suitable to next customer. Everybody comes with their own customization requirement. Therefore, your cost sheet also should be prepared separately every time. They can ask you suitability of job costing, or simply short notes on job costing. Write short notes on job costing, or what is job costing, question mark, under what circumstances you will use job costing. This itself can be a small 2 or 3 marks theory question. Yeah. In job costing, every time a customer comes, first thing we do is for their order or their work, we give or assign one job number, correct? Because it is not same pen repeatedly produced and sold. Every time a customer is coming with a new requirement altogether. Therefore, every job is first assigned a number called job number or work order number, correct? And then all the material that is used, you will record it in that job cost sheet, and then labor you will record it, and overhead will be difficult to record for each job. Therefore, you use either machine hour rate or labor hour rate. You will know on an average 1 hour of work you will be spending 6 rupees of overhead, and if this job number 131 has taken 10 hours, that means you simply do 10 into 6. It will be practically impossible to find out how much is the overhead incurred for that one job, because rent is for the month and that is for full building in that one department, in that one area, in that one small job. So no way you'll be able to find out rent for that job for 10 hours. Therefore, you will go by the average overhead rate, which is either based on machine hour rate or based on labor hour rate. In job costing, there is one question which I already discussed in cost sheet. They gave you last year cost statement and they said company follows percentage method, and then a new job is estimated or expected to come in next year, correct? And using these percentages, they want you to fix the selling price for the job. This is an easy question. If you are revising it along with cost sheet itself, then you don't have to revise it once again here. The only question that you should revise or practically work out for your revision is, there is this question, job number 114, 115, 118, 3 jobs that you started in last month. Some cost was incurred last month and some balance cost you are incurring in the current month. That one question is good, can be asked for 5 marks maximum. Okay. So you have to prepare a job cost sheet. Again, same cost sheet format. This topic you can actually revise along with cost sheet itself. There is no new format or new learning here. Instead of doing per unit, you will do per job. That's all. One theory you mark as important. Repeatedly they have asked difference between job costing and batch costing. Difference between job costing and batch costing. Tell me under what circumstances I'll be using batch costing, where goods are produced in bulk, and bulk production is possible only if all units are of same nature, size, shape, color, quality, selling price, correct? That means only identical homogeneous units you can do here. But job costing is exactly opposite. Every unit, every customer, every order is different from the previous and different from the next, correct? Therefore it is not job costing and batch costing, it's job costing versus batch cost, correct? Number one. Number two, in batch costing, since production happens in bulk, cost estimation is also very easy, correct? Because you know it is the same product, 10,000 units or 1 lakh units, calculation is easy. Here calculating cost is difficult because every customer has his or her own requirement, and you cannot have one cost sheet and apply the same thing for all the customers. Every time you'll have to prepare, and everyone comes with customization. Suppose a furniture is to be made, someone wants a particular extra fitting to be done, and that cost you have to consider in this cost sheet, and that item may not be there, you may have to buy it from someone and then fit it. That means you don't have the estimated cost also, correct? Therefore quoting a number to customer in job costing is always difficult. Therefore if you give your bike for servicing, and if you ask while giving bike itself how much is going to be the charge, they say around 3 o'clock I'll call you and tell you. If you say okay, then only I'll do some extra repairs, otherwise regular washing and servicing 1,000 rupee, because they don't know what is the real problem till they open the parts of that bike. This is how job costing is. But in batch costing, if you ask how much is price of one idli, they won't say once cooking is done I'll tell you. They know, because it's the same idli that they did yesterday also. Technology is same, material is same, labor is same. Because it is repetition, cost calculation is easy. It is not easy in job costing because every customer comes with different expectation. Like interior decoration, every house is different, expectations are different, material requirement is different. I can't quote one price easily. That's why most of the job costing industry, they'll give you a range. Interior will happen within 7 to 8 lakh range. They can't commit to one number. If they say 7 lakh and you want best interiors, will be a problem to them, correct? But that won't happen in Italy because there is no customization. They won't say 3 to 4 rupee, they say 3 only. This is our idli, full stop. No customization in idli possible. Understanding? Where there is no customization, cost calculation is easy, simple. Where too much of customization, cost calculation is difficult. Another common question they ask in batch costing, I think you know this already. EBQ. Now I won't tell you what is the formula, you should tell. Similar to EOQ. What is the formula for EBQ? Square root of 2AS by C. You answer now. What is A here? Annual FG. Here you are deciding how many units to be produced in one batch. This is about FG, correct? It is not annual raw material requirement, it is annual finished goods. Then what is S? Setup cost. Setup cost is incurred every time you set up the machine. Understand, my customer wants 10,000 units. I can do all 10,000 in one run. Then I have to do machine setup only once, correct? But if I decide to do 1,000 units today, 1,000 tomorrow, 1,000 day after, then I have to do machine setup also 10 times. It is similar to ordering cost. There every time you want to buy, you have to place the order. Here every time you have to run a batch, you have to set up the machine. There also that is per order, here it is per setup. So square root of 2AS divided by, here also it is C, there also it is C, because there also it is blocking of your money, but there it is in the form of RM. Here you will produce and keep, it is in the form of FG. Whether it is RM or WAP or FG, if your money is blocked in the form of inventory, understand there is opportunity cost, because the same money could have been invested elsewhere. In EOQ, we learnt if I buy too much, I have to keep it for too long, money gets blocked. Here, if I produce too much and I can't sell, then also I will keep it in the same go down. That is in the form of RM, this is in the form of FG. My money only in both the cases. In RM, it is only RM money. Here, more money is blocked because on RM, I've spent labor also, overhead also to make this product ready, and now I am not selling. Earlier, if 8 rupees blocked, now 18 rupees blocked because extra effort of labor, overhead, primary packing, everything is done. But I'm not able to sell, I'm blocking more money. If you block more money into same percentage also, your opportunity cost will be very high, correct? Therefore, in both EOQ and EBQ, denominator is same C, that is carrying cost per unit per annum. There it was per kg per annum, per liter per annum, per ton per annum because it was raw material. Here it is per unit per annum. You answer now. If I have to produce 10,000 units, if I decide to produce full 10,000 in single batch, what will happen? Setup cost will come down because only once I have to do setup. But my carrying cost will increase because this 10,000 I have to keep with me till I sell. Imagine this 10,000 is to be sold in next 1 year. That means last 3-4 units will be sold 364 days from today. I have to keep it for that many days. My money is blocked. Correct? What if I produce only 100 times I'll have to produce? Then what happens? 100 times I have to do setup. Correct? Every time I decide to do machine setup, 15 minutes power consumption, 15 minutes heating time, 15 minutes trial run, all together same 15 only, by the way. But that is also cost to me, correct? 15 minutes electricity bill, labor cost, all of that I have to incur 100 times. If cost of one setup is 20 rupee, then 20 into 100. But carrying cost will be less because I'll be keeping only 100 units with me. That 100 is sold, new 100 will come from factory to godown or showroom. That means I need small warehouse, small place to keep this item. Less money is blocked. My carrying cost comes down. So setup cost is going up, carrying cost is coming down. Basically, again, like ordering and carrying cost, here it is setup cost and carrying cost inversely related. Therefore, at EOQ, there overall cost was less. Here at EBQ, total cost is less. For the total cost to be less, these two costs should be equal. Same logic that you applied there in EOQ in raw material chapter. By the way, after learning costing, after doing EOQ, EBQ also, we can't forget this because a similar formula is used in FM also in cash management. Same square root of 280 by H there. We will learn what it is. But logic is same again. There it is cash management. Too much of cash if you keep also problem. Too less of cash is also problem. So the same concept is studied there also. Remember this square root of 2 something something by something. Used repeated. Done. When I say you laugh, but this is how you also remember. This I know very well. Square root of 2AO by C. Later it is 2AS by C. In FM it is 2AT by H. Yeah. That discussion is for some other day, but remember common principle. There it was RM, now it is FG. In FM it is cash. All three are current assets. Current assets, money won't grow. That's why you cry, my money is blocked. If same money is kept in FD also, you'll earn some interest. In some other investment you may earn more. If you purchase a fixed asset, you can produce more and sell more and earn more. There is earning capacity, there is growth in the money in any asset other than current asset. But current asset is always a blocked money. This building, advance paid 13 years ago, blocked. Current asset, right? Any deposit given, any advance paid, RM, WAP, FG, cash in hand, cash at bank, as long as it is not earning any interest, as long as year 0, year 1 cash flow remains same, there is no growth. That means there is opportunity cost. The same money could have been invested elsewhere that can earn some return. That itself you take here as opportunity cost. In denominator you write it as C, carrying cost. Correct? What will happen if I produce more than EBQ? Again, higher production, your setup cost will come down, but you'll end up carrying more. Exactly reverse here also. But unlike EOQ, here they may not ask you, supplier is giving discount. Now there is no question of discount. You already have material, you have labor, you have machine. Question is only about producing more or producing less. So with the discount adjustment type may not happen here. EBQ calculation, and they may say company is planning to produce only 4 times in a year, how much extra cost they may have to incur. Then again, you will have particulars at TBQ as per company's policy. Under as per company's policy also, there is no discount now, correct? Because no one is giving discount. It's your own men, your own machine, your own material. You can't give discount to yourself. Therefore, such adjustments won't be there. For sure, you will have extra cost if you do not follow EBQ. Such questions they can ask. You have to do at least one question on EBQ computation. Make a note. In that also, there is one among available question. There is one lengthier question in EBQ. 24,000 bearings, annual requirement 324 rupee, machine setup cost. This question is there in class material and also study material. 24,000 bearings per annum, and then they say company wants to produce only 4 times a year. How much excess cost they will have to incur and what is the minimum carrying cost? 3 sub questions. That one question minimum all of you should practice. So job costing, batch costing together should not take more than 30 minutes one day before exam. But because these are small chapters, please don't take it lightly. Please don't ignore. They may ask MCQ. Now EBQ can be a fantastic MCQ. Simple. They can cover one topic in 1 mark, 1 line. Simple question. We shouldn't lose marks in EBQ, EOQ type questions. Yeah. So with this, job costing and batch costing revision is done. Three sub questions. That one question minimum all of you should practice. So job costing, batch costing together should not take more than 30 minutes one day before exam. But because these are small chapters, please don't take it lightly. Please don't ignore. They may ask MCQ. Now EBQ can be a fantastic MCQ. Simple. They can cover one topic in 1 mark, 1 line. Simple question. We shouldn't lose marks in EBQ, EOQ type questions. Yeah. So with this, job costing and batch costing revision is done. If you want, you can take quick, or can we take break after one more topic? AC remote, please. There. Pass it on. Guys, next topic is slightly lengthy. Cost accounting system, and I have to revise all journal entries and then all reconciliation. Takes time. Better 1 or 2 minutes you take break now only. It's with them. Yes. Get in fast. Get in, guys, fast. The next topic for revision is cost accounting system. This is a very lengthy topic for your revision. This takes time, but you can divide this topic into two segments. One is profit reconciliation and another is maintenance of books of accounts starting from journal, ledger, trial balance and profit and loss account. And questions can be asked from either, and this is a very good topic for MCQ also. Your journal entry itself can be 1 mark MCQ, as simple as that. Correct journal entry, tick, can be a question. Okay, so first part of the topic is profit reconciliation. Please make a note. Profit reconciliation will come into picture when books of accounts are maintained under non-integrated system. Now when I say non-integrated system, your cost accounting records and financial accounting records are maintained separately, correct? When you maintain two separate books of accounts, two separate profits are possible, and if you have two separate profits, you will have to reconcile the profits between CA and FA, cost accounting and financial accounting. If books of accounts are integrated, then you will have only one profit. When you have only one profit, there is no question of reconciling. For reconciliation, you need starting and ending point. So reconciliation will come into picture when cost accounting records and financial accounting records are maintained separately. That means profit as per CA and profit as per FA, financial accounting and cost accounting, may not match. And when this is not matching, you will have to do a reconciliation. Before that, they can ask you a straight theory question. Why do you have to do reconciliation? Because profits are not matching. The next question can be, why profits won't match? Many reasons. Number one, cost accounting is based on estimation of cost, correct? Whereas financial accounting is based on actual cost that you have incurred. So your estimation and actual may not match, and if this is not matching, your profit will not match. Number one, you may estimate more, you may spend less, correct? Overestimation, over recovery, over absorption, or you may estimate less cost, actually you have incurred much more, underestimation. So one reason for difference in the profit is underestimation or overestimation of cost. Second, there are some items which are taken in cost accounting only and not in financial accounting. Best example is the opportunity cost. Just now in EBQ I discussed carrying cost. This money could have been invested, you are losing, therefore you consider it. But in accounting, an opportunity cost will never be recorded, because in opportunity cost only you are losing an opportunity, but no one is gaining that opportunity. Understand fundamentals properly. For any journal entry to be passed, there should be a debit and a credit. If someone is paying, someone should receive. If I am selling, someone should buy. That should happen. Otherwise, there is no journal entry. In opportunity cost, I am losing, but no one is gaining. Understand? I had, example, 10,000 rupee. I had two options: keep it in FD, 6% interest, or buy raw material and keep it for 1 full year. Now, if I buy raw material and keep it for 1 full year, I have lost 10,000 into 6% interest earning opportunity. I lost that opportunity, but no one gained. I can't pass an entry, loss of interest account debit to what? I'm not paying. There is no cash or bank to credit. There is no other party to whose name I can write. It's not personal account also. It is not payable in future also. I lost, correct? Sir, by coming to afternoon class, I lost sleep today, but no one is gaining sleep today. Understand? There is only loss of sleep account debit too. There is no cash outflow. There is no payment from bank. No one is getting that extra sleep because you are here. Maybe I don't know in your house because you are not there. Someone is peacefully sleeping. I know some of the parents have told me that, sir, you keep class. My son or daughter should not be at home. No, no, seriously. If they are at home, they won't study. Please keep class only. Better. So understand, when you are not earning that FD interest. No one else is earning that FD interest. So there is no duality. In accounting, you study dual aspect principle. There should be a debit and a credit. There should be receiver, giver, coming in, going out. Two things should happen. That is why opportunity cost cannot be journalized. And what you cannot journalize cannot enter accounts class. Simple. Accounts start with journal. If can't be journalized, then there is no ledger, no TB, no P&L balance sheet, nothing. Then there are a lot of transactions which are recorded only in financial accounting but not in cost accounting, like fine, penalty, donation, interest, blah blah blah. These items will never consider in cost sheet. Correct? Donation, best example. We never record this as our cost. But if donation is paid in cash, you have to pass a journal entry, donation account debit to cash account, otherwise cash ledger won't tally. You have given donation through bank check, you have to pass donation to bank account, at least to match bank ledger. Entries must now, correct? Therefore, anything and everything other than opportunity cost, if there is a duality, entry is there in the financial accounting books, but here entry may not be there. Another reason is stock valuation. In cost accounting, stock is valued at cost only. There is no cost or NRV comparison, correct? But in financial accounting, you have to compare cost or NRV and take whichever is lower. That means if NRV is lower than cost, your inventory will be recorded at lower number. But in cost sheet, I'll be taking it correct at cost only. So if closing stock is not matching, profit also will not match. You have studied this in the past. If closing stock is overstated, profit will also go up. If closing stock is understated, profit will come down. Exactly opposite for opening stock. Opening stock is overstated, profit will come down. Opening stock is understated, profit will increase. All this understatement, overstatement is happening because the way you do valuation of stock is not same. When we discussed cost sheet revision, FG valuation, what did we do? Cost of production divided by number of units produced into closing stock quantity. That means you are doing full inventory valuation on cost basis. You are not comparing this with the NRV. But in accounts class, you always do cost versus NRV and then take the number in balance sheet. That means stock number won't match. If this year closing stock is not matching, next year opening stock won't match. That means there is a continuous difference. Again, next year closing also won't match. Next to next year, opening won't match. If both are at cost, then it will match. But one is at cost, one is at NRV, then there is always a difference. And if there is a difference in stock valuation, there will be a difference in profit also. Correct? And last one, in financial accounting, for the items like depreciation, you have rules, you have sections, you have schedules, you follow Income Tax Act, and accordingly you pass depreciation entry. Otherwise, that item will be disallowed in income tax. So in accounting also, you use the same rate that is supposed to be used as per Income Tax Act. But for cost accounting, there is no such restriction. You can depreciate full asset in first year itself, because there is no cost accounting act to say you should not depreciate. Correct? In financial accounting, if you pass a journal entry, then based on that P&L is prepared. Based on P&L, profit is calculated. Based on profit, you have to pay tax. That means what is correct as per Tax Act only you will have to record. Correct? If you're a company, then you have to record as per Companies Act. That means you have some system, some framework within which depreciation rates are to be taken. It can be different from company to company, but then both the companies have to adhere to a particular system, financial accounting framework. There is Company Act, there is Income Tax Act. In both, they have given the way to calculate depreciation. But for cost accounting, there is no act that says depreciation should be done in this way itself. If cost accountant believes that the asset should be written off in 2 years, they may do that also. To say it is wrong, they will ask, then tell me where is it written, what is correct. There is no cost accounting act. There is cost accounting standard, but that standard doesn't say depreciation should be over 3 years or 5 years. It says it is up to company's policy, but that policy should be continuously, consistently followed. That's all. It doesn't come with a rate. Therefore, depreciation as per financial accounting and depreciation as per cost accounting may not match. Now, 5 reasons: under or overestimation, items taken in costing only, not in financial accounting; item taken in financial accounting only, not in cost accounting; overvaluation or undervaluation of stock, both opening and closing. And finally, the application of Income Tax and Companies Act is done only in financial accounting and not in cost accounting, because of which items like rate of depreciation can vary, and if depreciation varies, cost will vary. If cost is different, profit will be different. This can be a theory question. Explain the reason for difference in profits. These are the 5 reasons, right? Now, because profits can be different, at the end of the period, the management is interested to know our costing profit was so much, but our actual P&L profit is something else. Why is there a difference? For that, you will have to prepare a small reconciliation statement. Now, many varieties of questions can come, and I want you to do at least one question on each variety in your revision. First variety, financial accounting information is given. That means trading and P&L account is printed. They want you to do cost sheet, or I'll write it as question mark. Basically, this is not given, and they want you to do reconciliation statement also. In question, P&L is given. Your job is to prepare cost sheet and do reconciliation. One variety. Second variety, financial accounting P&L is given. Cost sheet is also given. That means our job will now be only to do reconciliation, and this question is the easiest because you have starting point, you have ending point. If you do mistake also, you can correct, because you know that can't happen. 100 plus 20 should be 120. If you do 100 minus 20, you know it is not matching. Even if you have not understood logically, you will change that minus as plus and you will reconcile and come. Therefore, my guess now under MCQ, this will be shifted to MCQ pattern. They will simply give profit as per CA, and for adjustment, calculate profit as per FA. Your job is starting point, decide plus minus in Calc, and straight away take the answer. You don't need a table or a format for reconciliation. They can ask these kind of questions where profits are available and adjustment is given. The first variety they can't ask in MCQ pattern. You will have to prepare full cost sheet and do reconciliation. Third category, P&L is also not given, cost sheet is also not given, definitely reconciliation is also not given. Instead, what they do, simply give a list, 20 items, particulars amount. Some items are taken in P&L only, some items are taken in cost sheet only, some items are taken in both the places. That means you find out net profit, you find out profit as per cost sheet, and you only have to do reconciliation. If this question comes for 10 marks, don't do it at the beginning. This is a very lengthy sum. We have 2-3 questions in class material also. Find out profit as per FA and CA and reconcile. Very, very lengthy question. The only one variety that I am not expecting and should not happen also is cost sheet is given in the question, and they want you to do P&L and then do reconciliation. Asking me to do P&L account in costing paper will not be appropriate when we have given them 100 marks exclusively for P&L balance sheet. Again, in this subject, they may not ask preparation of P and L. So this possibility is very less. Okay. First 3 variety can be commonly asked. Now, how to prepare reconciliation statement? A small summary is given here. I will discuss what if starting point is loss little later. First, let's understand how to do reconciliation when the starting point has profits. Yeah, always by default, it is better to start with profit as per CA cost accounting, and then our ending point has to be profit as per FA. Now, our job is to show why these two numbers are not matching, some plus and some minus. If it is a descriptive question, then please write all plus in one place and all minus in other place. In MCQ, you don't need me to tell you directly in Calci. However you want to do, you do it. I have no problem. Because whenever you present reconciliation in future also, when you're working in office, if there are 5 plus and 5 minus, it is a professional way to put all plus in one place, all minus in one place, and not randomly 2 plus 1 minus 2 minus 1 plus. Our final answer is same. That argument is correct in class, but the reader will not be comfortable to read that way. So make it a habit. Whenever you have 2 3 varieties, group them. That way of presentation is always better. In exam descriptive question, put all plus and all minus in two separate categories. Listen, first, suppose profit as per cost accounting is 100. Now, first item to be added is income taken in FA, financial accounting, but not in CA. Now, why should I add this? When an income is taken in FA profit has gone up. To reconcile, you should also go up. Going up means you should also plus. Simple, everyone. Second, excess of income taken in FA over CA. That means in cost accounting you have taken 2 rupee income, whereas in P&L they have taken 5 rupee income. That means their profit is more by 3 rupee. You should also go up. Going up means you will also have to add. Third, expense taken in CA but not in FA. Understand this properly. When you take an expenditure only in cost accounting, your cost accounting profit will go down. But in FA, they did not take that expenditure. They stayed there only. You came down. Correct? Therefore, you have to now go up. Sir, we'll ask them to come down. Tell me why that won't happen. Because my starting point is cost accounting. So any plus minus you should do in your starting point down. Correct? So if you have gone down, to avoid confusion, if you have gone down, you should only come up to do reconciliation, right? This is one example. Opportunity cost, you have taken that expense in cost sheet, they won't take in P&L, so your profit would have gone down. To reconcile, you have to come up. Coming up means you'll have to add. Next one, excess of expenditure taken in CA over FA. In financial accounting, they took 2 rupee as expenditure. Their profit went down by 2 only. But you took 7 rupee as expenditure. So your profit went down by 7 rupee. That means the difference between FA profit and your profit is 5. You have to come up by 5, not 7. By 5 only. That's why they said excess, only extra. You have to come back. Coming back means you'll have to add. Understand, if their income has gone up, you should also go up. But if your cost has gone up, that means your profit has gone down. Cost going up means profit is going down. To reconcile, you should only come up. Basically, you have to bring both to common point. That is reconciliation. Next one, very important, undervaluation of closing stock. In CA, when you do undervaluation of closing stock, your profit is low. To reconcile, you have to increase. I'm repeating this. Listen to me carefully. When you prepare a trading account, suppose opening stock is 100, I'll take a smaller number. Purchase 50, sales 100. Suppose closing stock is 10. Now this side it is 110, this is 110, this is 60. Therefore your profit as of now is 50 rupees. Now observe all possibilities, and if you want to make a note, you can do so. This is the base data. Suppose now my closing stock gets overvalued. Suppose if I take it as 20, the total will become 120. Now this will be 120. These two won't change. Profit has to go up by 10. Profit will become 60. Am I correct? Which means if closing stock goes up, profit also goes up. Simple thumb rule. Correct? Other possibility. What if I make closing stock as 5? Now this comes to 105. If this becomes 105, these two won't change. Your 50 will come down to 45. That means if closing stock is understated, profit is also understated. Simple. Next, third possibility. Suppose opening stock is overstated. That means this 10 becomes 20. Now total won't change, 110. Here it is 110. This 10 has become 20. This 50 won't change. Your profit, tell me, will become what now? 40. That means if opening stock is overstated, profit will come down because both are on debit side only. If one is going up, the other has to come down, otherwise ledger won't tally. Correct? Last possibility. You tell me what is the last possibility now. If opening stock becomes 5, correct, total won't change, 110. This side also 110 only. This is 5, this is 50. This will now become 55. That means if opening stock is understated, then profit will become overstated. If opening stock comes down, profit goes up. Did you understand this properly? If you want, quickly make a note also. Closing stock goes up, profit will go up. If closing stock goes up, profit goes up. If closing stock comes down, profit comes down. Exactly opposite. If opening stock goes up, profit will come down. Correct? And tell me what? Opening stock is low, then profit will be high. Now, if you go to the reconciliation, read this. They are saying undervaluation of closing stock in CA. That means in cost accounting, if you have taken lower closing stock, your profit is also low. To reconcile, you have to come up. Coming up means you have to add. Did you understand this properly now? And then they said overvaluation of opening stock in CA. Again, opening stock is taken more. That means your profit is less. To reconcile, you have to add. Clear? So totally 6 items to add. Actually, you should understand this as only 3 items. First and second is all about income differences. Correct? Easy way to understand this is income taken and not taken. That means this is 5 rupee versus 0 rupee. Correct? Here excess of income taken. That means this is 7 rupee versus 2 rupee. In both the cases, 5 rupee you have to add. That means together it should be understood as income differences. If FA income has gone up, CA also should add it. They took, I did not take, then also add. They took more, you took less, then also add. Basically extra income you should add. Correct? Same way, expenditure. See here, together. You have taken an expenditure they did not take. That means you went down, they did not go down. So you have to come up. Second, you took, they also took, but you took 7 rupee, they took only 2 rupee. Then also you have to come up. Correct? Now it is 0 versus 5. Correct? Or 2 versus 7. Either way, you have to add back because one, you have taken expense they did not take, add. One, you went down much, they went down only this much. Then also you have to come back. In both the cases, you have to add it. Then last two are about stock adjustment. Undervaluation of closing stock also will result in low profit. Overvaluation of opening stock also will result in low profit. In both the cases, I have reached a lower point. From there, I have to come up. That means I have to add. Correct? Whatever is CA and FA will now become FA and CA. All that is understood as plus should now be understood as minus. Therefore, you should not try and mug up 12 points. It's only 6. Change CA, make it FA. FA becomes CA. 6 becomes 12. Understanding? It's not even 6, it's only 3. Correct? That means it is small version 3. 3 split into 6. Change CA and FA, 6 becomes 12. And they may not ask 12 items in every question. If anybody is planning to mug up all 12, anybody planning to, and then search in the question which item will fit in which category? No. Don't do this. Every transaction, analyze which profit is up, which profit is low. In simple, you will get to know plus and minus. Correct? Remember, both should be same. If one is changing and this is your starting point, the other also has to change. What is the need of bugging up? I don't understand. Now, second possibility is instead of profit, it may be a loss. If it is loss, you don't have to do anything. Start with minus 100. Instead of changing all signs, you change the starting point itself. Therefore, you understand this as profit slash loss as per C. If I get positive number, it is profit, negative number, then it is loss. When question is silent, you can, and in my opinion, you should always start with profit as per CA as the starting point. Sir, in exam, we are now prepared to do profit as per CA. We know what to add, what to minus. Suddenly in exam, what if they prepare reconciliation by considering profit as per FA as the starting point? Then in margin, in pencil, first do this, then reverse in pen in the main answer. Don't try to mug up 6 and 6 once again. Hope you're understanding what I'm saying. Then you have to mug up in that logic 24. Profit as per CA, loss as per C. Profit as per FA, loss as per F. Not 24 it is. Well into 4 variety. Remember in foundation book they gave this BRS, passbook, cash book, OD balance. As if this was not enough. Due to negative OD balance, they gave one full format. Not necessary. One format you understand, only changing is enough. Therefore, if at all, if they ask profit as per FA as the starting point, you don't have to reverse the full table. In pencil, profit as per CA, you write, you do everything. You start in reverse order. Whatever you have written as plus, you should minus. Whatever is minus, you should plus. That's all. Clear? Don't mug up 4 different formats. It's only one format. Minor changes will have to do. If it is loss, change the starting point. If starting point itself is FA, do it in pencil, profit as per CA, reverse the whole answer in your main notebook, and don't forget to erase what is written in pencil. Don't blame me later if you get less marks for writing answer in pencil. I have told you this also. If you are writing in pencil, convert to correct answer in pen, then erase whatever you have written in pencil. Don't keep both answers and come. Done. Now, in this profit reconciliation, one thing you should be careful about is the time that you are going to take. If they ask you to do full cost sheet and reconciliation, and there is one very lengthy question where they want you to do P&L also, cost sheet also, reconciliation also. This is another time taking. Some keep it at the end. If you see such question, that too where all three should be done, 10 marks is too less. If they are asking you to do all three, they should give P&L ideally. That is the correct way, because this is costing subject. One data should be ready. Our learning should be cost sheet preparation and preparation of reconciliation statement. What I am expecting now, because 30 marks is taken away by MCQ, they may not ask one cost sheet problem independently and one reconciliation problem independently. Now one single question, they will test both cost sheet chapter and reconciliation chapter. Anyway, in that chapter also they should ask you prepare cost sheet only. Correct? Now same question they will print P&L and say reconcile also. So they can cover two topics with single question. What else they have to do? In P&L, write some useless numbers, goodwill written off, preliminary written off, donation paid, penalty paid, this side interest received. Then change one closing stock value. And then give same data of cost sheet question. And then say prepare cost sheet, and because I have given you P&L, you do reconciliation also. With one question, they can cover two topics. Therefore, as much as possible, work out those sums where you should do cost sheet and reconciliation. Done. If at all, if your reconciliation is not tallying, please check stock adjustment. 90% of the cases, overvaluation, undervaluation, closing stock and opening stock is where students do mistakes. Otherwise, bank interest received taken there, not taken here. Those things you don't go wrong normally. But stock, even if you are good at, there is a chance of mistake, or in the tension you may sometimes do an error. So keep in mind, if you want to write also, if reconciliation is not tallying, recheck stock adjustment, most common mistake of many students. Done. One more way in which this reconciliation statement questions can be asked is through reconciliation account. Instead of preparing statement, the same statement can be converted to reconciliation account. And if you remember, memorandum reconciliation account is the name of that account. Now, instead of doing profit as per CA and all plus and all minus, you will have to now do all debit and all credit, and the ledger should tally now. It's not profit tallying, it is ledger tallying. Now, four varieties of questions may come. Let me write first, you can then copy. They may give you profit as per CA, profit as per FA, 4 items to add, 4 items to deduct. But question is not statement, they want you to prepare account. How to prepare a memorandum reconciliation account? Remember, it is a ledger. Assume this for a minute as P&L. In P&L, net profit always comes here. That means this should be understood as profit as per FA. Because if there is profit in financial accounting, in accounts class, net profit always came here. Remember that as a starting point. And if you are reconciling, if profit as per FA is here, then profit as per CA has to be here on the opposite side. Correct? Now if this is debit, this is credit, is as good as now one is plus and one is minus. Same plus minus is converted into a ledger. Now profit as per CA is here. So all that you do as plus in your statement will come in the same credit side. All that you do minus will come in the opposite side. Anyway, you're writing in opposite side, don't again write as minus. Correct? And if you remember, in ledger we never write minus, we write on the opposite side. Otherwise, fixed asset account, there only I can minus the value. Why depreciation that side? Correct? We don't do plus minus, we write it on the opposite side. Therefore, better if profit as per CA is here, profit is a positive figure. That means all additions will come on credit side itself, and all deletions should come on debit side, and profit as per FA is already here. This ledger should tally. Some students are little confused with this ledger preparation. For you, one solution in pencil. You first prepare reconciliation statement. Okay, something like this. Profit as per CA 100 plus 20 plus 10 and minus 5. Therefore, profit as per FA should be 125. This is ready, but they don't want your statement. They want ledger. Then what to do? Profit as per FA, I have told you. Always profit as per FA comes here. If this is the place, then profit as per CA should go, hey, this side on the credit side. If this is a positive number, then all plus items will come that side, and only one minus item will come this side, and the ledger total should tally. Once this is done, please erase this and come. Clear? If you are not very comfortable in preparing ledger directly, this can also be done. If it is only 3 plus and 2 minus, you can even do it in Calci and check the steps in Calci. That can also do. But if you don't want to take all that risk, in pencil you can write plus plus and minus minus. Do not write anything on question paper. All this I am saying in answer sheet margin only. Once you get the comfort that in plus minus format it is tallying, then convert that to a ledger. Remember, for all combinations, this number or this name, profit as per FA, should be here. Then profit as per CA has to be that side. Once you start profit as per CA, all plus items will come there only, credit side. Then all minus items has to come on the debit side. Total of the ledger should tally. Correct? Now, 4 possibilities. Memorandum, reconciliation account, 4 varieties. Let me write first. Profit as per FA and profit as per C, that I already explained. Tell me if profit as per FA, I am writing this as one first combination. If profit as per FA is here, what if I get loss as per FA? It should go here now. Loss as per FA, then this will be loss as per CA. Correct? But it may so happen that one ledger has profit, another has loss. Maybe there is profit as per FA and loss as per CA. This is also possible. Everyone, profit as per FA, loss as per CA. Now both starting point, ending point will be on debit side only, and then you will have some items here, but majority items will now on the other side. Ledger total has to tally. Again, I told you, if this is difficult to you, you first do the statement in plus minus format and then you shift it to the table. But remember, in table there is no plus minus, it is opposite side. That's all. What is the last combination possible now? Last combination is there is profit as per CA and there is loss as per F. Correct? When you prepare in plus minus format as a statement, what happens? Now profit as per CA you have written here. That means all plus should come here only and all minus will come here, and this total should tally. Those who can understand reconciliation account straight away, go ahead and do that itself. If you are not very convinced with direct ledger preparation, you can always do statement first and then convert. Actually, this is a useless concept. Understand, for anyone who is in management position, they understand plus minus easier than debit credit. And if you prepare memorandum reconciliation account and send it to him, you have to again go and explain how that account is prepared, because they won't understand ledger. But if you prepare this is a profit statement plus plus minus minus, they will understand what is plus and what is minus. Therefore, in real world also, this memorandum reconciliation account has very less application. But what to do as of now, you have in syllabus, may be asked in exam. Therefore, you first prepare statement in pencil plus minus format and then shift. If you are comfortable to do it directly in ledger, I am more than happy. So please copy. These are the 4 varieties of questions that can be asked. Done. Next. Do you need time? Yes. The second part of this chapter is maintenance of books of accounts under non-integrated system first and integrated system later. Integrated system journal entries are actually very easy and those questions are also very less. Non-integrated is a major learning. Listen, everyone, extremely important. We need to revise all journal entries once. Now understand, this journal entry, ledger, trial balance and P&L is all in the same order of cost sheet. That means first you should pass journal entries related to material, then labor, then overheads. In that, factory, office, admin, selling, distribution, finally total cost entry, profit entry, sales entry. That means learning of entries is in the same order in which you prepare cost sheet. First discussion is journal entries related to material cost. First understand the flow. Raw material is purchased, supplier sends all of that, and this is received in stores or warehouse or go down, and the ledger name for this is stores ledger control account. From here, this raw material is issued to production department, and that ledger is WIP. And once the production is complete, this will go to FG control account. After that, profit and other things that I'll discuss later. As of now, I'm only moving the material. Now these materials, if it is not of good quality, we may return it back to supplier. If it is excess, then production department may send it back to warehouse. And if the item is defective, then for reprocessing or rectification, it may be sent back to WIP. Suppose our factory is working on Sunday, purchase department is on holiday, and production manager wants some material on urgent basis, they may buy directly from supplier, and after using the extra material may also be returned. These are the 8 possible transactions, actually 4, the return of 4, so totally 8 possible transactions. Now all of this I'm just numbering for our understanding purpose. 4, 5 and 6, let it be 7 and 8. Not the journal entry. In arrow mark 1, understand who is the receiver of goods, stores ledger, and who is the giver of goods, supplier. That means the journal entry should be debit the receiver, SLC account debit to supplier account. This may be cash or bank if we have paid money, but this cash or bank or supplier name ABCD Limited, all these ledgers are already maintained by financial accountant, correct? If we again open one cash account or bank account or creditor accounts, which are not normally cost accounting ledgers, it will be duplication of same ledger. They will also have cash account, I will also have cash account, correct? To avoid that duplication, all such accounts are in summary called as GLA. This GLA has 3 other names. General ledger adjustment is also called as general ledger control account, cost ledger adjustment account, cost ledger control account. Yeah, you can use GLA. If they use CLA also, you know what they're referring to. You write GLA only, but stop here. Don't do full G. That's all, it's the same. Now, in transaction number 1, journal entry will be SLC account debit to GLA account. Transaction number 2, first understand the transaction. Raw material is going from stores to production. That means production is receiving, debit the receiver, WIP control account debit to SLC account. Correct. In third transaction, WIP has completed its job. Goods are now in FG for packing. That means receiver is FG control account to WIP, debit the receiver, credit the give. Then in fourth transaction, goods are going back. Now the receiver is GLA supplier, so GLA account debit to SLC account. Fifth transaction, SLC account debit to WIP. You issued 100 kg, they used only 97 kg. That production team employees coming back and returning 3 kg. That 3 kg is recorded here. Yeah. Transaction number 6, while packing they got to know some of the items are defective, they have to send it back to production for rectification. So receiver now is WIP account debit to FG control account. In all answers we write control account because these are all temporary in nature. These will never come to P&L, balance sheet, annual report. Nobody will read this. These are all internal, and end of the month FG control account balance is transferred to FG account. It's more like your subsidiary book. You call it purchase book, and later total of purchase book is transferred to purchase account. Correct? 2 column cash book, 3 column cash book. All of that are subsidiary temporary ledgers here also. Same way. In transaction number 7, correct, raw material is directly purchased by production department, therefore WIP control account debit to GLA, and the same is returned later, so GLA account debit to WIP control account. That's all. I have one extra question. What if they say 10,000 rupee worth raw material is stolen? What is the journal entry? Take your time. 10,000 worth raw material is stolen from stores. Stolen, so it is what now? Abnormal loss. All abnormal losses will go to costing P&L. Debit side or credit side now? Debit, because it's a loss. And when an item is stolen, your stock balance will come down. Remember, decrease in asset is credited. Decrease in asset is credited. That means entry should be costing P&L account debit to stores ledger control account. Correct? No, GLA money is not going. Raw material is lost. It is not cash stolen. If it is cash stolen, you are correct. Yeah. This can be MCQ now. Be careful with journal entries. Any one journal entry can become 1 mark MCQ. What if WIP is stolen? Sir, who will do this first? That's not your problem. WIP is stolen. What is the journal entry? That's my question. Costing P&L account debit to WIP control account. Guys, listen. Tomorrow morning to do onion dosa. Today you purchase onion. You cut and keep and go. Some other guy comes and takes onion cut. WIP stolen only. That's not raw material. It is not onion. It is onion cut into pieces. What if dosa batter is stolen? Not rava, not dosa. Batter is stolen. WIP lost. Can happen. Hello? Correct? Costing P&L account debit to WIP control account. Finally, what if FG is stolen? Same entry. Costing P&L account debit to FG control account. Done. Now, the next set of journal entries are related to labor cost. In labor cost, entries are based on labor being paid and then labor being classified or charged or transferred, correct? And payment can be either to direct employees or to indirect employees. Either way, it is wage control account debit to GLA account. When I pay, it is same money going. There is no two separate category of payment. All employees will get salary at one shot. That means entry for payment for both put together is wage control account debit to GLA account. Why am I debiting wage control? Because wage is an expenditure. All expenses are debited. Basic rule, you know this, correct? GLA is credited because cash or bank is going out, money is going. Now, this wage has to be transferred, correct, to respective department. There can be mainly two varieties of labor, direct wage and indirect wage. Remember, when you pay, the entry can be clubbed, wage control account to GLA. But when you record, direct wage should go to WIP, main production. Indirect wage, since it is indirect, it is always overhead, but employees may work in factory to support or office to support and selling and distribution department to support. Therefore, the main classification happens here. When you pay, it is simply wage control to GLA account. Now tell me, you visualize a ledger wage control account. When you pay, it is to GLA, suppose 100 rupee. Now this has to be classified. That means that has to happen here only, correct? And direct wages are going to production department, that is WIP. That means this will be now by WIP. Factory overhead will go to factory overhead control account. This will go to office overhead control account, and this will go to selling and distribution overhead control account, and this total has to tally and the ledger gets closed. Now if I have to put this in journal format, for payment it is wage control to GLA, and then for charging, direct wage will go to WIP to wage control, indirect will go to factory overhead, office and administration overhead, selling and distribution overhead, all to wage control. With this, at the end of the month, wage account will get nullified. There won't be any closing balance of wage transfer to next year. It is simply an expenditure. There is no question of balance being carried forward to next year. SLC there can be balance because raw material is an asset. WIP there can be, FG there can be. Overheads also can be because of under or over absorption, but wage control normally you will not have any closing balance transfer to next financial year. This month I have paid. I know where are these guys working. I'm not paying salary today where they'll be working in future. Only prepaid wage if you have, that you will transfer to next year. Normal wages paid for the month is over and then you pay wage. So where is the question of carrying balance to next year? Correct. Next set of journal entries are related to overhead. Overheads paid and overheads charged or recovered. Under this again, factory overhead, office overhead, and selling and distribution overhead. This is one area where students go wrong, especially this segment, not the payment segment. Factory overhead, office administration overhead, and selling distribution overhead. When you pay, journal entry is always easy. Yes or no? Expense account debit to cash account. Therefore, it is factory overhead account debit to GLA. That means this is factory overhead to GLA. This is office overhead to GLA. Selling and distribution overhead to GLA. This part is very easy. The other part is where students go wrong. So I'm explaining little bit in detail. When I say factory overhead, understand this should be part of my WIP. Correct? That means this has to be transferred to WIP account. When I pay, it was factory overhead debit to GLA. Now I am transferring, that means factory overhead should be credited. Correct? And where is it going? It is going to WIP. Therefore, it is WIP to factory overhead. There is another way, very easy way of remembering this. I'll tell you once this basic explanation is done. Office and administration overhead. This will all go to FG, assuming this is related to production. Then the entry will be FG control account debit to office and administration. Selling and distribution should be part of my total cost or cost of sale. Therefore, this is cost of sale account debit to selling and distribution overhead. Now, will this number be equal to this number? Not necessary. You might pay 10,000, charge 12,000. That's when the under absorption or over absorption come into picture. Overhead ledger may not tally. Correct? What you have paid, overhead account debit to GLA, all payments will be in one side and all transfer will be on the other side. What if you have paid 12,000 and estimated only 10? The two will become under absorption. Under absorption is a kind of loss. Loss can be transferred to costing P&L debit side. So costing P&L account debit to factory overhead, that I'll discuss little later. Don't worry. Now, this part, another easy way to understand which overhead to be transferred to which ledger. Remember in your cost sheet, after prime cost, you take factory overhead and then you do gross works cost, and here is where you adjust WIP. That means WIP should include factory overhead. That means factory overhead should be transferred to WIP. Simple. Then you get net works cost and then you take office and administration overhead, then you call it as COP. Now you adjust opening FG and closing FG. That means this FG value should include office administration. Therefore, transfer office administration to FG. If you transfer, then only FG bucket will have more numbers. Correct? And then after you do this, you get cost of goods sold. Then you have selling and distribution. Then you get total cost. Your total cost should include selling and distribution. That means selling and distribution is transferred to total cost account or cost of sales. This should not be confusion actually. This is simple. Sir, what if office administration is not related to production? Then that also, like this office administration not related to production also, you transfer to cost of sales. Once you understand the fundamental, they twisting in exam won't disturb you, because you know what is to be part of next should be transferred. That's all. If it is related to production, take here and transfer. Not related to production, take here and transfer. Here it will transfer to FG, here it will be transferred to COS. By the way, whatever you transfer to FG will ultimately come here only. So net effect, there won't be any problem. But if it is journal entry based question, then entry will be wrong. If it is ledger preparation, you won't even get to know you're wrong. Some people will directly come to COS. Some people will go to FG. From FG come to COS. Correct? Final answer will match. But if journal entry is a question, MCQ, then you should be more careful. Okay. So this is about entries on overhead. Now the next part. This overhead, you may have under absorption or over absorption. A quick ledger will help you to understand. Factory overhead, when I pay, it is factory overhead to GLA, say 100 rupee. But when I charge it or estimate it, this was by WIP, I might have estimated only 80. Now 80 estimated, 100 paid, that means I underestimated my factory overhead. Underestimation is a loss, right? All losses should go to costing P&L account. That means it is by costing P&L account. Instead of asking, sir, why are we doing by costing P&L? Think in costing P&L, what should happen if there is a loss in P&L? It should be debited. If I have to debit there, then it has to be credited here. Therefore, this should be to factory overhead when you later prepare costing P&L. Correct. Therefore, if they ask journal entry for under absorption, tell me under absorption is a loss. All losses will go to the debit side of costing P&L. That means entry is costing P&L account debit to factory overhead control account. Yeah, exactly reverse now. What if it is over absorption? You estimated 130 but actually paid only 100. Now it is costing P&L here, and if I'm writing costing P&L here, then later when I do costing P&L, this 30 will come and sit on the credit side. In P&L, any number coming to the credit side has to be my income or gain. Overestimation is definitely income or a gain or a saving. That is the reason why it is going to the credit side of costing P&L. If they ask journal entry, now tell me costing P&L should be credited. That means it is to costing P&L and it is going from factory overhead control account debit to costing P&L account. This you have to do only if you want to write off current year under or over absorption to P&L this year itself. What if they print in question one extra line, company wants to carry forward under or over absorption to next year, then this 30 don't do anything, simply say balance carried down, and next year that becomes balance brought down, and next year also do same thing and keep continuing to year after year after year. This they won't print sometimes. They won't say whether you have to write off to P&L or transfer. If they don't say, you write off to P&L, simple. But in some questions, they will give you opening trial balance. In opening trial balance, there is factory overhead control account. What is the meaning of opening trial balance having overhead balance? This is coming from last year. That means their policy is to carry forward. This year also, it is a hint, you should also carry forward. Now you should not even write a note. By looking at the question, it is obvious that they don't want to carry forward to next year. You know, if they really want to test your knowledge, what they should do? They should give an opening trial balance with overhead control account balance and then say this is the last year of company. Now tell me, if this is the last year of the company, then you should not write balance carried down to next year. Then you should do to costing or by costing P&L that year itself. They should do these kind of things. Correct? Then those who have studied properly, those who read question properly, good students only pass. Why are you worried? You are in that category only. No, sorry, I take back my words. If only humans can do Control Z, I can. I could have used Control Z. Those who don't know Control Z in computer, if you have done something and you want to go one step behind, if you do Control Z, that action will be eliminated. But I don't have Control Z option. Therefore, I hope you are one among those good students. And if this question says that this is the last year, then no question of balance carried down. What if they say this is first year of the company, then in opening trial balance you will not have anything, correct? Then you have to search later in the question whether company's policy is to write off or company's policy is to carry forward. If they don't mention anything, you write off to P&L, give one note. Clear? Now, after under or over absorption, we are done with material, labor, overhead and under absorption, over absorption entry. With all this, we have reached total cost. Now, total cost should go to the debit side of costing P&L. That journal entry will be costing P&L account debit to cost of sale account. This entry is at cost, has to be, because I am debiting costing P&L account. Debit side of P&L can't be sales value, correct? This is cost entry. And then for sales entry, tell me, for sale, when you said purchase, you did not write supplier name, you wrote GLA. Now when you are selling, you should not write customer name. That time supplier was GLA, now customer will be GLA. Tell me now, what is the journal entry? GLA account debit to costing P&L account. This is going to the credit side of costing P&L. That means this should be at selling price, correct? The difference between these two entries will be net profit or net loss. Net profit or net loss will also go to GLA, because actually it goes to reserves and surplus account or P&L account debit balance, but that is not our ledger. We don't maintain those ledgers in costing. That is maintained by financial accounting. Therefore, either profit or loss, either way, should be transferred to GLA account. Now, the type of questions that they can ask: one, in MCQ they can ask you to write any single journal entry, not writing in MCQ, just selecting the correct journal entry. One. Second, they can ask 5 marks to 10 marks questions where they will ask you to write all journal entries, maybe 10 transactions they can give, ask you to write 10 journal entries. Then they may ask you to prepare only ledger accounts without asking journal preparation. If they give opening trial balance, then first start with all the opening balances. If they don't give, then maybe this is the first year, to directly start with the ledger. Which ledger first? Which item first in cost sheet? Direct material. That means here it should be stores ledger, control account. Whenever you are stuck, what next? Go to cost sheet. Direct material done, SLC done. Direct labor, wage control. Factory overhead, factory overhead. Now we are stuck here. Which ledger? Go back there. After factory overhead, you adjust WIP. Open WIP. Then office admin related to production, open here. Then FG account, FG opening closing, FG ledger. Then office admin not related to production, open that. Selling and distribution, open that ledger. Then cost of sales there, cost of sales ledger here. Profit won't be a ledger, instead costing P&L in place of sale. And in all places where cash bank supplier is to be written, it will be one GLA account. My suggestion, this GLA will have too many things, correct? Cash received also GLA, paid also GLA, inflow, outflow, everything is GL, correct? Either better do GLA at the beginning itself or GLA at the end. In between, don't keep GL. Understanding? And once you post all the items in ledger, now the last step is to close all the ledger accounts and then prepare trial balance. In which order I need to close the ledger? Again, same order in which you prepare cost sheet. Students get overexcited and close ledger in some wrong order. Wage control paid, wage charge. Sir, total matching, I'll close now only. Please don't do. Once you post everything in ledgers, then start in the order in which you do cost sheet. Direct material, first close SLC. Then direct wages, close labor control, wage control account. Then factory overhead, close factory overhead. Do not close the ledger even if you think it is obvious, just total and double underline, don't do. Last ledger to be closed is GLA, because even sales will come here, profit also will come here. Never close GLA first, then you get profit. That should also come to GLA. So make a note, you can open the ledgers in any order. That's not a problem. That also, if you ask me, do in cost sheet order. Okay. But still it's okay if you do in any order. But closing the ledger, write down, closing the ledger should be in the same order in which you prepare cost sheet. And the last ledger to be closed is GL. You may open it first, but closing of GLA should happen at the end. If you are preparing journal entries and ledger accounts under non-integrated system, and then they say land purchased by paying cash, what is the entry? Land purchased by paying cash or bank, what is the entry? GLA account to GLA as good as no entry, because it is a pure financial transaction. They should actually ask this question: for which of the following journal entry won't be passed in non-integrated account? Shares issued, bank account to share capital, no fun. I don't need that in my cost sheet. I don't need that in my cost ledgers. Correct? You should also know what are the transactions for which I don't pass a journal entry. See, one leg is GLA, other is SLC, WIP. I need that entry. If both are GLA, what is the use in passing that journal entry? Which means majority of pure balance sheet transactions won't come. Money collected from supply, money collected from customer, debtor, cash, both are there, both are GLA. Money paid to supplier, both are there only. Share capital, loan taken, loan repaid, dividend transfer to the profit transfer to dividend account, reserve account, land purchase, land sold, bank balance, everything. Majority balance sheet items are pure financial in nature. You may not have a journal entry. If you want to pass also, it will be GLA to GLA. Makes no sense. Correct? Now the last question in this category is passing journal entries under integrated system. There is only one or maximum two questions on this. Both are quite easy. Instead of writing GLA account, you have to write the exact name. If it is cash, you write cash. If it is bank, you write bank. Now donation paid also you can't ignore, because it is integrated system. There is only one system, one software, one accountant. Any entry, every entry, he should only pass. Now you cannot say that is taken care by financial accountant. I won't pass the entry. Now I am only both. Correct? So now tell me, will I pass a journal entry for land purchased? Yes, I have to, because I am the only accountant. Correct? This is non-integrated system. Cost accounting transactions and financial accounting transactions, common ledger will be GLA. But if it is integrated system, then there is only one system. So land also, building also, cash also, bank also, SLC also, WIP also, all ledgers are in one place. So no question of deciding should I pass the entry or not. You have to pass the entry. Clear? These questions are very less in book, but don't take any chance. Read this also and go. Maybe one or maximum two questions you have on integrated system. Easy way to understand integrated system, same as non-integrated, but instead of writing GLA, I will write specific ledger name. And now there is no question of saying this entry won't be recorded. Every entry should be recorded. Donation also record, penalty also record. Done. That's all. This is one lengthy topic. For you to revise also takes time. You don't have too much time, then at least reconciliation part you do in one slot and journal ledger you do in another slot. Yeah. With this cost accounting system, revision is done. Next topic is budget and budgetary control. Please make a note. This is a topic where theory and practical questions both are equally important. You have lot of small theory concepts can be asked for short notes. Number one, meaning of budgetary control. They may not ask just meaning of budgetary control. Number one. Number two, they can ask difference between budget and forecast. Then they can ask fixed budget and flexible budget. They can then ask zero based budgeting, and there was one small performance budgeting, and in between there was budget manual, and there was master budget and functional budgets. I will list out. I want you to also copy all these theory concepts. You must study without fail. Okay. First, meaning of budgetary control. Basically, topic is not just about making a budget. It should also be about having a follow-up, comparing that with actuals, identifying the reasons, taking remedial actions. Your 4 points in the first page of this topic, budgetary control. Second, difference between forecast and budget can be a good 4 marks question. They can ask you to write the difference between these two, forecast and budget. Forecast is a preliminary step. It's a goal, a wish, where you want to go, may not be always quantitative, correct? This is the first stage, forecasting. Budgeting is the second stage, with money only. It has actions, correct? It is not just wish or goal. It has actions to be taken to reach that goal. After this, you have a concept, fixed budget versus flexible budget. They can ask the difference between the two. When the budget is prepared for a fixed level of activity and we believe that this won't change, we prepare all the cost estimation assuming that expected level of activity will happen in reality also. There is no scope for up and down in fixed budget. This can be prepared only if the business is well established and they are not seasonal, and it is easy for them to predict the future possibilities. But a newly set up business will have to prepare a flexible budget because they don't know how much is going to be their sales in the coming month, because they are still understanding the market. When there is high level of uncertainty, you better prepare flexible budget where you will have from 5%, 10%, 15% up to 90%. You don't know which will be your actual level of activity. When you are unsure about it, you prepare a flexible budget. After this, another theory question they can ask is zero based budgeting. Zero based budgeting, where the budgeting process starts from zero. Every year when you're preparing budget, you're not starting from the previous year as a starting point, and you're not doing plus 5%, minus 5%. You start from zero. You ask why we are not able to sell so much, why only these are the customers, and so on. Zero based budgeting will question everything. A very systematic way, but a time consuming way, can be done if you are in single product company. If you do not have multiple branches, multiple suppliers, then zero based budgeting is easy. Limitation of this is time consuming. Good thing about it is, even if last year budget is not scientific, this year budget can be scientific because you are not starting from last year as the base. The problem with traditional budgeting is one budget goes wrong, next year budget is 5% wrong on wrong number, and then you keep continuing, correct? After this, there was a small theory on master budget and functional budget, where master budget is the sum total of all the functional budgets. When I prepare budget for the entire company, which is balance sheet, P&L, cash flow, fund flow statement for the whole year, that is called master budget. Finance minister reading the budget is not for one activity, it is for the whole country. But if I am a railway minister, I am not worried about other aspects. I am only worried about money allotted to my department, and then how will I spend that money is functional budget. In company, purchase budget, production budget, wage budget, sales budget, marketing budget, when you do, you are talking about functional budget. But when you prepare budgeted P&L, balance sheet, cash flow, that means you are talking about master budget. Basically, this is master budget. In that individual segment is functional budget. If you are management, if you are part of the board of directors, For you, total matters. But if you're purchase manager, then only purchase budget matters to you, right? And another small 2-3 lines story, budget manual. It is a document, summarized document of all the budget working papers, correct? So it has major assumptions made, discussions held, inputs taken, and on what basis you have prepared the budget, who are the members of budget committee, when did you start preparing budget, when did you complete the budget, how many discussions were held in finalizing the budget. Basically, entire working paper in a summarized form is called budget manual. So next year, even if all these finance employees leave, new set of people come, they will know in detail what is the budget making process of this company. So next year they can take this as reference and do the budget. It is basically a system of documentation. You summarize it. That summary is called budget manual. And performance budgeting is one more, which is mainly used in government, correct? Here you have invested, which is measurable in rupee, and the result may not be measurable in rupee. That is why they say funds invested and the outcome of the project. They did not say cash outflow compared with cash inflow. That's not a business budget, it's a performance budget used in examples like airport, school, college, or medical college, or metro, for example. Money has been invested. There is some rupee benefit on the other side, but rupee is not the only thing that you achieved. There are a lot other things that you achieve. This is mainly used in government budget. Can be 1 mark MCQ also. Which budgeting is mainly used in government undertakings? This is the answer. Yeah. Most important is cost control and cost reduction. This can be considered as theory of standard costing. Also, this can be considered as theory of budget also, cost control and cost reduction. Most repeatedly asked question. Yeah. In cost control, your focus is on past and present. You have set a standard, you expect the performance to be well within the standard. Once the standard is achieved, you are done with your standard setting process. There is a visible end to this. Once the standard is reached, you are happy, you are ready to celebrate. But on the other side, cost reduction is a process of continuous improvement. You believe no standard is permanent. You are ready to make changes. You are okay to spend extra money if change can reduce the cost. There is no visible end. How much ever you improve, there is still a scope for improvement. If they ask for 4 marks, you have to write minimum 4 differences. If they ask for 2 marks, then at least 2 differences you should write. Keep 1:1 as the ratio for theory questions. 1 mark, 1 point. If it is difference, 1 mark, 1 difference. Done. So these are the major theory concepts, and there is one more. This is part of activity based costing also, and can be learnt here also. There is one short note in the book called activity based budgeting, where your budgeting is based on ABC concept, where you don't estimate cost based on machine hour or labor hour, where you estimate the cost based on the activity to be performed, number of boxes, number of setups, number of trials, number of tests, and so on. Small theory, 3 to 4 bullet points you have. This you can read. Entire set of theory from budget should be studied without fail 1 day before exam also. Understanding? Practical areas of budget is actually easy. You do not have complex questions. You have a pattern in which questions are asked. But there's too much of theory here. This is one topic where I'm expecting short notes, theory questions, and more theory questions than more practical questions. Okay. Now coming to practical areas. One type of question they ask is preparation of flexible budget. You should do at least one sum where they're asking you to prepare budget for 50%, 60%, 80%, and so on. You'll normally have 2 levels given in the question. Using that as the basis, they're asking you to prepare budget for other levels. They may give 40%, 60%, ask you to do 80 and 100. Any budget preparation Remember, most important sentence. Any budget preparation should first start with identification of whether the cost is fixed or variable or semi-variable. Unless you do that, you won't be able to prepare future budget for future period. Because if I say rent is 1000 rupee January month, February also 1000, and I'm asking you to prepare budget for March, unless you understand the character of this cost, you can't write a number here. Correct? This number remains same. That means it's a fixed cost. Therefore, for the month of March also, I can go with 1000 rupee. That means to decide a number here, you should first understand whether it is variable or fixed or semi-variable. How do I check? Remember, variable cost per unit, it should remain same, whereas variable cost in total may vary, fluctuate, whereas fixed cost in total remain same, whereas fixed cost per unit may vary. This has no meaning, this has no meaning. Why no meaning? Rent divided by number of students. Tomorrow, if less people come, number won't change, but mathematically it will change because number of students are less or number of students are more, but total rent is not going to change. So what is relevant to me is variable cost per unit and fixed cost in total. Therefore, in every answer, wherever you have variable cost, they would have written on per unit basis. Wherever it is fixed cost, they would have written in total basis. If you see one question where fixed cost is written as 3 per unit also, immediately see number of units, multiply and convert it to total. There is no meaning to this line, rent is equal to 2 rupee per student. If at all, if you have, immediately multiply that by 1000 students, 2 into 1000, total rent is 2000. Even if no one comes to class, that total is not going to change. Therefore, mathematically there is a number, cost by students is equal to rent per student, but logically there is no meaning. So two things you should check: variable cost per unit and fixed cost in total. Now, some common type of questions they have given: 80% and 90%, direct material, direct labor, repair maintenance, and so on, a big list. First check whether the total is same. If the total is same, it is a pure fixed cost. If total is not same, then check cross multiplication whether it is working. If cross multiplication is happening, then it is a variable cost. If that is also not happening, then it is a semi-variable cost. Once it is a semi-variable cost, it has to be segregated. To segregate, you need a formula. Variable cost is equal to change in cost divided by change in activity. In this case, it is units or percentage of activity. This will give you variable cost per unit. And once you get variable cost, take any one level. Say 80%. You have the total cost with you. In that variable cost you break, the balance has to be fixed cost. Later when you do at 90% also, whatever is the total, variable may change in total, but this number has to be same. But the precondition to use this formula is this 80%, 90% should be for same period. If it is for 1 month and this is for 1 year, this formula will not work. Be very careful. And they can ask a multiple choice question on this. A question like this: April, May, June, and then July to next year March, number of units produced and cost incurred. And then they ask you fixed cost per month is equal to dash. Correct? Now first you check this rupee is this rupee. If it is not matching, it is not fixed. First of all, this comparison itself is wrong. Correct? You can't have a matching number like this. You have to convert either this to 9 months or this to 3 months, and then check whether the total is matching. If yes, then fixed cost. If not, then cross multiply. If not happening, then semi-variable. Then change in cost by change in units. From that you will get variable cost. Take any one quarter, April to June. In that, take the cost, total cost. In that variable, if you segregate, the balance will be fixed. But that will be fixed cost for 1 quarter. But question may be per month. 1 quarter has 3 months. We all know this very well. Cost divided by 3 months will be cost per month. Such question can be 1 mark MC. Just make a note. MCQ question on semi-variable cost segregation. You know the formula, but what you should not miss out is that the formula can be used only when time period is same. first half of the year, second half of the year. They can give first quarter, second quarter, first month, second month, last year, this year. It should be year to year, month to month. That's all. This is one variety questions. Second variety of questions that they can ask is asking you to prepare production budget, purchase budget, wage budget. Now, if they ask you to do production, they should at least give me sales. Remember, almost every sum in budget topic you will have sales, because sales budget is the first budget that companies prepare. Because you want to become number one business in Bangalore, then you should first decide how much you should sell. From there, it's all reverse working. To sell so much, how much should I produce? To produce so much, how much raw material I need? Out of that, how much is already in my stock? Balance I should purchase. Correct? It won't be like this. I will purchase so much and then see what to do. Once I produce, then check whether people want this or not. And then I get to know people are ready. I'll go and ask them how much price they want to pay. Then I will sell it. It's not in this order. It's in this order. What's the demand in the market? What's the competition? What is the price at which others are selling? How much should I do? Once I fix the sales number, from there you do production, consumption and purchase. So if they ask you production budget, tell me from sales, I have to prepare production budget. This I have already discussed in another topic also. From sales plus closing stock of FG minus opening stock, all of this is FG, because I'm talking about production of FG. Once I get the production, if I multiply by number of kgs or liter, meter, ton, I will get to know how much is the raw material that I'll be consumed. Correct? And once I know how much is my raw material consumption, if I add stock that I need for next period, closing stock minus the stock that I already have, this will tell me how much I should purchase. And this, if I multiply by rate per kg, I will get to know my purchase cost. This is your production budget and purchase budget. In between, they may ask you one more thing called wage budget. Now, wage budget, when you calculate, if they say each unit requires 5 hours, this should be based on production quantity, not sales quantity. Please make a note somewhere. If you are preparing wage budget, wage is based on production quantity, not on sales quantity. Common sense. I have to pay wage when they work, not when I sell the FG. What if I don't sell it on? And they'll never get salary. That won't happen. Correct? They produce in that month or subsequent month, I'll have to pay the wages. Therefore, if they say 10,200 units to be produced and you need 5 hours, this will give you total time. And on this, if they say 10 rupee per hour, this will be your total wages. There is one very good question where they have given overtime adjustment. Please mark that question, you must solve. There is a sum where you have two products A and B and you are preparing a budget for next month, and that has wage budget also. Is there in study material also. This is a two product budget preparation question. Wage budget with overtime adjustment. That question without fail, you will have to do at least one sum. In that question, there is also efficiency adjustment. Correct? If I have to produce say 20,000 units and if I need 5 hours to make one unit, that means I need 1 lakh standard hours. Correct? But if my employees efficiency is only 80%, that means if I pay them salary for 100 hours, they'll give me output only for 80 hours. I want output for 1 lakh hours, then I have to pay them much more. Correct? Cross multiplication will give you number of hours, and that you may have to see whether that can be done in normal time. If that's not sufficient, then balance you may have to do some overtime. Normal time salary. Normally they will give it in the question. For overtime, it will be normal time plus some premium that they should mention. Actually, what they should do is they should not mention the premium, because you have labor topic also in the same subject, and you know in overtime the salary should be double. So if this side is 25, it should be 50. They should not even mention overtime is payable as per Factories Act. That you should know. Understanding? It's not even group 1, group 2 now, it is same subject. But some questions they mention that in OT we pay 50% premium, 80% premium, so 25 plus some premium you will have to take it here and then pay the wages. That one question is actually a good question. There is one more question. Some students had this doubt. They have given budgeted sales and they have given actual sales, and they have given budgeted profit and actual profit. In fact, they did not give you both budget and actual. They gave budget and then they said difference between budget and actual, plus minus. Understand, budget is given. I'll rephrase this question. Budgeted sale is say 100 units. 100 units. And then they have given difference between budget and actual. They said plus 10. That means you have actually sold 110. Understanding? Able to follow? Like this, they have even given budgeted profit and difference between budget and actual. From this you can find out actual profit. Correct? And now you have budgeted sales and actual sales. Your budgeted profit and actual profit. They have then asked you to work out profit. Now to work out profit, if you have budgeted sales and budgeted profit and actual sale and actual profit, you have one formula now: change in profit divided by change in sale. If you remember in marginal costing, this is the formula for PV ratio. And later to find out the contribution, for contribution you need PV ratio. So what they did, first they have taken this profit versus this profit. This is change in profit. Hello, following? And then your budgeted sale and actual sale, you have change in sales. If you do change in profit by change in sale into 100, you get PV ratio. Example, this comes to 20%. Now contribution is equal to sales into PV ratio, marginal costing. I will revise next, but I hope you know this formula at least. Therefore, if sales is 10,000 rupee, then PV ratio 20%. If I minus 2,000 will be my contribution. From that, if I minus fixed cost, I should get profit. Correct? Change in profit by change in sales into 100 is the formula for PV ratio. This question was asked once. This sum you have to practice. Just make a note. Practice the question. This question is there in my material, by the way, including solution. Practice the question having budgeted profit and actual profit with budgeted sales and actual sales. Budgeted profit, actual profit with budgeted sales and actual sales. This is one good question. Otherwise, most of the questions in budget topic is reasonably easy, not very difficult. Most of the questions, they will give you 2 levels of activity and ask you to prepare a budget for another activity. There was one more question, 8,000 units and 10,000 units budget they gave, and they compared that with 6,000 units actual, and then they asked you whether this calculation is correct or not. You can't compare 10,000 budget with 6,000 actual and say that is my comparison. For comparison, you have to convert budget also to 6,000. Then budget of 6,000 with actual of 6,000 can be compared. So any comparison you do should be for same level of activity. Therefore, if they give you 8,000 budget, 10,000 budget, 6,000 actual, and then they say variance. That variance is wrong calculation because you're comparing 10,000 ka budget with 6,000 actual. Obviously every number will have variance, correct? If you want to calculate variance, you have to bring down both to 6,000, 6,000. If actual is for 6,000, you prepare a budget also for 6,000 and then you compare. That is the correct comparison. Therefore, any comparison between budget and actual can be done only if the number of units are same. If number of units are not same, then you have to revise the budget, correct, to match with actual quantity. Once quantity is same, then comparison will make some sense. There was this question of calculation of saving in cost. They first gave you budgeted cost for 10,000 units, correct, and then they said actual cost incurred for 6,000 units, and this number was less, and they said, look, we have saved so much, give us some bonus. Remember that question? Now to say there is some saving, first of all, this comparison, then in 1 month you produce 1 unit, you will have huge savings. Makes no sense. If you have to compute wage savings in cost, then you prepare budget for 1 unit, compare that with actual for 1 unit. Then if you still have a difference, then only it is called saving in cost, otherwise it is not saving in cost. Done. These are the most commonly asked question. This one topic I hope you have already written. Theory and practical both are equally important. Yeah. Next topic, marginal cost. This particular chapter has lot of formulas. You have to memorize all these formulas, and very suitable for MCQ because you have lot of small variety questions. And if you remember in class also, we have done first 10-12 questions where they only want you to do BEP, MOS, PV ratio, profit, very meant for MCQ. Yeah, concentrate. Income statement in marginal costing is sales, not directly total cost. You segregate the cost into variable and fixed. Sir, what if I have semi-variable cost? That semi-variable also will have one portion variable, take it with that, fixed portion you take it with this. So ultimately it is variable and fixed. So from sales, I take out variable cost, I get contribution. Contribution is also called as contribution margin. Some books, right, they use the term margin. Understand, margin basically means sales minus variable cost. And from this, if you take out fixed cost, this will be profit or loss, or EBIT, earning before interest and tax. From EBIT, the below segment is not related to costing. Those are all pure financial items: interest, preference dividend, taxes, dividend, reserve. None of this is part of costing discussion. That means our table should end with EBIT. However, they can still ask questions. How much should be our sales to get EBT of 10,000 rupee? Now for EBT, from EBIT you have to minus interest. Check in the question if there is any interest. Suppose there is 10,000 rupee of interest, then you want EBT to be 10,000. Interest is 10. Therefore now EBIT should be 20,000. This will become your desired profit. And then you have formula, desired sales is equal to blah blah blah. So therefore, though below EBIT is not our headache in costing, they may ask, they can go one step ahead. EAT should be 8,000 rupee and tax rate is 40%. Now if EBT is 100, tax is 40, therefore this should be 60. Then from here you first do cross multiplication, reach EBT. Following, if they say I want EAT, earning after tax, to be 10,000 rupee and tax rate is 30%, and if they say interest is 5,000 rupee, now all our formulas are till EBIT only. That means first I should reach EBIT. Understand, from EBIT I should minus interest and this is EBT. From this I take out tax, I get EAT. and they want this EAT to be 10,000, correct? And tax rate is 30%. That means if I keep this as 100, this should be 30 and this is 70. With this cross multiplication, you can reach here. From here, you can get this. Able to follow? And then interest is given as 5,000. From here, you can go to EBIT. EBIT is nothing but your profit. Once you get there, from there, it's all marginal costing. Desired sales, desired profit, all calculations you can do. So check, sometimes they use the word taxable profit. What is the meaning of taxable profit? EBT. Taxable profit is the profit on which tax is paid. Correct? Sometimes they use the word after tax profit to be so much. That means they are talking about EAT. Sometimes, as of now, you don't know. Once we start FM, you will get to know they use the word net operating profit. Net operating profit means EBIT. Operating means day-to-day business. So sales minus variable minus fixed is nothing but net operating income, NOI. We'll learn later. But if they use the word operating means day-to-day activity, which is sales minus variable minus fixed. Coming back. Now these are the most commonly asked formulas in marginal costing. Number one, contribution is equal to sales minus variable cost or sales into PV ratio. PV ratio, do you remember the long form of PV ratio? Profit volume ratio. This can be calculated in two different ways. If it is single period, then it is contribution by sale. Only 1 month data if you have. If you have month 1, month 2, then you can do change in profit by change in sales. 10 minutes before in that budget problem example, I told you this only. Change in profit, budgeted profit versus actual profit, and change in sales, budgeted sales versus actual sale. But both budget and actual should be for same time period. Any change formula you work out, remember time period should be same. You can't compare my last year salary with last month salary and say, sir, you are not earning enough. Any change to be calculated should be of same time period. It should be month 1, month 2. Budget versus actual you compare also month versus month, not month versus week. Correct? Change in profit by change in sale. One small mistake students do. Year 1, year 2, sales given 10,000, 12,000, and then profit given 2,000, 3,000. Now when you have to do PV ratio, change in profit will be 1,000 divided by change in sales will be 2,000 into 100, you get the percentage. Correct? Mistake they do is when it is loss. Now tell me what to do. Is my answer same even now? Are you sure? Remember the word is change. They did not say increase in sale or decrease in sale. Don't bring plus minus here. Change is either way. Are you following? What if this is minus 2 and this is plus 3? Then how much is change now? Will it be same? How much is the change in profit now? 5,000 is the change. From minus 2,000 you came to 0. From 0 you went to 3,000. Total distance traveled is 5,000, correct? Yes or no? 0, plus 1, plus 2, minus 1, minus 2. This you be careful. In one of the questions, they gave similar adjustment. They said cost 8,000, 9,000. Profit 1,000, 1,500. Now tell me how to use PV ratio formula. So first you do cost plus profit is equal to sales. This is 9,000, this is 10,500. Now you can do change in profit divided by change in sales. Correct? Not everything will be printed in the same format in which you have learnt. If they change these things, you should know. Formula is profit change by sales change, not cost change. Some students do straight away this by this change. That has no meaning. Change in profit by change in cost. You have to invent one new formula. Like Halsey plan, Rowan plan. Put your name also. That's not correct. Change in profit divided by change in sale. Even if it is loss, understand the wording is change. Clear? Break-even point is the level of sales at which profit or loss is equal to 0. They can ask you to do BEP computation as a 1 mark MCQ. BEP can be computed in two ways. fixed cost divided by contribution per unit, and fixed cost divided by PV ratio. If you are dividing by PV ratio, your answer will be in rupee. If you are doing per unit, then your answer should be in units. Understand, everyone? Selling price is 10 rupee, variable cost per unit is 8 rupee. That means contribution per unit will be 2. If your fixed cost is 10,000, for profit to be equal to 0, your contribution should also be 10,000. Hello, each unit is giving you 2 rupee contribution. Therefore, your break even point will be fixed cost divided by contribution per unit. That means you have to sell 5,000 units, so that 5,000 into 2, 10,000 is total contribution, and fixed cost is 10,000. When both are same, your profit is equal to 0. Basically, you should earn 10,000 contribution. Each unit is earning 2 rupee. Such how many units will earn 10,000? Once you reach 10,000, 10,000, profit is 0, and that's when you call it as break even point. Understanding? Tell me. Theory MCQ can be asked like this: if fixed cost is very high, is it easy to reach BEP or it's difficult to reach BEP? Difficult to reach BEP, because you have to earn so much. Even if your revenue is 0, the fixed cost line won't come down. If you are here, you're still under loss. Correct? That means you have to earn so much sales to reach no profit, no loss. But if your fixed cost is very less, or fixed cost is almost 0, then earning BEP is very easy. Correct? As long as your selling price is equal to variable cost, you're already in BEP. Assume fixed cost is 0, then all that your target is at least variable cost. If your selling price is 1 paise more than variable cost also, you are in profit already. That is possible only when fixed cost is 0. Correct? If they say company has 0 fixed cost and they are selling 100 units, selling price is above variable cost, will they be in profit or loss or BEP? I repeat, company's fixed cost is 0. Their selling price is 12 rupee. Variable cost is 10 rupee. If they are selling 1 unit, 5 units, 10 units, 100 units, are they in profit? When fixed cost is 0, your contribution itself is your profit. If contribution is positive, profit is positive. Contribution to be positive, selling price should be more than variable cost. Remember, there are a lot of questions in marginal costing where you have to decide whether to continue or discontinue a product, and all those decisions are simply based on contribution being positive or negative. As long as, remember this most important sentence, as long as contribution is positive, do anything and everything. Any combination, any selling price, any discount, buy one get 4 free also do, as long as contribution is positive. Because if you don't do that, that much contribution is lost. Anyway, by not doing, fixed cost won't come down. Fixed cost should be recovered, that won't come down. Remember, we discussed in standard costing also, 10,000 rent is not changing. If I can earn 1 paise extra also through contribution, it is good. So any decision making, profit is irrelevant, contribution is relevant. As long as contribution is positive, that product should be accepted, that price should be accepted, that offer should be accepted, that product should be continued. Anything they ask, say yes only, as long as contribution is positive. Correct? Next, margin of safety. Tell me, if I am saying my company has 500 units of margin of safety, what does it mean? Am I above BEP or below BEP? The word is safety. I won't be safe under loss. Correct? I'll say I am safe only if I've crossed 0 profit. If I'm at least earning 2-3 rupee profit, I can say, look, now at least I am safe. Margin is how much extra I am earning. That means what should be the formula? Sales that you are doing minus BEP sale. If MOS is positive, tell me what is the meaning? I am selling above BEP, and if I am selling above BEP, then I am in profit. They should actually twist one question like this: company is selling above BEP, under what circumstance they will still be under loss? I repeat, company is selling above BEP level, BEP 10,000, actual sale 12,000. Under what circumstance they can still be under loss? If the selling price is less than variable cost, then forever you are in loss. Hello? Every extra 1 unit you sell, 10 rupee you earn, 12 rupee you spend. Forget fixed cost. Without that only you are in loss. So above BP, below BP, at BP doesn't matter. Every extra 1 unit, income 10 rupee, cost 12 rupee. 10 more, 12 more, 10 more, 12 more. It will never be a situation of gain now. Correct? This is a rare phenomena. But they may ask under exceptional case, if selling price is less than variable cost, then how many units you sell, that is irrelevant. Even if fixed cost is 0, imagine fixed cost is 0, 1 unit you sell, selling price 10 rupee, variable cost 12 rupee, you are in loss, minus 2. One more unit, one more minus 2. 10,000 units, 10,000 into minus 2, that many times. You will never be under profit if you sell the product below variable cost. It has to be above variable cost. You make some contribution. More contributions you make, you can recover your fixed cost. When total contribution is more than total fixed cost is when you start making profits. Correct? That means tell me from risk point of view, not return point of view. From risk point of view, companies having high fixed cost are dangerous. Am I correct? Because to reach BEP itself, I have to struggle so much because their fixed cost is so high. Cinema theater, correct? Because your rent is so high, you have to have that many people at least to give you break even. Forget giving you profit. If movie is bad, then nobody comes. Your fixed cost won't come down. High risky businesses, because fixed cost is very high. If you want low risky business, you should choose the one having low fixed cost. Lower the fixed cost, lower the risk. But sir, lower the risk, lower the return also. That is why high risky businesses give you high profit. This risk return story we will study in detail in FM, not now, as of now, because both are in same group. They can combine one question like this and ask from risk perspective, companies having high fixed cost are considered to be high risky. But in FM what you learn is high risky businesses can only give you high profits, high returns. Because you are taking extra risk, you should be compensated with extra return also, and that's called leveraging. Leverage is the benefit taken because you are ready to take high risk. As of now, understand high fixed cost is equal to high risk. Coming back, cash break even point formula is same, but because the word is cash, non-cash item you have to take out. Goodwill return off, preliminary expense, depreciation, amortization, all non-cash costs, if any, you have to take out, because I don't have to keep money in my pocket for depreciation. So at least if not BEP, I should be able to achieve cash BEP. Correct? Next, break even chart. You already know this. Fixed cost, the straight line. This is the total cost. This portion is variable portion, the extra one that you are getting. Correct? The revenue starts from 0, the point where total cost is equal to total revenue. If you come down, you get BEP in quantity. Go this way, you get BEP in rupees. As long as you are below BEP, understand cost is here, revenue is here, cost is here, revenue is here. Your cost is at a higher point. Correct? Revenue is at a lower point. Once you cross it, revenue is at a higher point and cost is at a lower point. That means you have started making some profit. In study material, they have solved some of these questions using graph. Don't worry, they will not give graph sheet in cost sheet paper. If they start giving, I am more than happy, but they won't. Graphical way of solving is not necessary. In study material, they have shown 5-6 sums like this. If you also want to do, you do it, but that coming in exam is a very rare phenomena. This itself they have written in a graph format. Now, after this, angle of incidence, the angle that is formed at break even point. Wider the angle, that means there is more possibility of profits beyond break even point. Correct? Can be 1 mark MCQ. Higher, wider angle of incidence indicates higher scope for profit after break even point. Next one, desired sales, two ways, quantity and rupee. To memorize these formulas, observe wherever you have quantity, you are dividing it by contribution per unit. Wherever you want answer in rupee, you divide by PV ratio, because PV ratio is in percentage. So that answer will come in rupee. Contribution is per unit, that means answer will come in units. BEP also same, desired sales is also same. And there is one more now, shutdown point. Even there in rupee, it is divided by PV ratio. If you want in quantity, is divided by contribution per unit. Now, shutdown point can also be
1 mark MCQ. Read. It says it is a level of operation below which it is not at all preferable to continue the business. That means if a businessman is below BEP, he won't think of closing the business. You are in loss, but it is not a point where you are done with this business. Correct? You still have interest in the business. But further down when you come, you will be in such a position where you may start thinking, should I really continue this business or shut down? Shutting down is not permanent shutdown that we are discussing. Shutting down for 3 months or 6 months, maybe because there is no good season for next 6 months. But even if you shut down your factory, there will still be some expenses that you have to pay, like factory rent. That is why they said in the formula, avoidable fixed cost. What is avoidable fixed cost? Total fixed cost minus unavoidable fixed cost. Now what is unavoidable fixed cost? Example, rent. I'll give you some numbers. Suppose total fixed cost is 10,000 rupee. In that, rent is 2,000 rupee and balance is security guard salary 8,000 rupee. There are 4 security guards. To each one of them I am paying 2,000 rupee. If we decide to temporarily shut down the factory for next 3 months, tell me, rent will still continue to be 2,000 because this is unavoidable. But I may not need 4 security guards. I can ask only 1 guard to continue. That means again this 2,000 will be unavoidable. That means 2,000 plus 2,000, 4,000 is unavoidable, which means the balance 6,000 is avoidable fixed cost. One of the two, if they give, the balance you can find out. Total minus avoidable will be unavoidable, or total minus unavoidable will be avoidable fixed cost, to be divided by, you want answer in rupee, PV ratio, want answer in quantity, it will be contribution per unit. This can be one good MCQ. Many students don't do this one formula because this is little different from the other, and you have very less problems also on this in textbook. Please mark it important. Shut down point, or make a note. Shut down point, 1 mark MCQ can be asked. Yes. Now this is the list of formula. Coming to type of questions that you should practice. At least do one question where you have details for 2 years, 2 months, where you have change in sales and change in profit. In that, if it is with loss adjustment, it will be much better, because with loss adjustment is little confusing than just profit to profit adjustment. Therefore, do one sum at least where you have year 1, year 2, both sales given, profits given. In that, one profit, one loss will be a good problem to solve. And all these questions will start with income statement, year 1, year 2, 2 sales are given, 2 profits are given, and then using change in sales, change in profit, correct, you find PV ratio. Once you get PV ratio on sales, if you apply PV ratio, you will get contribution. Since you already have since you already have profit, fixed cost will become balancing figure, and this fixed cost has to be same. That is one checkpoint for you. Fixed cost in total should not vary. So one question at least you should do where you have 2 period data, possibly with 1 profit, 1 loss. That will be a good question to practice. For MCQ type, you have to work out questions where they ask you to just do BEP, MOS, desired sales, correct? There are so many small questions in this topic. From class material first up to I think 13-14 questions are all like this. Yeah. 2-3 line questions. Next variety of questions, at least one question you solve where you have the present cost structure. We have 2-3 questions like this in class material, and then they have given in future some inflation, some deflation is expected to happen. Material cost will go up, labor cost will go up, selling price will come down, and so on. And finally they say how many units must be produced and sold to maintain the same profit. So you first do the base data, you get the present profit, and prepare one more income statement. You have to maintain the same profit. Quantity is given, selling price may not be there, you keep it as X. You have done a lot of questions like this, and you do reverse working. See, application of marginal costing, there is no list, only this will come. The fundamentals are discussed in that page, all the formulas. That application can be any question, correct? There is no end to number of questions that you can do in marginal costing. This price is good or not, this offer is accepted or not, should I continue or discontinue? Like this, there are questions after questions after questions. I would rather say, once you feel you are doing too many questions of marginal costing, you better stop, because there is no end to how many questions you can solve in this topic. That too, small questions only, too many sums you can solve. You can also create questions. Put some sales number, put some fixed cost number, desired sales to get this much profit is dash. You can only create question. There is no end to how many sums can be done in marginal costing question. Next, at least one question you do on price that is offered to be accepted or rejected. A customer has come, he is ready to buy your goods, but your regular price is 20 rupee. He says, I will buy only if it is 18 rupee. Now, how to decide whether to accept this or not? Remember, this is not your regular customer. A special customer has come. That means in this cost sheet, you will have only variable cost. As long as selling price is more than variable cost, you get some positive contribution. As long as you're getting positive contribution, any price is good price. This will not impact your regular price. This is only a one-time special offer price. So any special offer price to accept, you only have to compare selling price with variable cost. These questions are very small, very simple also. One more question that you should work out, where you have multiple products and they want you to do BEP. Do you remember we have done two questions like this, combined BEP or composite BEP? Suppose a company has three products ABC, selling price 10 rupee, 12 rupee, 14 rupee, variable cost 9 rupee, 8 rupee, 7 rupee. Now total fixed cost for the company is 10,000 rupee. And tell me, if you want to work out BEP, numerator is ready, denominator you can't write any one number because there are three different contribution numbers now. Therefore, tell me, this will now become weighted average contribution per unit. Such one question you work out. It's called either composite BEP or combined BEP or multiple product BEP. Yeah, for that they should give me weights. That is, out of 100 units that I am selling, 40% is A, another 40% is B, and 20% is C. Sales mix or proportion in quantity they should give. Now I know weightage is 0.4, 0.4 and 0.2. This I will multiply by contribution of A 1 rupee, contribution of B 4 rupee, and contribution of C 7 rupee. And this number 0.04 plus this number into 100, if I do, I will get the weighted average contribution. Did I do any mistake? 0.4 into 1 is 0.4 only. This is effect of, no, sorry, my fault only, not correct, sir. What? Savasa dosha? No, not you. And this will be what? 1.4, correct? And if you add all of this, you get weighted average contribution per unit. That will go to your denominator. So this divided by this will be BEP for the whole company, correct? And then if they want product wise breakup, that will be again shared in the ratio 40%, 40% and 20%. Please do one question at least. And this, what if they ask you to do BEP in rupees in this question, then you will have to convert this to PVR. Then same way PVR for all three, and then you multiply with weight, then weight into PV ratio will give you weighted average PV ratio. That total in percentage will go to your denominator. Or you can first do BEP in units, multiply by selling price. Instead of converting everything like this, you already have BEP in units, to multiply with price, you will get BEP in rupees. Make a note, at least one question on multiple product, one question on multiple product BEP. In textbook it is called combined BEP or composite BEP or multiple BEP. Next, at least one question on a concept called cost break-even point. Another name for this is cost indifference point. Remember, when you have two options and you want to know whether to select option A or option B, and you want to know under what circumstance cost between two options will be equal, correct? If I say variable cost of option 1 is 2 rupee and fixed cost of option 1 is 10,000 rupee, and same way for option 2 variable cost is 3 rupee and fixed cost is 5,000. Now if I want to know at what level of activity whether I select option 1 or I select option 2, my total cost is going to be same. That point is called cost BEP or cost indifference point. How to do? Variable cost of first option, correct, plus fixed cost of first option should be equal to variable cost of second option plus fixed cost of second option. Let the number of units be x, correct, then this will be 2x plus, correct, 10,000. This should be equal to 3x plus 5,000. Then you can shift all x numbers one side and rupee numbers one side, and finally when you work out x, suppose if you get 200 units, example I am saying, what is the meaning of 200 units here? At 200 units, whether you choose option 1 or you choose option 2, my total cost will be equal. I have one important question here, everyone pay attention. This is option 1, option 2 I am taking different numbers. Variable cost 7 rupee per unit, 8 rupee per unit, fixed cost 10,000 here, 6,000 here, and when you work out indifference point you got 750 units. What is the meaning? At 750 cost in option 1 is equal to cost in option 2. Now my doubt, what if you have to work at 751 units, which is cheaper? How to identify which is cheaper? At 750, whether you do this option or that option, cost is equal. My question is, if you are at 751 units, which is cheaper now? The one having lower variable cost is cheaper. Why? Once you go from 750 to 751, what can change is only variable cost. If you do one extra unit, there you spend 7 rupee, here you spend 8 rupee. You don't need any calculation. Some of you already started 751 into 7 plus 10, meaningless. If you want to do that, then why do you need this concept? Correct? What if number of units are only 5, which is better now? Only 5. Then you have to choose the option having lower fixed cost, because even when number of units come down to 0, this number will never come down. That means if you are below 750, you choose the one having low fixed cost. If you are above 750, choose the one having low variable cost. At 750, it will not make any difference whether you choose option 1 or option 2. Correct? One tricky question. Is it possible that we cannot calculate indifference point? Can we reach a place where after this I can't do and there is no indifference point? That is, listen to me, for the same sum, everyone listen, this question has never been asked in exam. Assume I want to work out cost indifference point for this. How to do? Total cost of option 1 should be equal to total cost of option 2. Keeping number of units as x, you will do 7x plus 10,000 equal to 8x plus 6,000, correct? And you will shift all x one side, numbers one side. From there you will work out x, you will get some number. My question is, can there be a case where I can't get a number for x? One possibility, if both numbers are 10,000, 10,000, then 10,000, 10,000 will get cancelled. You will be left with x only. What will you calculate? Correct? Another possibility, this may be different, but this may be 7 and 7. Now x and x will get cancelled. You will be left with numbers only. Correct? You need x is equal to one number. That means neither x should get cancelled nor number should get cancelled. Correct? Therefore, if they really want to test your subject knowledge, they should give this variable cost 7, 7, fixed cost 10,000, 6,000, and then they ask cost indifference point is dash. Correct answer is cannot be determined, or you should say there is no indifference point. Tell me the correct meaning of saying no indifference point. Cost will never be equal. Cost will never be equal. Whether you do 1 unit or 1 crore unit, cost will never be equal. So if they give that as an option, there is no indifference point, cost can never be equal, tick that as the correct answer. Or if you have cannot be calculated, tick that as the correct answer. Able to follow? To practice this in study material, there is one good question on this concept: fully automatic, semi-automatic, and manual. They have given one question in ICI study material. I think some court processing the data. They have three options. Option 1 fully automatic, option 2 semi-automatic, option 3 manual. They said variable cost 150, 100, 80, and fixed cost 20,000, something like this, 18,000 and 24,000. And they have now asked you to find out cost indifference point. By the way, if they give you three options, then it can't be 1 is equal to 2 is equal to 3. Hello? Then in that case you have to do 1 and 2, 2 and 3, and then 1 and 3. In these kind of cases, in some places x and x may get cancelled also. Then you say cannot be calculated. That is possible. This is the only place where you are stuck while solving equation. Maybe you are right also. Correct? X and x gets cancelled. You don't know what to do. You are correct. There is no cost indifference point. That means cost can never be safe. Clear? Another set of questions that they can ask you, at least do one sum on: continue the product versus discontinue the product. Tell me to decide whether to continue or discontinue a product. If they give selling price, variable cost, fixed cost also, you should not take fixed cost, you just compute selling price minus variable cost. As long as contribution is positive, it is good to continue. Correct? They may minus one fixed cost also and say, look, we are in loss. There is one question like this. Yeah, profit doesn't matter, because even if you drop this project, the fixed cost won't come down. As long as you're earning positive contribution, you should simply continue. Done. One important theory concept on this, there are some questions also, is key factor. Do you remember key factor is also called as limiting factor? Anything which is in short supply is called key factor. I want 12,000 kg, but I have only 10,000 kg. Now raw material becomes a key factor. Anything that is restricting my activity is called key factor. Good theory question, and we have done two questions on this. First one was very easy. Second question was actually good. There were three key factors: material availability, machine 1 time, and machine B time. Product A and product B, we have calculated maximum possible production is equal to lowest of the three. You can recall we have done one very good question on key factor. You should work out that. Please make a note. One question on key factor you must work out. Last segment of this chapter is comparison of absorption costing with marginal costing. Absorption costing is basically total costing, where you take total cost, fixed also, variable also, like your regular cost sheet. But in marginal costing, you only consider variable cost as the cost. Fixed cost is irrelevant. Fixed cost is not considered as your product cost at all. This theory you mark as important. Please make a note. Another theory question they can ask is marginal costing versus absorption costing. Simple understanding, marginal costing is based on contribution principle, uses only variable cost as deciding factor, ignores fixed cost, doesn't consider fixed cost as part of the product cost. Therefore, value of closing stock will be based on only variable cost. Whereas absorption costing is like total cost sheet, where variable and fixed is not segregated, everything is considered. Therefore, your cost per unit will be higher because it will have both variable and fixed. And if cost per unit is higher, your closing stock value will also be higher because per unit is high. You multiply with number of units, you have high value. Correct? We have one sum where profit under marginal costing and profit under absorption costing we have worked out. That problem you can go through, but more important is you should work out, you should understand that theory. They have given 4 points: marginal costing versus absorption costing. The difference between all 4 can be one good theory question. Yeah, this is about marginal cost. More relevant this time because you have MCQ, and this is one topic where you have lot of formulas and small variety questions. I'm expecting more MCQs from this topic than descriptive questions. If they ask descriptive also, it will be based on the same formula sheet. Yeah. With this, our marginal costing revision is done. The last topic now is to revise standard cost. Profit under absorption costing we have worked out. That problem you can go through, but more important is you should work out, you should understand that theory. They have given 4 points: marginal costing versus absorption costing. The difference between all 4 can be one good theory question. Yeah, this is about marginal cost. More relevant this time because you have MCQ, and this is one topic where you have lot of formulas and small variety questions. I'm expecting more MCQs from this topic than descriptive questions. If they ask descriptive also, it will be based on the same formula sheet. Yeah. With this, our marginal costing revision is done. The last topic now is to revise standard cost. If you need 2 minutes, you can take a quick break and then we'll start standard cost. Sorry. Those who do not know how difficult it, madam, it's not that serious, you can proceed. No worries. No, it's not a serious matter. I am talking in break. Those who do not know how difficult it is to be a fast bowler in a test cricket, today you are understanding. This is how the job of fast bowler in test cricket is. You have to keep bowling for full day. Batsman may not even touch. Again you have to run all the way and continue bowl. No problem. Normal time. No, no, not beyond 8:30. No. I'll talk to them. Give. Sorry. I will share. I am intentionally not doing today because to do MCQ we should know step by step. First I wanted to do revision. Now everyone got some rough brush up. Next if I do MCQ people will pick up. Directly MCQ if I start question by question it is very difficult. Now at least concepts are revised. I'll do MCQ later. I'll tell you, I'll share it in the group. Glucose. Hi. Yes. Yes. Do we still have glucose left? Yes or no? Guys, settle down fast. Get in fast. Can we? Hmm. Everyone, let's start. Hmm. Want to go home or? Huh. Looking at me, what do you think? I can continue till me, not you. I can continue till 9:30. I can continue, I am asking. I am not asking you. I can actually continue. I won't continue, don't worry. potential energy, not kinetic energy. You know the difference? Listen, only and only if you have real spirit to learn, these things are doable. Okay, otherwise I am nobody to stop you if you go home in the break also, and I have never done this in my life, entire life, one and the same, only one life I have. Therefore, unless the energy level is same from both the sides, these things are not possible. I could have also done it 2 days, 5 hours today, 5 hours tomorrow, or could have combined the class and completed this in 6 hours. By the way, marathon can be done in 4 also, 10 also, 24 hours also. Correct? Because there is no specific number of problems to be solved. Full costing revision I have done for 24 hours also, 12 hours, 2 marathons. Once we did, I think 4 years back, not 4, 5 years back, I was in Udupi for 2 days costing marathon. You know what was the time they allotted? 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. 2 days. And I went to Udupi that day morning at 5:30, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Next day 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. 9:30 p.m. my bus. And then I came to Bangalore. Almost 12 plus 12. If you minus the breaks, at least 10 and a half plus 10 and a half, we did almost 22, roughly 21 and a half, 22 hours of marathon in 2 days. We require energy from both sides. Otherwise, unless I see energy from that side, why will I do all this circus going in bus overnight? That too, you know, more than 6 feet, single sleeper is a difficult problem altogether. But I wanted to do because the other side was also equally charged enough. So we can all work much more if we keep that energy on. Okay, chalo, can we start? Hero, yes, standard costing. This topic is mainly about, at inter level, it is mainly about calculation of variances. They can ask you theory question on steps in standard costing. Correct? First step is to set the standard. Second, measure the actuals. Third is to compare standard cost with actual cost to identify the variance, and then investigate, basically finding the reason in detail for variances, in that particularly adverse variances. Favorable variances, if you don't investigate more, also not a problem, because it's a saving to you, a benefit to you. But if it is adverse variance, it is important to identify the reason immediately. And in the next month, you don't want to see same adverse variance, that means you need to take some remedial actions. I quickly repeat. First is to set the standard. Second is to measure the actuals. Setting the standard will happen before beginning of that period, correct? First day of the month, before that only. Whereas measurement of actual, this is after the month is over. The comparison of these two is my step 3, standard versus actual. In this I'll get to know the variances, favorable or unfavorable. After that I will investigate the reason, what went wrong, which department, which product, which activity. I'll try and find out the reason for the variance, specifically adverse variances. And once I know what's going wrong, I should take remedial action so that I avoid future adverse variances. So standard costing is not just about calculating variances, it also has 2 more steps. The difference between standard cost and actual cost is called variance, and variance can be either favorable or Adverse variance will reduce your profit, whereas favorable variances will help you to increase the profits. There are two types of variances. Some variances are under the influence of management, we call it as controllable variances, and some are uncontrollable variances, like sudden increase in the rate of the item, like inflation, which is not under the control of management. But wasting more kgs than necessary, this is a controllable variance. In future, you can ensure that this is less or zero. Correct? Once we calculate the variance, the accounting treatment basically disposal of variances. All the variances which cannot be recovered in future, which is purely because of management fault, all of this will straight away go to costing P&L. But if it is not because of your fault and you want to recover from customers in future, then this shall go to WIP account or FG account. By transferring it to these accounts, you are increasing WIP and FG balance. If you increase the balance in future, you can increase the price because your profit is applied on FG cost plus selling and distribution on that profit. Therefore, if FG balance goes up, selling price goes up. If selling price goes up, you will recover from customers, right? Under this topic, standard costing, we study material cost variance, labor cost variance, and overhead cost variance. Under overhead cost variance, we have variable overhead cost variance and then fixed overhead cost variance. To start with, first variance is material cost variance. At a summary level, material cost variance is the difference between standard material cost and actual material cost. Correct? Standard material cost is standard quantity into standard rate, whereas this is actual quantity into actual rate. To do this difference, you do not have to use any formula. It is as simple as standard versus actual. But if I get to know that this is 38.5 rupee adverse variance, that is not enough. I need to know whether this variance is because of quantity or because of rate or price. And under quantity, if I have more than one raw material, I have to see whether the problem is with the quality of the material or the problem is with the proportion in which we are mixing the material. Correct? That means totally there are three variances: mix, yield, and rate or price. Mix and yield together is called quantity variance. There are other names for quantity variance: usage variance and one more, volume variance. Rate variance is also called as price variance. The grand total will give you material cost variance. Correct? If it is single raw material problem, you will not have to calculate mix variance. Mix variance will come into picture when you have more than two or more than two raw materials. In that case, you will have only yield variance and rate variance. Correct? Yield itself will be usage, volume, or quantity variance. Following. Now, to calculate these variances, we use a small table with 4 columns. This one is material. Assume I have 2 raw materials. Then I will have standard quantity, actual quantity, revised standard quantity, actual quantity, and actual quantity. Last column is AR. Other columns are standard rates. Correct? Listen to me. Some important things in preparation of this table. Number 1, standard quantity column that you write, this is standard quantity for actual production. This should be very important thing. If this is wrong, whole table is wrong, because final answer is also 1 minus 4. 1 minus 2 will go wrong, 1 minus 3 subtotal will go wrong, 1 minus 5 will go wrong, basically whole answer will go wrong. Yeah, number 1. Number 2, while setting the standard, you have to consider if there is any normal loss or standard loss. Remember, if it is abnormal loss, automatically your actual quantity consumption, there it will come. But if it is normal loss, you have to adjust now only. It is like labor. If it is abnormal idle time, it will get adjusted in AHW, AHP. But if it is normal idle time, you have to adjust that while setting the standard itself. Remember this. normal losses are adjusted at the time of setting the standard. Abnormal loss can never be adjusted before, that can only be experienced, that cannot be estimated. You will only get to know after the incident takes place that, oh, okay, I have lost so much, I can't predict this number, correct? Suppose in a question they say there are two raw materials A and B and the standard mix ratio is 40:60 and there is 5% normal loss, then you should understand this as 40 out of 95 and 60 out of 95. Or if they say my actual output is 280 kg, this is actual output. Remember, if 280 is 95, why 95? Because 5% is wasted, 100 goes inside, 95 comes outside, correct? That means if 280 is 95, then how much is 100? This cross multiplication will give you input, correct? That should be in the ratio 4:6. Either you do this way, 40 by 95 into 280, 60 by 95 into 280, or 280 into 100 by 95, that you share it in the ratio 4:6. Either way, you will get standard quantity. And all this should be done only and only if this loss is a normal loss or a standard loss known in advance, correct? This is how you set the standard. This discussion is over. Next, RSQ. This RSQ will come into picture in two or more than two raw material problems where you have the total actual quantity. You want to see, first of all, we have taken more quantity. At least did we mix it in right ratio? Understand, using more quantity is one fault, and that more quantity is also mixed in wrong ratio, correct? First one is yield variance, second one is mix variance. You should have taken example, you should have taken 4 kg plus 4 kg 8 kg, but you actually took 9 kg. First of all, one problem. On top of that, at least you should have mixed it in equal ratio. That means this should have been 4.5 4.5, correct? You may do 6.5 and 2.5. One, you took more kg, yield variance. Second, you mixed in wrong ratio. This will give you mix variance, correct? Mix variance will come into picture when you have a costly item and a cheaper item. You add more costly items and lesser cheaper item, you will end up having adverse variances. Understanding? Coming back, after RSQ, then you have AQ. AQ is actual quantity consumption, because I am doing yield, mix, usage. The wording is usage, that means it should be based on what I have consumed, not what I have purchased. Remember, from first session till now, purchase is not a cost, consumption is a cost. So whenever you are saying material cost, it is material consumption cost, because what I have purchased I can return. Once I consume, I cannot return. Cost is incurred at the point of consumption, not at the point of purchase. That's why in cost sheet also you do opening stock plus purchase minus closing stock. That you take as direct material, correct? You don't take purchase itself as direct material, because consumption is the point of cost, not purchase, right? But when I say price variance or rate variance, the price or rate variance is felt at the time of purchase itself. I may consume after 2 months also. That means if I have to work out purchase price variance, it should be based on purchase quantity. But if I want to work out yield, mix, usage, it should be based on consumption quantity. If nothing is given, consumption is equal to purchase, then if you simply write it as AQ, that's enough. It will be understood as AQ consumption also, AQ purchase also. But there are questions where consumption and purchase is not same. Sometimes they will only mention purchase 4500 kg, consumption 4200 kg, or sometimes they mention purchase and then give you opening stock and closing stock. Tell me, if opening stock and closing stock both are 0, purchase is equal to consumption. Opening stock and closing stock both are same, then also purchase is equal to consumption. Same, 600 plus 600 minus purchase and consumption is same, correct? If it is not same, then this column 3, you will have to break it into 3.1 and 3.2. 3.1 will be actual quantity consumption and this will be actual quantity purchase. In that case, my table will have 1, 2, 3.1, 3.2 and then 4. Up to 3.1 is for consumption story, from 3.2 it is about purchase store, correct? And then you need rates. Standard rate is the rate that we were supposed to pay, budgeted rate or standard rate per kg. Actual rate is the money that has actually gone from our pocket for the purchase made. Sometimes they will give you actual rate, sometimes instead of giving actual rate they'll give you actual cost itself. If you have actual cost and then if you divide it by actual quantity, then also you can fill actual rate as a balancing figure, correct? Now quickly tell me if this is column 1 2 3 4. Total of 1 minus 2 will give you material yield variance. 2 minus 3 mix variance. This subtotal is called usage variance, volume variance, quantity variance. 3 minus 4 is rate or price variance. This total is now material cost variance. If and only if they ask you that you should work out variance for each material, then you can't do total minus total. You have to do material a line by line, row wise you have to do. That is 100 into 20, 80 into 14. This is A, this is B, column 1, column 2. Normally, we do this total versus this total. If they ask material wise, then this may be 110 into 20 and 85 into 14. If they say for A specifically, B specifically, then you will have to fill this also and then do this minus this, and then the total. This is what they can do for MCQ. Ask only this: material price variance for B is dash, usage variance for A is dash, total mix variance is dash. Basically you have to do full table, but wherever specific variance for individual material is asked, you will have to do line by line separately. By default this is not asked, you do everything in total only. If and only if they ask, you have to do this extra, correct? One last doubt from my side. RSQ is revised standard quantity. How do I calculate RSQ? It should be total of AQ in standard quantity ratio, correct? How much I have consumed and what should have been my ratio. That will give you RSQ. Doable. After material cost variance, the second discussion is labor cost variance. Labor cost variance is mainly due to two. One, taking extra time, which we call as efficiency variance, and paying extra salary, which we call as rate variance, correct? Efficiency variance can be because of yield and gang variance. Gang variance is also called as mix variance or group or team variance. And then there may be idle time variance. There may not be idle time variance if actual hours worked and actual hours paid is same. That's why in most of the questions, even if you do, you get nil, because they don't give this abnormal idle time adjustment. If they give, you take, otherwise you write same number for actual hours worked and actual hours paid. Tell me, this is my first variance yield, next gang, then the subtotal, and then this is the next one, this is the last one. The grand total will go here. How many variances I am calculating? 4 variances. If I want 4 variances, I should have 5 columns. This is column 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Remember our labor table: skilled, semi-skilled, unskilled, men, women, boys, group A, group B, anything. First column should be SH, HW, AHP and AHP. Last column is actual rate, everything else is standard rate, correct? This total will be column 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 total. 1 minus 2 is first yield, 2 minus 3 mix or gang, subtotal is efficiency. That's why this 1 minus 2 is also called as sub efficiency, correct? And then 2 minus 3 gang together, efficiency variance. 3 minus 4 idle time variance, and 4 minus 5, sorry, rate variance. One by one you tell me. How do I fix the standard hours? Standard hours is always for actual production. There are some questions where total standard hours is given, correct, without mentioning how much is standard hours for men, women, boys, or skilled, semi-skilled, unskilled. You have a problem like this: total SH is given, you have to share it between skilled, semi-skilled and unskilled. In what ratio? Standard number of workers ratio. We have a problem: 32 is to 12 is to 6. They have given total SH, you break that in the standard number of workers ratio. What if standard number of workers ratio is not given? At least actual number of workers ratio should be given. If that is given, you assume actual number itself is standard number, then even this standard hours will be shared in that ratio. When you do that, gang variance has to be nil, because you have only assumed, correct, that the standard number in gang is equal to actual number in gang. Another type, they may not give you total SH also. Remember, we have done questions like this. Total SH is not given. Simply they say 10 men, 5 women, 5 boys. If they all work for 40 hours, they can produce 2000 units, but they actually produced 1960 units. So 10 plus 5 plus 5, 20 into 40. If all these guys work for 800 hours, they can produce 2000 units. To produce actual 1960, how many hours they should have taken? If this comes to 1850, this is the standard hours for actual production, but this is for total. But in your table you need individual, then this you should share in the ratio standard workers 10 is to 5 is to 5. This is how you set the standards. Done. With this, my SH is done. After this, tell me how to fill RSH. RSH is equal to AHW total in SH ratio. Simple. Next column total, in previous column ratio. The worst way of understanding, but still one day before exam doesn't matter. Any way of understanding is best way of understanding. Correct? After this, AHW, AHW and AHP. This depends on actual number of employees into a week has 40 hours, 48 hours, which will be mentioned in the question. If they say they wasted some time, that time wasted you minus. If they don't say anything, that means they did not waste any time. Then AHW itself is AHP. If that happens, then idle time is 0. Sometimes they say idle time is 5%, then 5% should be on AHP. I am paying you for 40, you are wasting 5% of 40, so you are actually working for only 38. Done. With this you got AHW, AHP, and last column is also AHP. Then you need rates. Standard rate will be given in the question most of the cases. How much is the amount that I have agreed to pay to all my employees is my standard rate. And then either actual rate itself will be given or the total labor cost will be given. And once you get this, you will be able to find this out. In all variances, wherever you have reverse working type, please solve such questions. They may say standard rate for skilled workers is 10 rupee more than unskilled workers, correct? Or they may say standard rate for all varieties same. They won't mention, you have to consider it as X and work out the sum. Please make a note somewhere. Missing figure and reverse working question in standard costing should be solved. For that, you should first do normal style problems. Once you get the grip on the topic, you should do reverse working problems with missing figure adjustments. Did you make a note? After this, the third discussion is on overhead variance. In that, first one is variable overhead cost variance. Tell me, variable overhead cost variance can be because of two reasons: efficiency and expenditure. Correct? Efficiency is if I take more time, expenditure is if I spend more money. When I have only two variances, my table will have only 3 columns. Correct? First one is standard hours, AHW, AHW. Last column is actual rate. All other columns are standard rates. Correct? Standard hours is based on actual production. Actual hours will be given in the question, same number here. Standard rate, when you set, you have to be careful here. Standard rate is also called as budgeted rate, and when you are setting the standard rate or budgeted rate, this depends on your budgeted overhead divided by budgeted hours. Remember, standard hours is for actual production, but when you are preparing the budgeted rate, you still don't know actuals. That means you have to go by budgeted overhead divided by budgeted hours. Next month I have a plan of spending 7,800 rupee. Next month I have a plan of producing 300 units. I know each unit will take 20 hours. That means 7,800 rupee divided by 6,000 hours. My budgeted rate is 1.3 rupee. You may actually produce only 250, but that you will not get to know when you are setting the standard. Correct? Therefore, standard rate or budgeted rate is always based on budgeted overhead divided by budgeted hours. Actual rate will be based on actual, that you will get to know once the period is over. Correct? Coming back, SH done, SR done. Actual hours will be given in the question. Actual into actual is the last column. Correct? This number, if it is given in the question, actual cost, you can directly copy, and then once you know this one of the number, if it is available, the balance will become balancing figure. Tell me here, 1 minus 2 is efficiency variance, 2 minus 3 is expenditure variance. Expenditure variance is also called as rate variance, also called as budget variance, remember. And 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3, this total is variable overhead cost variance. If you say 2 cancel, then it will be 1 minus 3. Easiest and simplest. From this I am only expecting MCQ. They will never ask 5 marks question on variable overhead variance. Done. What next? Your favorite, fixed overhead cost variance. Small change in the variance calculation mechanism, because fixed overhead is not about spending money. Fixed overhead is about recovering what we have already decided to spend. Correct? Rent won't change, but we can work for more number of days. That is measured by what variance? Calendar variance. Every day we can work for more hours, that is capacity variance. And I can work with better speed, that is efficiency variance. If all three happens, then I can produce more units, that's why it's called volume or activity volume variance. And then I may spend more, that is expenditure variance. The grand total is fixed overhead cost variance. Yes, all of you. Fixed overhead variance, one part is based on recovery, another is based on spending. I can recover by producing more units, that's why it's also called as volume variance. Under this, I should work for more days, that is calendar variance, correct? And I should work for more hours, that is capacity variance. I should work at better speed, and that is called efficiency variance. This is 2 minus 1, reverse because it is recovery, and this is 3 minus 2, and this is 4 minus 3, whereas this will be 1 minus 5. Now for that we should know what is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Column 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Correct? It starts with BH. Before you continue, what if budgeted hours are not available? You have to do on budgeted days. What if that's also not available? Budgeted units. There is one very good question on budgeted days, 240 days. Remember that sum? Correct. That sum you work out. And there is one more question on budgeted units, that also you should work out. One question on BH, one on BD, one on BU. All three variety, fixed cost, one sum each. You should work out. Clear? And understand, if you are able to do fixed overhead variance itself properly, other variance will automatically become easy. Understanding? Continue. BH, RBH. Hold on. This RBH, when will this become relevant? When the number of days are different. If they say our budget was to work for 20 days and then one day was to be given as holiday, then this RBH will come into picture. What if number of days are not given in the question at all? Then budgeted hours is equal to revised budgeted hours. By the way, RBH also has a formula. Correct? RBH is equal to what? Budgeted hours divided by budgeted days into actual days. If they don't give anything, then I can assume that these two numbers are same. If these two are same, this gets cancelled, same number getting cancelled, so BH and RBH will remain same. Therefore, they can ask 1 mark MCQ. If number of days budgeted and number of days worked is same, then calendar variance will be nil, 0 or nil. Nil or 0, sir, you won't lose marks, it's okay, don't worry. After this comes what? Actual hours. This is based on actual number of days into number of hours per day, and then you have SH and AH. Last column is actual rate, everything else is multiplied by budgeted rate. Now you please answer how to find out budgeted rate. By the way, budgeted rate is equal to, 5 minutes back I told you, budgeted overheads divided by budgeted hours in variable costing. Just now I discussed this, correct? Sometimes they will give you this budgeted overhead amount itself. Then if you find out BH, BR becomes balancing figure. Or sometimes they will give you BR and budgeted overhead. From that you can work out budgeted hours. Either way, if you know the first column in all 4 tables, understand half of the solution is done, because everywhere difficult part is first column only, because RBH is based on BH, correct? And then this is only compared 1 versus 5 also for expenditure, so this 1 is used repeatedly. Therefore, if BH goes wrong, the whole answer will go wrong. Therefore, be very careful. So now then, 2 minus 1 calendar, 3 minus 2 capacity, 4 minus 3 efficiency. All together 4 minus 1 is volume variance, 1 minus 5 is expenditure, also called as budget. Then finally 1 cancel, 4 minus 5 is fixed overhead cost variance. Now listen to me, it is not necessary that you do table in every sum. Okay, if it is MCQ and they are only asking you one number, then only those 2 columns are enough. Even if it is descriptive question, check whether they want all variances. Don't prepare full table every time. Most of the combined variance question, where you have material also, labor also, overhead also, you will have single raw material, because they have taken 3 in that they don't want to make it complicated. Therefore, whenever you do combined variance sum, you notice there is only one type of labor, only one type of material, there is no abnormal idle time also. So full table is not necessary. If there is only one type of material, there is no RSQ, correct? If there is only one type of labor, there is no RSH. Then table will have 1, 3, 4. Here it is 1, 3, 4, 5. And if it is MCQ, definitely don't prepare full table. There is no value even if you do full table, because you're only going to take one answer finally, correct? What if they ask you fixed overhead cost variance? Then 4 minus 5 is enough. You don't have to do all this. If they say only expenditure variance, 1 minus 5 is enough. You don't have to do full table if the question is under MCQ. This topic, they can ask lot of MCQs, because every variance can be one question. Mixed variance is dash, simple. They can give same data, or they can even give multiple MCQ questions. That is, give you some data and say consider above data and work out question number 7 to question number 12. Yield variance is dash, mix variance is dash, total is dash, rate variance is dash. Instead of making it a 5 marks question, because there is no place there, they shift it here, and each working note will become 1 mark MCQ. Instead of 5 marks big question, you have 5 small questions in total. That also they can do, and that is possible in this topic. Okay, now if tabular way of understanding standard costing is difficult to you, then you always have the formula way of doing standard costing. Either way you will get the same answer. That's not a problem, not to worry. One last thing, can I please concentrate? You might have learned yield, mix and this order, but in exam question may not always be in this order. Therefore, to prepare table I have no problem, but later to write the answer, first check. Sometimes first question itself is material rate variance. That means you should not do 1 minus 2. Don't expect them to go and search. Some students are, they will search, sir, I paid exam fees. No, that is going to validator also some money. They won't understand this. They will not. They have given sub question ABC. They will tick sub question ABC in this order only. Don't expect them to move here and there. You should give everything ready in one place. Even if you have done in different place, no problem. But write the number in bracket, write working note reference. If they still want, they can go there. But don't change the order of writing. You have learnt yield variance. Yield may not be first one. They may ask cost variance straight away. Most of the questions, did you notice, they first ask cost and then they ask breakup. That means they want 1 minus 4 first, then your 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3, then you do 1 minus 4 first and then do 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3. Be very careful. The way you have learnt and the way they are going to ask may not be same, but what you have learnt, that itself will come. Understanding? Huh. Concepts are same. The way in which question or the order in which questions can be asked can be slightly different also. Prepare the table, but before writing final answer, check whether that's the correct order or not. Done. In standard costing, as per study material, there is this one theory comparison of, the difference between cost control and cost reduction, which I have already covered. This can be asked as theory in budget topic also, or can be asked here in standard costing also. Anyway, question paper is not chapter wise, correct? Therefore, cost control and cost reduction is one important question. And one last theory question that they can ask is criticism against standard costing. You have a theory 5 to 6 bullet points, easy question. And to be able to understand that, you should do all the problems, then you will get to know under what circumstance standard costing may not work. Done. So with this, our standard costing revision is over.